diligently to get it figured out. We brought Zyrene in here to help us break down a little bit of the action that's about to take place between these 4 teams up here behind us. And I want to kind of jump back into that ADC discussion that we were hitting before the break. But now I want to distill it down to the bot lanes itself, and in particular, this matchup here between CLG and Team Liquid. We've got Piglet, who you had placed in the B tier. We've got Stixxay, who you had placed in the A tier. But then if you look at the bot lanes respectively, Stixxay, Afromu. Probably at this point, with the loss of Doublelift, a lot of people would say, like, hands down, that's probably the best bot lane duo coming into the split. How do you think Piglet, Matt, will stack up against them, and what do you need to see tangibly from them in this series here today that will inspire some confidence, about Piglet moving forward?
Well, I think this might be a little surprising here, but I actually don't want to see Piglet crush them in lane. I think, like, we know if you give Piglet a mechanically intensive AD carry who's lane dominant, he'll crush a lane. I want to see him be able to play the utility AD carries. I want to see them take an Ashe early and he does his job within the team, not go and draw way too much attention to bot lane, over trading when he doesn't need to. I want him to see him play his role, because I think even expanding beyond just utility AD carries, we see things like Ziggs popping up. Like, what if that really becomes a meta pick in the bot lane? Will he be able to pick that up? It's not really what you would think a safe sit back and throw Qs and laning phase. Like, will Piglet play that? Like, those are the kinds of things I want to see. Less so than is his skill good enough to compete? Because I think everyone here should know that Piglet's a really good AD carry.
Yeah, and do you think that's a goal for today or a goal for the season? Because Piglet, we know utility, he struggles a little bit and he's good on those carries. So as a coach, this early on in the split, I would personally want to put him on something that he can carry on and then work in scrims and work off stage to actually get him up to speed on those utility. Is that like a goal for today?
Well, I don't think you want to put Piglet on these things to test him, in a LAN environment. I think this is something he should have been practicing for a long time now, because utility AD carries have been around since summer. They were the main thing at Worlds. They're still the main thing. And if you haven't picked them up yet, then you start getting concerned, because if you can't play them now, like, what, you need another 3 weeks? Is that really going to be the thing?
By then the meta shifted back the other way anyway.
Who knows? Like, you need to be able to play them now. And if you can't play them now and you spend 3 weeks playing suboptimal picks in the bot lane, that's a big concern for me.
Okay, but then, of course, we have to talk about Stixxay, Afromu on the other side being, as a complete duo, have a lot of built-in synergy. Of course, Matt and Piglet have experience playing together, but Piglet has gone through a number of supports. He's moving from the main team back down to the challenger team and then back up to the main team. Now, together, how would you like to see Matt and Piglet maybe work together to improve their bot lane synergy?
I mean, I think a big thing would be being able to set things up with the rest of the team. Team Liquid is a team that often plays through bot lane, and you want to be able to see them coordinate with Rainover. So when you have the Ashe and whatever support you're pairing up with the Varus, you want to combo that all with like a TP and Rainover coming in and making sure Matt's following up on all that. So I want to see the whole kind of team come together around bot lane, as opposed to like, oh my god, Piglet solo killed someone.
Yeah, and that was a little bit more of what happened in spring for Liquid. And then in summer, Matt kind of disappeared. Like, I was looking through people who had gotten players of the game, and there was only like 6 people who didn't have one, and one of them was Matt, which was rather surprising to me, because he had like standout Bard performances in spring. He was actually wrecking people in the bottom lane and making plays, and it seemed like he lost his confidence a little bit. And I know that when Piglet was coming back to the roster, he was like, I want to play with Matt. I got to play with Matt. I'm not on the team unless I'm playing with Matt. And so he actually probably gives Matt a little bit of confidence there, because sure, they might give each other like a little bit of crap every now and then, but it's like, I do want to play with this guy. It's like, it's a different kind of love,
We want to see them succeed.
It's going to feel good when a former world champion is saying he wants to play with you, and it's going to inspire some confidence, especially for Matt as a shot caller. Hopefully it'll kind of bleed over. Let's talk about another interesting matchup here, is the fact that Rainover has made this transition over to Team Liquid. A lot of people are wondering, will he be just as successful as he was when he had that duo in Huni? Will he be able to establish the same kind of synergy with Lorlo? Because we do know that Lorlo worked very well with Dardoch, so that, if the pairing of top lane jungler can work, it could be successful with Rainover as well.
Right. It's so funny when you look at both Team Liquid and Immortals, where they swap these junglers that are known for snowballing their top side of the map, and then one's still Lorlo, and now you have Flame on the top side. Like, it's just going to be so crazy to watch this, because it seems like the same style that they were playing last year, just on different teams that they're going to do it now.
All right. Well, we have resolved the issue on NALCS 1 with CLG and Team Liquid, so we're going to go ahead and throw it back over there to get us into the game. NALCS 2 with Envy and FlyQuest. You're going to stay with us for a little bit. We got to continue to break stuff down while we fix some stuff that's happening over there. So see you at NALCS 1, NALCS 2. Let's go ahead and now then transition our conversation over to Envy and FlyQuest. We've already kind of hit the topic.
Hello, so good to see you again. Before we load onto the Rift, we've got one more bit of business to attend to. You might have heard this before. That's right, it's the roster rundown, and on the blue side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. That means it's Darshan in the top lane. lane, Xmithy in the jungle, Huhi coming in mid, Stixay at bot, and Aframu at support. Coach Zix behind them for picks and bans.
Ready to see this game happen, Riv. On the red side as well, it is Team Liquid with Lorlo in the top lane, Rainover in the jungle, Golden Glue in the mid lane, Piglet back in the bot lane for them. Support is Matt and Coach David Lynn.
All right, we've talked about everything, right? So now the game just goes?
We have talked about everything. Clearly, this is the superior stream. It's the one that's working right now, so everyone is watching us. Yes, we're going to get to see this game.
Great job.
I also don't believe in jinxes, so nothing more can go wrong, clearly. We'll see, though. I really hope we get into this game because I want to see some League of Legends.
I want to see some League of Legends. I want to see what everybody has in practice for themselves, but how well these new teams are going to synergize. We got guys like Golden Glue now on Liquid with Rainover, Piglet, and other members. On the other side, CLG sticking together because they think they have what it takes. Who's right? Who's wrong? We're about to find out here. We're into picks and bans.
Well, right off the bat, the Callista ban
That's
is bowled
interesting.
by CLG. That
But it
could
is
also, yeah, it could also be if they have a strategy of picking an AD carry in the first 3 and then using their second phase of bans to ban out 2 more AD carries, then they wouldn't want him to be able to fall back on Callista. So they're just getting rid of it right now because at least in this system generally, red side often bans Camille, LeBlanc, and Rengar, so blue side has much more ban flexibility, even though I think overall red side is favored in the pick ban.
And there it is. That Rengar goes out. Support Malzahar, a possibility. And it does look like it's getting locked in quite quick. Not even a thought there for CLG.
During the delays, we were talking about how Zix is really looking forward to this so he can put immense time pressures on his opponent. That was an instant lock-in of Malzahar, and now there's only 30 seconds to react for the very first pick on Team Liquid side. He did that because Zyra is banned, and many people think that the Malz is going to go right under that. And I think if Team Liquid doesn't pick Ashe in these 2 picks, CLG will pick it for sure.
That's a lot of lockdown if CLG gets that along with Malzahar. Zix getting picked up for Rainover to start things off. We'll see what they have for number 2 here if it's your pick.
Exactly. We talked about making sure you're prioritizing early picks because essentially whatever you don't pick in the first 3, whatever role you don't pick, if there's a mismatch between the 2 teams, is going to be double banned out by the opponent. So interestingly, right, they see the Callista ban. Team Liquid wants to make sure they can't push Piglet to the 5th or 6th AD carry. And they also know that Ashe is the best AD with Malzahar, which is already picked by CLG. So the Ashe and Kha'Zix both make a lot of sense.
Favors them too. Rainover and Piglet get those first picks that they would like. Lee Sin being left up on this one. We actually saw it banned quite a bit in European LCS. We may see Xmithy lock that in for himself, and he does. Also, AD carry is going to be theirs. Bot lane.
And while these are strong picks, they're also somewhat conservative by Counterlogic Gaming because they're just matching roles from Team Liquid, and they have the hope of a soft counter pick, even though honestly these are just power picks in both positions. So jungle, AD, and most likely support locked in for CLG. If Team Liquid doesn't lock in a support, then you can maybe expect some support bans from CLG on the back end of these ban phases.
Very nice for Lorlo in the top lane. Let's see how they finish out phase 2.
So right now we move into the bans, so you can see those on the bottom left and the bottom right, phase 2 of the bans. Likely, although it could change, is we'll see multiple top lane bans from Team Liquid, since they already have the Maokai locked in. The Aura is one.
We'll make it nice. Darshan has quite a bit in his champion pool to play. Be a tough guy to pinch, but it's what they are directed at. Taking a little bit more time for these ones, seeing the composition, a lot of lockdown and fight once they get to that mid game and ultimates are ready to be fired here by Team Liquid. What's going to be able to push back here for Counterlogic Gaming? Still waiting for that mid laner. The ban for MF.
Yeah, that's a support ban as we expected. A lot of people think that, you know, MF was kind of the pick you do against Zyra because you can kill the plants so quickly. Well, MF can actually kill the Voidling spawn from Malzahar pretty quickly too. So MF actually works against both of those picks. So very unsurprising ban there.
The chase ban. Right.
So essentially, even though you can kind of look at the top lane as this Maokai, Nautilus, Poppy, Tank Fiesta, there are also the best carry picks, which is what Team Liquid has banned away. So clearly they want Maokai into a tank from CLG. Therefore, Team Liquid banned 2 of the biggest carry threats.
Seems like Echo will be that final for Counterlogic Gaming.
Yeah.
Little flex ban a bit.
Kind of. It's most likely a mid lane ban since the Assassin rework pushed it more towards an AP build. But as we mentioned about the Misfortune being the pick against Malzahar and Zyra, beyond that kind of set of supports, CLG decided that there wasn't that much of a difference between the other ones, and as you see, they kind of picked between Karma and Lulu.
Yeah.
They ended up going with Lulu.
A lot of safety here for their AD carry in a fight, getting that Lulu up for Matt. And we're going to see what the side of Chronologic Gaming is. Stixay stays true to his Warwick cover of all.
Now, of course.
We'll see what he goes to pick out. We'll see if he can get himself in a position with that Varus pickup to be the best AD carry here. Or Corki gets locked in as well. Seeing some Corki over in other leagues in the mid lane. That's interesting.
So, true to his word, Huhi does not have a mid laner prioritized for him early, picks another mid laner blind and a less popular one at that, trying to show big champion pool. Corki most likely going mid, even though you could technically see Varus and Corki swap. And I want to touch very quickly on the Lulu pick again by Team Liquid. It's another one of those champions that can kill the Voidlings faster than most supports, just thanks to picks.
Picks. Figure that Nautilus might be walking around in the top lane. They do lock that in for Darshan, so they get a little bit of beef onto the squad. It's pretty squishy otherwise, with Smithy flying around on Lee Sin. And it will be the lock-in of Cassiopeia for Golden Glue, something he's paid, one of his tried and true. So he doesn't get pushed too far, and Team Liquid actually gets a pretty great composition. I mean, same thing with CLG. The Corki are going to be an interesting pickup for them.
Yeah, I'm pleased with these drafts from the teams. I actually think that even though they were somewhat conservative, no one ended up getting heavily denied on their role.
Yeah.
So you got to see kind of the big tier of the junglers and AD carries get locked in early. You still see the top lane tanks. The only place that looks like it could have been stretched, even though it wasn't from the ban phase, was only because Huhi didn't want to play one of the meta mid laners like Syndra. Otherwise, we would have ended up seeing that. So biggest stretch would be the support Lulu, but it is something that has been, to my knowledge, quite popular in the scrims.
It's very true, and it's the little things as well. Huhi, likes to play the Corki. We've seen it before. It also now says if he wants to play that Syndra later, they'll be banning that Corki. They'll be banning the things he's trying to show us that he's been talking about all the time, that he can play outside the pool. That everyone thinks is so tiny. Coaches are going to shake, and they're going to make their way off stage as the players are getting ready to head on to the Rift. Chronologic Gaming versus Team Liquid. There are the matchups on your screen. Really looking at Reignover in the jungle here. We'll keep an eye on him versus Smithy. And also Piglet now back. We'll see how that synergizes with the rest of the team against Stixay and Aframu, who Stixay says he's ready to be the best.
Yeah, and actually it's kind of rare in these games, but I'm excited for every single positional matchup. You have the strength in the bottom lane from Stixay and Aframu, hoping to solidify themselves as the best bottom lane.
Yep.
But Piglet used to kind of make his bread by being an amazing laner, and he's had a long time to train to try and get back with Matt. Golden Glue versus Huhi with the support of Reignover. Smithy was an up-and-coming jungler. I'm just going to actually say everything for no reason, and then Lorlo and Darshan, two top laners looking to prove.
The chants begin. I'm sure the players are ready now. A bit of a pause there in the beginning after they've been waiting so long in the offseason to get in. Now they get their hands moving as they have been itching so much.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Regular wardage here. Chronologic Gaming getting a little deep vision, making sure they are not getting routed by anything in the top lane here.
Interesting there by CLG, because both teams just ended up doing the spread formation early on in the game, but they kind of scouted each other, so CLG knew there wasn't 5 people waiting for them in the jungle, so they kind of moved up and almost feinted a ward, but they didn't actually place a ward. So for the most part, nothing was accomplished.
Minions have spawned.
It's all right. They think they placed it. Now when they go sweep, you waste your sweeper. Long con. That's what it's all about. You see Keystones. Hard CC up there for Courage of Colossus, Lorlo, and Darshan. Can't wait to see these guys get into the fights later. Really put up some damage from the top lane. Not damage. Put up some power. This game's scary.
Yeah, Maokai versus Nautilus, both guys can basically just going to try and shove each other in faster. Although, surprisingly, looking at some of the top lane picks globally, so we get some trading in the bottom lane. Looking at top lane picks globally, Maokai has double the picks of the next closest top laner. So Camille is obviously the most banned top laner, but it really feels like people are settling on Maokai as the king of the available tanks.
It feels so good. Vengeful Maelstrom, when you're able to use that and help the entire team, it's just really nice, not too mechanically difficult to play. Once you lock onto somebody, that guy's usually dead. You don't have to be too worried about going in. So you can see the love for that on the tree. We'll see how Lorlo does this game. Both corruption potions with them. Little love taps in the mid lane as Huki and Golden Glue go back and forth. The level 2s give them a bit of aggression, but they calm down right quick as Golden Glue has to clean up the CS here.
Shame to say it, I think that's the first time I've seen that Corky skin.
Yeah?
It's much different than the other ones. So that's
Just don't mistake it for Rumble when he flies by quick.
Yeah, that's the whole reason who he picked it. I can see that being a mistake.
Yeah.
Interesting right there. The Hawk Shot, one of the benefits of having Ashe. One of the many reasons that Ashe, as far as the trinity of AD carries, is being picked more than others. They scouted, Reignover knows he's there, and he's going to push him off.
When you click on the cone and fly back over. Should be all right. Really nice job. Just gets kind of the routing. Onyx Smithy knows, gets himself out. Doesn't really give himself too much there, but wasting Smithy's time.
Interesting. I was going to really applaud Team Liquid for the disruption there. Just they Hawk Shot and then they push X-Smithy out. But the fact that they didn't steal or do damage and then Reignover walks away, the time commitment is actually greater by Reignover than by X-Smithy. So even though it was all the coordination was on the side of Team Liquid, X-Smithy gained a little bit of time off that. Except for that ward, which will give a little bit more scouting long-term for Team Liquid.
That shield damage early. Lorlo not expecting it. He's going to be safe by his turret. Has the minion wave coming out, but Darshan making sure he gets a little aggression here on the top side of the map as he sees Reignover going into the bot side of the map.
Yeah, and even talking about the Maokai versus Nautilus matchup, Nautilus has a little bit more base damage in his kit than Maokai, but Maokai definitely looks like it outscales. Both junglers have very good gank assist.
Twisted advance. Reignover comes in. Darshan with the flash and gets himself to safety with the dredge line. Very nicely done. Plays it calm. I actually thought he was going to be in quite a bit of trouble there, even with the ward, but
yeah,
maybe it'll be a repeat here for Reignover.
When you have your flash off on Nautilus, it's extremely hard to die to a gank, as long as you've also saved your Q, just because you flash and then get the dredge line pull. So now that he doesn't have his flash, the next gank would be much more successful, and nice delay there by Lorlo.
Yeah.
Hopefully going to get that wave to crash into the turret. Or if they wanted to be really cheeky, try and throw another sapling to interrupt his recall. But it doesn't look like that's happening.
A little too much time, and it looks like he may not get the wave just there by the map. Reignover ping as they're trying to catch him on the way back possibly here. That would be the timing for the wave to hit. But it's a TP back as we think. So no aggression here. Darshan comes back just a few minions behind, and he'll be able to pick those up. Smithy itemizing already as he gets himself back out into the jungle. Reignover's been spending the time in his jungle, but this fight could be in Smithy's favor.
Well, mainly because Smithy is shopped already, so he's got the longsword on him.
Huhi's actually in a really good spot. If Reignover can't get out of this, if he's actually spotted, Huhi can just kind of get over to the left side. Aggression in the bot lane too. Alfred trying to go forward, knows he can save it. Oh, the code bop on both of them. And Huhi can't get in fast enough. Reignover does make it out. They're still going toe-to-toe in the bot lane with slivers of health left. Alframu was going in low, and then Stixay said, I'll give it a try. TL comes out on top, and they're going to crash this into the turret.
Oh, so nice play there by Team Liquid to get that favorable trade. That's going to be about 5 or 6 minions completely denied from Stixay, not to mention the recall timing that oftentimes you like to be able to get a BF sword has to settle for the Warhammer. So good job on Piglet and Matt. That 2v2.
Steps back, waits for a potion real quick. 34 to 44. Some of those minions will be cleaned up, but it should allow Piglet to have a lead in that lane and possible 6 early for the team to go against Stixay and Alframu. Reignover now itemized a bit for himself. The control wars begin to come out here instantly as all of TL kind of backs at the same time to make their way out and set up that vision.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of this in the LCS. Control ward, it's quite cheap, and also it's one of the few ways you can actually get vision on the map. Late game, actually, I'm seeing some teams buy 2 and 3 control wards per person, even though you can only have one on the map at the same time, just so they can constantly replenish them, and they're almost using them like normal wards of days gone by, where they just throw them in the middle of a lane and just, oh, now I have vision there.
Well, it feels good. You get to defend it. It helps you out a little bit. Definitely like the feature of the ward.
Yeah, I do want to refocus very slightly on the bottom lane, though, because Piglet was able to get the BF sword, whereas Stixay sitting on the Warhammer. So if they're able to push them in, they could hopefully sustain some of that power. And also, talk very quickly about the AD carry trinity of Ashe, Varus, and Jhin. Ashe is considered a soft counter by many to the other ADs, mainly because she outranges them by ever so slightly. So Varus has 575 range, Ashe has 600. You've heard the auto-spacing meme that Piglet is so good at, but Piglet is actually very good at staying at exactly his max range and getting auto attacks in, which can oftentimes give you 2 attack for 1 trades, and Piglet's one of the best at that.
It's one of the first things I noticed when I saw Piglet stream was how kind of smooth just his movement is.
Golden glue.
Come back.
You didn't rank kick. Rainover's like, you know what? This is your punishment.
That's a thing.
For not finishing the blue.
And no Ivern buffs for you either, so oh well. We'll see for the next ones. So Golden Glue shouldn't be too bad off. He may kind of take some trouble from Corki here in the mid lane, but that blue buff is wearing off anyway, so he should be all right.
Blue is nice for Cassiopeia, but once you have the tier and you're maxing the E, you're getting so many mana refunds when you're last hitting with your Twin Fang because it costs 70 and refunds 70 if you last hit with it. So Golden Glue shouldn't have problems. It just gives him a little bit less flexibility to harass.
He gets the tier as well. He's like, don't worry. I'm just going to stack this up. It would have been easier. Rain over. A little love to bottom lane. There's that 6 we were talking about. Is just for Piglet. Matt could be very close, but this is 5s on the other side, and that's enough for them to go for this. That's 1 flash. Alphamu went hard in the last play. They're right over the double here, and it's going to be Piglet going down. Great job by Alphamu to go hard on that one, going 1 for 2. And now Huhi flying over the wall. He uses the package to get in range. The exhaust on Rainover, but is it enough? The shield for Matt, the wild growth as well. And here's the roam from Golden Glue to clean up the fight. 4 members of CLG are down.
It all comes together for Team Liquid in that play. Rainover was the first person to the roam. They were the first to level 6 with the Ashe. They landed it, and even though Huhi technically roamed down a little bit before, it's because he was too early. He tried to go in for a 1v2. Everything goes Team Liquid's way. Wow, 4 kills and the Infernal Drake.
Insane for it to just pop off like that. It was just Rainover for a second, and then everybody joined that fight in the bot lane. Infernal over to TL, and we'll watch this again.
Yeah, I mean, this even stems from the early recall sticks they had to do where he lost a wave. He wasn't level 6. Rainover then comes in, has already evolved his Q. It's got an incredibly low cooldown when you're able to spam it like that. Kills him. And then Hui thinks he has exhaust, so he can take him. He's not worried about the evolved Q, but it's still a 2v1. So he doesn't have enough damage. Xmithy as well flashed to try and save, but no one was calling out the fact that Golden Glue was on his way, because even if Xmithy saves him there, he still dies at the end of the day, and it wouldn't be worth it for the extra assist gold. So really, a couple of big misplays by CLG to not just bail from that play. They were trying to salvage it, but a good play by Team Liquid, capitalizing on that Ashe level 6.
Lulu hitting 6 as well. Nicely saving Rainover, giving him that extra boost. It was 5 when they started that fight, so maybe CLG thought they could kind of re-engage. 4-1 after that mess in the bot lane, coming in favor of Team Liquid, and pretty nice gold lead. Top lane hasn't really had anything come of it, 87-91. They're very close to each other. So we'll have to see once they get to these 5v5s how they fare.
Absolutely, and it's very early on in the season, and I love to overreact at the beginning of season.
Do it.
And make bold statements.
To your heart's content,
but Rainover looks really good on Kha'Zix, and he is, at least in this game, transitioning what he did last split. So some of the things he did in the jungle even, Kha'Zix is incredible at clearing single target jungle camps. Well, he actually got 2 Gromps killed in his first clear, and that was partially because of the invade he did. He checked the red buff, recognized when he saw Xmithy there that Xmithy wouldn't have been able to clear his Gromp to get there in time, warded the Krugs, saw he was at the Krugs, went all the way around, did the other Gromp. Like, he thinks so far ahead of the game, which is kind of what made him great. And then as long as he can still execute the champion, because the mechanics are his main criticism. But his mechanics look great when he jumped in there to get that final kill, and now he started off 2-0-2.
I think it's one thing overall I noticed yesterday in TSM C9. Tweeted about it right after the first game. Is it was much more consistent, not aggression, but trying their strategies, continuing to go. Not just 15 minutes of fight and we lost. Up to 30 minutes, they kept butting heads, and then it slowed down. Whereas seasons before, we'd see that slow down around 15, 10. You get very tempered because something bad happened. But teams definitely trying more, going a little bit harder. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And they actually have very slight CS advantages across every single lane. But mainly, it was the fact that Piglet had that BF sword. He didn't pick up any kills, so he doesn't have a huge lead. But because they have the shove advantage, really, in the mid lane now, since Huhi had to burn his exhaust and Golden Glue still had Ghost, they're able to take a big chunk out of this turret.
Still lagging a bit in mid lane. He kind of rotated back and forth. He's going to farm out this lane. They feel like they're safe in the bottom. Probably called that out with Xmithy being there. So as it looked like TL was getting a little aggressive, they do back off, but have great vision down on that bot side. CLG's been able to get a few wards in towards blue on TL's side, however. So it seems like a lot of focus towards the bot, and they're happy to let Low and Darshan just kind of play in the top lane with the minions.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see how that bottom lane slight edge of being able to get the kills early manifest, because Matt picked up both of those kills and picked up a very early Boots of Mobility.
Yeah.
So Boots of Mobility,
Right,
definitely not a laning item, it's a roaming item. So will they try and consistently visit that, leverage the teleport from the top lane and try and get first turret? Or are we going to see Matt roaming towards mid lane and trying to get Golden Glue ahead of Huhi?
Yeah. Be a difficult kill on Huhi, but it's definitely a possibility. Package is up for him. Nice try, just out of range. So things do calm down for a quick moment as there are camps to be grabbed. Everybody's backing to itemize. Caulfield's now up for Piglet. It's actually been evened out in the terms of that damage, but the Berserker Greaves are finished on the side of Stixay at this point. Piglet likes to stay out and get his farm.
Very true. Looks like Piglet trying to get to Zealand Hurricane, potentially before he goes for the boots. But oftentimes when these guys are just building up towards their items, both AD carries actually were most likely to do an Essence Reaver Hurricane build. It's just whatever's most efficient when you're going back to base to get as much power as possible.
Matt, I just realized Matt's 2-0 and 2 with Rainover. Fantastic synergy right there between the two. No wonder he has eyes so fast.
Jungle support synergy.
Yeah. There you go. And maybe, you know, he grabbed those mobility boots. He's so rich, he's going to be able to move around. And maybe they do kind of go back to Piglet hanging out, and he can get there in time. Seems like we'll be ready for a Drake in 1 minute. We'll get some wards in this area set up, but power in numbers as Liquid does it as a team.
Yeah, be really interested to see if any of the solo laners can hit level 11 before their opponent and then force a fight off of that. He knows the pink ward, he got his passive. Can they go more?
For the passive. Can't get on him just yet. Rainover wants to go in all the way. Nethergrass onto Rainover. He's Wild Growth, forced to get out. Matt's almost in a bad spot, but he was almost baiting in for Golden Glue there. A lot of thoughts going on here from Liquid as Smithy and the rest of the team wanted that as well. They went right in for when Rainover jumps.
Yeah, and then also Matt using the Wild Growth to interrupt the Nethergrass from Aphromoo. Kind of good plays on both sides right there. Could have gotten a kill either way if the teams didn't react properly, but that's a lot of ultimates burned before the Drake spawn. So bottom lane burns both ultimates on both sides, and that's going to diminish the explosiveness of a potential Drake fight.
Still got flashes up for members that need it. Aphromoo is just down for that engage. Might be a little harder for him to get in, but that fizzles out here as we have Dragon and 5 waves are going to be pushed up, and Aphromoo doing what he can to make sure this is Counter Logic Gaming's now.
Yeah, so even though the early game fight went horribly wrong for CLG, it's all about the item thresholds and whether or not they can get it back. ADS items, as you mentioned, are pretty much the same. Support items are pretty much the same. Golden Glue does have an advantage with the Morel and Omicron being completed, but CLG going for it nonetheless. Afro.
Second time, walks through that brush. He's just really baiting in these fights right now. Piglet is forced to flash over. Remember, his heal was used in the previous fight, so he could be in a bad spot here.
Darshan's by himself.
Darshan is pinched, and 5 members of the team goes for the crowd control. Courage of Colossus isn't enough, even with his W, but it does give the team the mountain they were actually setting up for the whole time. The first time we see the toppers, Darshan goes down.
Yeah, that's about as close as a direct one-to-one sacrifice person for objective as you can get. Darshan teleported inside Team Liquid's jungle, and no one went to help him. They just all stayed on the Drake. They get it, but I feel like the gold cost is really high. They get a Mountain Drake that is beneficial when you're able to kill turrets. Now they go for Piglet.
Whoa. Big Smithy, the cripple there, is going to slow for a bit. Piglet's out of mana, so he can't really volley back.
Ultimate's up on
this down. Chain of Corruption, it's going to link. Matt's going to get stuck too. Do they turn in focus? He tries to fire the Glitter Lance back.
Both,
he may have stayed for too long. Smithy's too low. Oh, he goes! He dies! Oh my gosh!
That play, Stixay was making sure he had no way of actually reaching Matt for damage. He had no mana for a Q, and he couldn't get an auto range. But he took turret aggro before Xmithy was willing to follow in, so that Xmithy didn't die to the turret. Nice play there by CLG, kind of making up for the turret that had fallen beforehand.
See, here it almost seems like, all right, you're going to go into the minions. It'll take a while, and Matt might get out.
And they know Piglet has no flash. That's why Stixay lands the chains on him. But it also stuns. It also gets the root on a Matt there. And notice how Stixay's out of mana. Stixay walks, gets turret range.
Yep.
The instant he gets turret range,
Keeps
Xmithy
it.
takes the resonating strike in. And then he holds it too, so Xmithy doesn't get the turret aggro to jump back on him. That was really nicely done.
That's a broman right there. That's teamwork.
Unfortunately, they're still down 4,000 gold. They still
Hey.
haven't got the first turret. Things are really in Team Liquid's favor, but you got to call out the big.
It's all right. They're playing on the mentality. Say, hey, if we can do that once, we'll chip away at them. We'll do it again. That was a pretty crazy moment. I don't think it's going to happen the same, but we see that CLG is ready to dive. Like I said, that consistent action. It should have seemed like they would have been tempered or measured in that cage. But full bore now to the mid lane. There's a bit of hovering on the left and right side. And it seems like Liquid knows that. They're like, we don't have enough vision of the rest of the CLG members. Let's also be careful. Little dance in the river in the top side by Lorlo and Darshan as they farm mid lane.
Yep. Rain over at level 11 now as well, so he's evolved his wings. Makes him a much more potent threat in turret dive situations because he can get back out and jump further. But yeah, CLG definitely on the back foot after losing their bottom lane turret and not having very good ward coverage in that side of their jungle either. They kind of abandoned it and getting dictated to a little bit by Team Liquid.
Sunblade up, sword boots for Huhi. Exhaust on him as well, so he knows he is just going to be packaging in and kind of trying to crush these fights, blow somebody up. We've seen it a few times before. Level 12 for him, same as Golden Glue. They have fared pretty evenly in the mid lane here. It's only that hit on Huhi when he went bottom lane and got a little overzealous.
Yeah, just a little bit. You have the package, you just want to fly in there. Interesting how he's gone with the Hextech Gunblade as well. The basically active on it is a substantial amount of damage that he's looking to kind of burst people with. Probably going Trinity Force afterwards, so that's the thing with the mid lane Corki. They just kind of stack as many on hits as possible since he's got damage from so many different sources. Still going to be able to pump out a huge amount of damage in team fights with that build.
This is a close one.
Top lane fight, tank fight, tank fight. And it's not even like there's something that has the illusion of being able to kill you, like a Trundle is like, maybe he'll steal your resistances and then you'll die.
Yep.
No, they just don't. They just don't do anything.
I was looking forward to something there, but I guess not. Zeal picked up by Piglet after his Essence Reaver. So yeah, we are actually evening out quite a bit here for the 80 carries. There's a bit of a rough lane for Stixxay and CLG, but they have pulled through quite well. A little bit of help from Xmithy over time. And 20 minutes in here, they have basically been able to even the game up. The gold lead doesn't say very much. Rain over 203 though. See if he can still continue to make an impact on this game. He actually, whoop, good dodge. Almost got hit by the flights in the back. Actually, as we saw, it was one. We were going to say, does he go to Lorlo? And it hasn't. It has been Piglet and Matt, actually, in that bot lane.
Definitely. Really nice juke there by Stixxay
Yeah.
as well. Really looks like the next Drake could be the main point of contention. The teleports have come back off of cooldown. You can expect them to try and use that. And Team Liquid actually hasn't gotten aggressive control wards in the Drake area. And as you can see, Huhi freely running through the river right here does speak to a certain level of map control CLG has, although you wouldn't think it with a 4,000 gold deficit. Even if they win a team fight, they probably still wouldn't be up in gold. They go!
The flash, Quicksilver's just going to point that out. Picked up by Golden Glue on his last back. We saw Huhi kind of roaming through the jungle, maybe being the one guy that gets caught out and can Velk away with his exhaust on, but they try for the under the turret fight. Come out empty-handed.
I mean, credit to Golden Glue for investing in the Quicksilver stash early. It's always a debate about whether or not it's worth it if it's just to support Malzahar. But it absolutely saves his life there. And now for Mu, not checking the items of his opponent right there because he had that sitting in his inventory, like you said, on his last back, which was a couple minutes ago. So wastes his flash and his ultimate, although they did get double summoners from Golden Glue.
That would have been a very big opening. Those are the things we look at here. 20 minutes in the game that would have just let this go in CLG's favor until TL kind of put up the same fight. Piglet, again in the side lane. Not much has changed here. They're keeping this organized where he can continue to farm. He actually did not pick up those kills in the lane. He picked up the assists, so not that it hurts, it just doesn't help his push.
Yeah, they have the Infernal Drake against a Mountain. So Mountain Drake actually a little tankier than other Drakes. If CLG did want to try and fly in, they have a ward. He could try and ward jump to steal and then flash out. Looks like he's giving it up.
Just the left.
All right, but they're trying to use that time to get another bit on this mid lane turret. Team Liquid playing quite clean, honestly. Everything CLG tries to do, Team Liquid has a good answer for.
As they go mid here, that was Stixxay trying to take red, so the waves are easily cleared by Team Liquid before there's too much pressure. It looks like CLG is going to kind of put their foot down and say, let's grab one of these turrets. We need to knock something down on this map. TL's had one up on us for a while, and they're just able to roam too much, so maybe the pressure here will finally be enough. It's just under half health, but they can't get into range. Huhi trying to sneak in from the side, and the arrow for deterrent, and it works. They are not letting him get this turret.
Lorlo's here, though.
Oh, Lorlo with the TP, the deep wards continuing to be placed throughout the game. Reignover a little too deep on that one, gets himself killed, but can they trade now a 2-for-1? Yes, they can. They grab Aframu. The flash is down from the golden glue engage, and he falls too.
Yeah, so it was all a coordinated play. The Ash Arrow was flying through as the teleport was coming in.
Right.
Even though the Ash Arrow didn't land, they decided to go for the initiation.
It was the zoning arrow.
Yep, and they just kind of put their strength into CLG, and CLG falls over because they had the big gold lead, and they just brute forced that team fight. Even though Reignover flew way forward into that Malzahar ultimate, you actually saw Matt flash forward to try and wild growth him, but I believe he got caught by silence. We'll watch this one more time.
Perfect.
Arrow goes wide, but as you can see, the teleport was already on its way, and Darshan not matching that teleport because he wanted to get early. They just blow up Huhi. Then watch this. Reignover jumps in. Matt flashes. I guess he might not have been silenced. He just didn't get the ultimate in time, but they killed 2 of them. Trying to give him a little bit of credit there. Say silenced and couldn't get the ultimate.
I got it.
It's a long range on wild growth too.
It actually is. It's very deceiving. It's one of those things you don't see her or Kale on the outside and the person is just saved. And then you pull your hair out. Recurve for Piglet. He is continuing. Hurricane's actually already there for Stixxay. Even though he's been roaming with the team, he's been the majority grab of the CS when he gets to that mid lane and he starts to do a little warding. He picks up blue. CLG, again, have to set something else up. Team Liquid's definitely in the lead, and Chronologic Gaming have actually been very good about trying something. They just have to figure out that mark and think of the 1, 2, 3 before doing it. What are those items? Where's the rest of the team? How much vision do we have?
Yeah, unfortunately though for CLG, Matt's Lulu has been pretty good so far, and especially when he hits level 11, that wild growth's going to stop a lot of the picks that CLG might be trying. They tried to pick on a golden glue. He already had a QSS. Was able to stop that there. You're probably not getting a pick on the 3-0 giant Maokai, who can only get bigger when supported by Lulu. So Team Liquid has a lot of control over this map.
Turret for turret across the map. Quick ghost out as Golden Glue slithers away from a bit of danger. Looks like they will finally be able to drop mid here. It's been opened up for Team Liquid for just a few minutes, so they haven't been able to grab too much. Now it gets a little harder to go in deeper and make sure you're safe. CLG looks like they're going to recognize that and say, I'm just going to back up right now. They don't have too much vision on the rest of the team.
Yeah, and I know we talked about a lot. Oh, as they're going for another Ash Arrow. Lorlo's in.
Smithy can safeguard away quite quickly. They have to focus. They did. Quickly taking him down. He can't get anywhere. And they are just snap judgment on CLG, and it seems like they're a few seconds behind each time.
Exactly. They put the miasma down after the initiation from Lorlo, and he was sped up by the Lulu, so there's no way X-Men was getting away from that. Now it's a Mountain Drake with the Cassiopeia onto this Baron. It's going down real fast.
Stretch line in. Darshan just wants to be a body. Throws it. Reignover still picks up Baron, and Liquid are looking great.
Yeah, and well organized as well, and I think that is a little bit of the Reignover factor when they're able to make these plays work. But I also have to give a shout out for Lorlo for his 269 CS 26 minutes into the game. 10 CS per minute is a number that is almost never approached by mid laners and ADs, let alone top laners. So Lorlo has been nearly extremely good CS for the majority of the game, as well as still having effectiveness when he teleports in for these flanks. So really, he's a monster right here. And with this lead and how tanky he is, before legitimate multipliers have been able to be built up on the other side, you can see Stixxay having to build a Last Whisper, but still doesn't have an Infinity Edge. Lorlo's going to be unkillable, and Team Liquid's going to look to take a huge lead here.
It's tough. He's going to be the one in your face, and you want to get to Piglet. You want to get to Golden Glue. You might find Reignover as well, but then they're going to get wild growth. CLG is almost running out of options here. The Triforce is picked up by Huhi. Maybe he can get a pop, but Piglet has not been out of position. He has been now joining the team much more, and they are ready to take down some more turrets. The Mountain and the Infernal giving them a little assist here. They take it down to about 75%.
Yeah, Corki and Varus quite good at clearing even Baron and powered minion waves, which is why you can see Lorlo isn't actually grouping with the team right now. He's trying to get some pressure going on the bottom side. Still though, at this point in the game, when you have as much armor as Lorlo does, you can actually brute force in for some turret dives. I'll be interested to see if Team Liquid actually decides to do that.
They could actually route him here. Reignover is going to put pressure, pushing Alframu away a little bit. They're over the wall. If they can take Darshan down that fast, it's very scary for the rest of Counterlogic Gaming. The turrets falling quick as well. And Team Liquid knocking on the front doors. They approach the base under 30 minutes here on the first inhibitor turret.
Here we go. They have a couple minions that are able to save it.
Yeah, with the siege in the back, Baron is on. CLG has to watch this happen. Their waves on the other side are not pushing towards them, so they got a little bit of a breather there, but they have to watch this happen to the inhibitor with the strength that Team Liquid has amassed here.
Yeah, and Team Liquid just taking exactly what they can and not pushing for more.
Yeah.
They make that push. They see the Infernal Drake is up. They're just going to slide back and take that while CLG is still confined to their base.
Freight train. Yeah.
Definitely a freight train over that wall.
7,000 gold in the bank. Liquid is able to now spend on everything they need. We're seeing some of these items come out now. That Redemption's been actually finished for a while. Locket for Matt. He is items up on Alframu at this point. I almost say that across the board. That Seraph is finished for Golden Blue. He picks up another Needless. It is not that Needless. Elixir of Iron as well for Reignover. It's going to be big.
And very strong. A little surprised Golden Blue isn't going for Void Staff right now, but still going for that AP. QSS for Piglet as well. QSS is one of those nice luxury items you can build while you're ahead without it really costing you. Oftentimes, when you're in an even or you're behind, you almost can't afford to do it because you're trying to build up all your damage, but Team Liquid not having issues getting kills right now, so pretty easily able to itemize defensively.
All right, chat. What is Counterlogic Gaming's next move? Besides defense, a good defense, what can they look to get an opening?
Yeah, you'd want Xmithy to kick someone like Golden Glue or Piglet backwards because you can't QSS the kick. And then they would put him in a bad spot. But in doing so, you have to get through Miasma.
Yeah.
Matt can literally just polymorph you as soon as you try and fly in because there's no way of avoiding that. You could hope Lorlo dives too far, and Alframu can catch him in the Nether Grasp and get some percent of damage going down. But beyond that, there's few options.
Yeah.
Hope Reignover shorts his jump over the wall.
Uh-oh.
That's one.
Oh, flat. Everything. They are taking this opportunity. We didn't expect that opening to be one of the openings.
Yeah. I was getting that next, actually, Riv. Let's have the Kazakhs who can jump across half the map, jump 2 feet, and fail to go over the wall. Then you can kill him. Let's see if CLG can get anything off this. It would be a 4v5 defense for Team Liquid.
You know you jinxed Reignover.
Ooh. Jinx is not
Oh! Darshan looking to just stop them from getting across. Whole team pop up. He gets a nice shield courage on that one. He may still go down though. They say you drop our jungler, we'll drop your top. And we can keep going. Lorlo's going to be in range. The twisted advance hits. And it's the flash for Alframu, which actually brings Lorlo into the team. He tries to split it. He's doing his best to Leah impersonation. And he does do it. The exhaust is down. He blows him up. This is what the build is for. And now he's on Matt. Lorlo, still a gigantic brick wall in front of Matt, will be able to set up the defense and has enough to lock down Huhi. Super minions on the base, and Matt is going to do a bit of damage. Lorlo over to the Nexus to make sure the next Nexus turret goes down, and Liquid can run CLG around the map right now with the lead they have and even losing members.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they keep Huhi away, it's still 15 seconds on the next respawn.
Oh, he comes in! Can't get him. A little bit of a retribution kill. Lorlo
finish it.
Is beating
Darshan
away at this Nexus. Darshan, this is not going to do it. He's just going to hit him with the anchor. Lorlo is swinging away. Here's Alframu. They're going to be able to lock him down a bit.
He's got
You can't silence auto attacks, though, Chad.
No way.
You can't silence auto attacks. They cut him down. Shut down. Stixay gets the kill. That was a tense moment. My palms are sweaty.
Yeah, the most exciting top lane battle we've had, when instead of trying to kill each other, they try and kill the Nexus. That's the power play for that engagement. But really, a bunch of chaos goes on here. It's super interesting because Hui was in base trying to clear supers, which is why Team Liquid felt confident in a 4v4, despite Reignover being dead. They catch Darshan in the miasma as well. Lorlo continues the chase because he knows no one wants to spend the time to kill him, so he runs all the way through.
That unfortunate flash.
Goes through those flashes, but right after that, he gets the package in, kind of cutting off the fight. Meanwhile, the Voidlings from Aphromu's Malzahar actually do a bunch of damage.
They were angry.
Gets the final rocket to come in, and then at this point, we saw what happened here. They chased him down, and
A great fight.
well, they couldn't finish the game.
Great fight by both teams, initiating, figuring out how to get the lead in it. CLG looked really good in the beginning of that one, and somehow the power of Liquid right now throughout this game is just able to carry them through the fights. And Lorlo, the giant sequoia tree running around the map right now. 8,000 now as it just ticks up for TL. They're not really worried about that lead that they have. Logic Gaming knows it needs to be another one of those fights, but they need to be the last man or team standing.
Yeah, I mean, they need to get lucky. Darshan does not want to be here.
Flash, he sees the team is there. The anxiousness, he was flashing away when he could have been going in. The team is there to support him, and they do continue. 52 seconds now on these timers. Reignover's got a while. He's been going down very quick, but we see that Liquid can pull these fights back still. 5 strong. CLG push up mid lane now. Just about 5 minutes ago, TL was all over their base. The minions still are, but Logic Gaming is giving themselves some breathing room here.
I think CLG actually has to send someone back for that wave of minions, otherwise it's going to re-kill the inhibitor. There's a super there, so it would actually just end the game if they send 0 people back.
It's the one thing that's really hurting them is they have to respect that little opening TL gave themselves.
They're going for it.
They're going to force it. They lose an inhibitor, they get Baron, they'll be good.
They have a Mountain Drake, they know Reignover can't smite it, so they want to finish Baron and then fight. They have to finish it fast.
Mass Voidlings on the Baron. Nobody else can get to it. And Smitty's doing it. He smites it down. They're going to have Baron. Makes it harder for Liquid to push in, but now can they drop Liquid? Lorlo on the top side, crushing everybody, trying to peel the team off. That's going to be 4 now down for CLG. Baron will not matter as it will not be on a member. And Golden Glue is headed for the win.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Glue's going to go help out, but those minions have gotten a bit of a head start. That Nexus is going down, Riv.
I think he'll get 1 snake on it.
Get him, Golden Glue!
1 snake! Oh, he misses the extra gold. The minions get it, they bank it, and Team Liquid with a very clean game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you couldn't ask for a much better start from Team Liquid. We talked about the question marks you have with Lorlo and Golden Glue having the new jungler in Reignover, and it's a good start for them for sure. Lorlo 7-1-6 on the Maokai, his only death being while he tries to solo kill the Nexus, and then Golden Glue not giving him credit for that Nexus kill, 5-1-6. So solid performances all around there by Team Liquid.
A very, very excited Piglet. You saw him walking off stage there, ear to ear, grinning. And for them to come out that strong, we asked a lot of questions. We'll have to see if it still goes. We've seen Team Liquid do very good, and they say, hey, temper your expectations. We know that was a good week for us, but it's actually hard to perform all that way all the time.
Exactly, and there were even little scary moments towards the end of that game where Reignover just seemed to start dying randomly, and before they ended the game, I was going to be like, I remember a game last year where CLG had a 10,000 gold deficit and came back to win, but different Team Liquid, different year, they closed the game.
Absolutely, game 1 going to Liquid, and for a deeper dive into that Team Liquid victory, let's hand it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. Got a little hairy there at the end for Team Liquid, but they were able to pull out the victory against CLG. Let's dive right into it. We were talking prior to the game about the fact that CLG is going to be a good litmus test for the rest of the teams in the NA/LCS as they haven't made any roster changes. More specifically, we were wondering what Team Liquid would do with Piglet in that AD carry position. Would they try and force the carry potential, or would they go for the utility? They lock in Ashe in that first rotation, so they're looking to make some changes and make him more of a role player.
Right, exactly, and I think that's what we said we wanted to see, and I kind of said, I don't want to see him go too hard. Still kind of played the Ashe pretty aggressively, but I'm glad to see that he can play it at least. And his arrows weren't sniping everybody out. It wasn't an insane performance, but it was good enough, and that's ultimately what I cared about, was that it was a good enough performance on Ashe. The rest of the draft came together really well. Kha'Zix's one of the premier junglers. They're able to snag that. They only had to trade out Malzahar for it, really, which honestly looked really good out of CLG, but the rest of the draft played out pretty normally until the Corki pick, which surprised me because there was only one mid lane ban, and Corki, from what I was understanding, was more of like that kind of backup, safe pick that you take to get out of laning phase when like, you're really pushed up against the wall, not something you take when everything but LeBlanc is open. And Echo, of course.
Right, Echo coming through in the second ban phase. But yeah, only two of them with, the likes of the Syndra, the Cassiopeias,
any of the assassins.
Right, we've seen Talias across the other regions as well. And so none of that found here. Corki is the choice. Once again, though, honing in on that bot lane, we had some questions around Matt and Piglet in a 2v2 up against Stixxay Aframu. In those very early levels, they seemed to have a good handle on the lane, even forcing Stixxay out. Of course, then things kind of got contaminated because everyone decided to visit the bot lane. Our first replay is going to be that 4-for-1 that fell in favor of Team Liquid, only 850 into the game, a total party in the bot lane.
Yep, that's what it's known for, the bot lane parties. And I mean, it starts out where they basically are going to kill Piglet for free, but Reignover's there to collapse on it and finish, start cleaning up the kills. And it's, a 2-for-0, that's not great, but then he kind of has that that syndrome where it's like, I got the package, I better use it, and then he just goes in and gets blown up right away. It's that kind of like one man follows, no one can ever stop the cycle, and it's Smithy going in, he goes down as well, and that really opened the game up for Reignover and Matt to become bigger, not threats, but just like they can influence the map more because they have that advantage, and that's actually what I like to see, because previously Team Liquid got advantages all the time in the early game with Dardoch being a monster in that part, but the hard part for them was closing games out and extending that lead. And I think they actually did a pretty good job for most of this game.
Right, yeah, we were joking right after that play had happened. We're like, all right, now this is the real test. Will they go and make the kind of aggressive Dardoch play and have a chance of throwing the lead back, or will they play it a little bit more methodically? For a large portion of the game, they were playing without many mistakes, perhaps even a little too slow, and allowing CLG time to catch back up when it comes to the gold lead. But our next replay is going to come 25 minutes into the game. This is around Baron, and this is to kind of illustrate Team Liquid's understanding after this pick of how they're going to get to closing out the game.
Right, I think when you get a 2-0-2 Kha'Zix, you think, I'm going to start going in their jungle and scrapping the other jungler all the time. What they do here is they get really good vision control around Baron and get a pick onto the Lee Sin. Once the Lee Sin's down, go and force that Baron once again, and you can turn off if you need to, or with how much damage they have between Cassio Ashe, just burn it down and finish it. There's no smite to contest.
What I love about that replay is if you look at the minimap and are actually tracking the vision, they didn't really have to place any vision after that pick because it was all set up before the pick. They had 3 pinks around the Baron pit. The Scuttle Crab that was controlled by CLG dissipated right before that. Total control of the vision makes it a very easy decision to retreat back to that Baron when they do get the pick, as opposed to having that moment of indecision. But even after this Baron was secured, that's where we ran into some of the issues that you're mentioning, where maybe overreaching in a couple plays, giving back some kills, and that's reminiscent of a Team Liquid that has always struggled to kind of operate at that very highest level, near perfection.
Right, and I think, it's so like symbolic of that team. I don't know why it always happens. They go down, they get the bot lane inhibitor very clean, looking really good, like they're going to close the game out, and then Reignover gets picked once, gets picked again, starts forcing these like weird team fights where things don't look good for them, and that's the kind of stuff I want to see. Totally, leave that behind. That's your past. Stop doing that.
Right.
And I think the nice thing is that it's coming out of Reignover, who's usually not the guy doing it. So hopefully he just cleans it up. It's a little bit of early, season jitters or something.
All right, we can rein that in. Player of the game is going to go over to Lorlo for this one. A very solid performance out of him. He has become very much a rock top laner. But I also want to, while talking about Lorlo, kind of take a look at that relationship between him and Reignover. We saw the early visit come up there and help blow a flash from Darshan. May have given Lorlo a bit of an edge.
Right, and I think that's the kind of stuff you want to see, where Reignover isn't just tunneled on, I have to snowball Piglet because he's the superstar carry of the team, or I have to go top side because Lorlo needs help. The fact that he can go top for a little bit, get him his advantage, then go bot side, start camping Piglet, who's playing really aggressively, and having that kind of flexibility, especially when you start factoring in other draft picks, not just a Maokai, a Camille, or whatever carry top you might see come out, having that decision-making available to Reignover, who's very smart, is something that can benefit Team Liquid a lot going forward. And of course, Lorlo just played well this game. He was constantly like 1v3 versus their backline and still killing everyone and leaving it full health. Just Maokai things.
Yeah, technically the game-winning fight over there by Baron a second time. He completely zoned out one half of the team while Team Liquid dealt with Smithy on that Lee Sin going into the backline. So he knows his role. That 7-1-6 scoreline with a 72% kill participation with all of the action that was happening in the bot lane is very impressive impressive. We'll be looking for a similar performance out of him. And this kind of puts a spotlight on those top laners across the league, because as you mentioned, we've got these huge imports in Someday, Looper, a former world champion. We've got Flame entering. We've got Impact, who's been here. And then you've got Lorlo, Darshan, these homegrown NA guys who have to try and make names for themselves or find places within that list. Darshan still a little shaky. Lorlo, though, with performances like that, could definitely break into that top 5, maybe even top 3 top laners.
Right, exactly. And even Zig last night looking pretty good versus Looper. He's you get the tank versus tank matchup. I mean, it's not the most difficult matchup to play as long as you're not getting abused by junglers. And if the NA top laners can force these tank versus tank matchup with the extra bans in the draft phase, I think you might see where the import top laners don't have this crazy carry playstyle that we imagine coming into the season.
All right, now let's go ahead and take a look at Game 2 just real briefly between these two teams. What would you like to see done differently from CLG? I mean, I'm going to venture a guess and say not Corki in the mid lane.
You read my mind, James.
Okay.
I don't want to see Corki in the mid lane. If there's a ton of bans forcing out a lot of the control mages and you don't want an assassin matchup, like, okay, Corki with exhaust is something you tend to see. Not in this situation. I know who he can play Syndra. I wouldn't have minded seeing that come out here instead. The Echo ban seemed pretty smart. Pretty bad, actually, from CLG, excuse me. You're kind of banning out one of his favorite champions, though I'm not sure you want to play into Cassio. I just think that they need to be a little more careful with their bans, and especially on red side is where you really start getting to abuse people, so I want to see what CLG can whip up on that side of the map.
All right, well, the teams solidify their plans. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, I'll be joining Team Liquid's Steve before the game for a quick interview. Be right back.
Dude, come on, your picture looks
shit.
fine.
How, dude? I'm an egg.
Wait, these are the same pictures from last year, right?
No,
well, some of them.
These are the new ones.
Wait, really?
they're all new. I look like
Wait,
an egg.
Jake looks the exact same.
Yeah, Jake and Zach literally look the same, dude.
No, dude.
Oh, Really? Zach
looks different. Look at my fucking egg head.
That's one flash. Alphamu went hard in the last play. They're right over the double here, and it's going to be Piglet going down. The package over the wall. He uses the package to get in range. The exhaust on Rainover, but is it enough? The shield from Matt. The wild growth as well. And here's the roam from Golden Glue to clean up the fight. Chain of corruption. It's going to link. Matt's going to get stuck too. Do they turn in focus? He tries to fire the Glitterlands back.
Both,
he may have stayed for too long. Smithy's too low. Oh, he goes. He dies. Oh my gosh.
Going Corki?
Coming.
Go Corky.
Nice.
Oh, he tries to split it. He's doing his best to lead impersonation, and he does do it. The exhaust is down. He blows him up.
Minions have gotten a bit of a head start. That Nexus is going down, Riv.
And Team Liquid with a very clean game 1.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. Before we hop into Game 2 of Liquid versus CLG, I'm standing by with Liquid Steve to chat a little bit. And of course, with the preseason comes a lot of very interesting changes to, both rosters, coaching staff, all that kind of stuff. And that's what people are interested about. Team Liquid, no stranger to a lot of those changes. First things first, Piglet, though, who has had a tumultuous kind of journey through the NALCS, on the main roster, down to the Challengers team, back up to the main roster, playing with, a number of supports. Here he is back in that starting position. Talk to me a little bit about his journey and your experience with him as a player and kind of cultivating to what you believe can be an ultimate carry for this team.
Yep. It goes back to when I first went to Korea and I met Piglet and I sat down with him and his mom and we went to this really nice restaurant and we sat down for about 2 hours and we just kind of got to know each other. And I kind of fell in love with him and his passion for play. And throughout the season, we've had some issues with kind of roster changes and synergy between the players. But one thing has stayed consistent, which is Piglet is one of the best AD carries in this region. And we know that. And now we've set him up with a team where he has really good synergy. And the coach, David Lim, they've created this really great connection. And I think we're going to see the best that we've ever seen out of Piglet this year.
And one of the best ADCs in the league, as you mentioned, now is supported by one of the best junglers in the North American LCS, if not the best. And it is no secret that a number of organizations were after Rainover. So the acquisition here for Team Liquid, what does it mean for the organization to have this kind of experience and talent now on the roster to support someone like Piglet?
I mean, we are so excited to have Rainover join the team. He is an amazing amazing jungler. He received MVP a number of times. And, we know that in order for us to go to Worlds this year, we need to have the very best. And Reignover has been additive to our team. He brings a lot of experience and a lot of communication. And you're seeing this kind of synergy that I've never seen before. In game 1 of this game against CLG, the comms were impeccable. I mean, so clean, calling every tower rotation, every minion wave, the lane pressure, the team comps, the ban and pick. I mean, it's something I've never seen out of the team. And I think that it's all coming together. And Reignover brings a really unique piece to that. So we're really happy to have him as part of the organization.
And we all know that the wins are what are necessary to get to that World Championship, the ultimate goal. So a good, solid victory here in Game 1. My question to you is that as this is a game, we know it changes, iterates throughout the year. So right now, for example, Piglet's playing utility ADCs. That could all change. How confident are you in this roster, given what you've just told me, in their ability to evolve and mold alongside the game that we know will?
Yep. There's the meta, right? And the meta is defined by a number of balance changes that happen with itemization, champions, and then players have to master those meta changes. And it's usually dictated by a lot of different regions and also what we're good at, right? Our strengths and weaknesses. And so what I think our coaching staff brings to the table is that we invested heavily this year. We have a head coach, a strategic coach, we have a head analyst, we have 2 full-time remote analysts, and in addition to that, we have an in-house chef, we have a sports psychologist, and they're all on site making sure that this team kind of adapts to that new meta that we're going to stay on top. So, yeah.
An exhaustive list, but a necessary one in terms of providing the support for your players. Well, Steve, I want to thank you for the time that you've given us. Wish your team the best of luck here in this game, too. Time to throw it back to the guys to get us into that game.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dash. We will see if Team Liquid can make owner Steve proud by taking the series right now. He does say the team is trying to better themselves and be the best. We'll see if they can do that.
Absolutely, and like you said, they did look very clean in Game 1. Aside from the few little baby hops by Reignover, the comms and the strategy and the thought he brings to the team are just so impressive, and CLG is going to have to bounce back. We know CLG has been able to do great things in the North American LCS, and never count them out. So I'm very excited for the rest of this series.
Absolutely. Almost about ready to get into Champion Select to see if Chronologic Gaming can kind of just slough off Game 1, come into Game 2 nice and hot and ready to fire at Team Liquid. It was very surprising actually to see how quickly Liquid came out of the gate in that game. They did have a few of those technical issues in the beginning. Sometimes that plays on your mentality, but you could see just how hungry they were when they started. It didn't faze them at all.
Exactly. And talking about the draft last game, CLG put a very high priority on their bottom lane and then lost the lane.
That's true.
Which is something
Very
that can't really happen if you're going to be putting that type of focus with a support ban, first pick support, another support ban, and an early pick AD carry.
Saw that early Malzahar, and then it was Liquid who grabbed up the Kha'Zix and the Ashe, showing they do want Piglet and Reignover to have those priority picks when they can on the red. Now into ban phase 1 here. 3 from each side. 2 have started for Liquid with that Rise and Fiora. Now over to Counterlogic for their second after Rengar.
Yeah, so for those of you who are just joining us in the North American LCS, new pick ban. The phase 2 of ban starts after the first 3 picks on both sides. So essentially, the first little bit of the draft is theoretically exactly the same as it used to be. However, there are added pressures to the team because they know after they have made their first 3 picks, the other team gets to ban 2 extra champions now. So if you're opening yourself up and not matching roles with the other team, your champion pools can be very heavily attacked.
You don't actually, that's something to mention though, is usually you don't see teams mismatch the champion selects as they go back and forth. Camille banned for Liquid.
Yeah, and so just to explain what's happening in a lot of these bans, Camille, LeBlanc, and Rengar are usually red side bans. And since CLG had already banned 2 of them, you would have expected that Team Liquid just like, well, let's make them ban the Camille then. Unless Lorlo literally hasn't played it and they didn't want to first pick it.
Yeah.
So this could still be a signal for other teams throughout this weekend that Team Liquid is vulnerable to Camille and would be forced to ban it on the blue side.
Very interesting. We did see Lorlo just kind of take 2 of the tanks in that top lane throughout his play. Kha'Zix was picked up for Reignover. He felt very good on that the first game, and it will be CLG that picks up the Ashe, however. This time, it will not be a combination for Team Liquid.
Just goes to show you some of the differences between pro play and your standard play, that Ashe is just the AD carry. Slightly longer range. These pros are so good at manipulating that in lane, but specifically it's the Ash Arrow, the longest range initiation.
When you have kind of the, depending on their items, an unconditional initiation, you just fire it. You got to hit it. You have good aim. And we've seen a lot of the arrows today hitting or doing what they need to. Zyra is picked up.
CLG arguably puts an even higher priority on their supports this time. They get the Zyra and the Ashe, an impeccable lane. Oftentimes you see the misfortune coming into Zyra. I like to think of it as something you can pick into it, but Zyra still has the advantage. Although yesterday we saw Cloud9 almost seem to bait TSM into a Zyra pick just to pick MF for Smoothie, and Smoothie had a great game. So it definitely can go both ways, depending on the skill. We'll see if Team Liquid picks MF or if they go with something like Lulu again.
Interesting pickup for Nautilus this time, not the Maokai.
Yeah,
Feeling something different.
I'm actually kind of fascinated by that when Maokai is available.
Right, and you just crushed a game with it.
Against Nautilus. So Team Liquid...
I'm going to show you how that's
I'm going to do both sides of this matchup.
All right, looking at the Karma as well. We'll see what they have in store.
Wow. Yeah, and...
There 6 behind them saying, all right, let's do it, Karma.
Yeah, no MF, so they prefer the Karma, it feels like. Keep Matt on something that can shield, helps super tank the tanks and also protect the carries a little bit instead of getting the damage threat that you would be getting out of a Misfortune or a Zyra.
Seeing that top, it's kind of not really a question. We have the Maokai still up. Darshan could have quite an easy lane, or safe lane, I should say. Not easy, but it's not. Maokai gets passed up and it goes for the Jace.
Yep.
Locked in for Darshan.
So CLG going with a different style. There's a chance it could actually be going mid lane, but I agree with you that it's probably for Darshan just based on the style of CLG in general. They also match the top lane role, so to speak. So Maokai most likely to go undrafted in this game. Although expect some jungle bans coming out of Team Liquid in Phase 2 and some marksman bans coming out of CLG right here. Question will be, does Piglet go with Kalista, which was banned last game?
Vayne.
Hey, it could happen. Vayne into Ashe Zyra, let's go! No,
that's when you prove you're a real monster. Yeah, that would be a bad idea. 9 seconds left on this one. Liquid taking a bit more time here on their picks.
Yeah.
I should say bans.
Yeah, well, interesting that they banned the mid laner actually here.
Yep.
As you can see on the bottom left of the screen for Phase 2.
And this was left open last time.
Instead of jungle, because let's look at the junglers that are banned, right? It's Kha'Zix and Rengar, and you'd expect Lee Sin is just clearly the next best.
Yeah.
Although they would have to ban Lee Sin and Rek'Sai to push him onto something, and he's also a very good Elise. So there's a chance they just don't think they can ban him out here because that's 3 champions that he can particularly play. And instead, they just go to ban out Huhi.
A lot of these as well, they're looking at in bans, comp synergy, right? You have that Syndra, if that gets taken to the mid lane, that Jace does go top, there's a lot of long range hit right there. That Zyra's going to come up, latch you down, and you're just going to get you anyways.
Very true, that's a great point. Syndra is the one thing that you can CC with, and then with the rest of CLG, it's a one-shot on anyone but Nautilus. So, potentially smart bans. They banned Olaf, which could be a jungle ban or a top lane ban, either way.
Been seeing the Viking out and about recently, and he has seen some bans. We'll just have to wait to see him on the Rift.
Yeah, I know. I'm kind of disappointed. We've seen so many Olaf bans. Not enough Olaf games.
Sure, you can see him in solo queue. It's just not the same. Lee Sin get picked up again for Smithy. He was, I wouldn't say dominant on it, but looked very comfortable. Made the plays he needed to make to try to get the team back in. We'll see what he does again.
Smithy always been a solid Lee Sin player. Team Liquid A-okay with giving it to him, though, as you can see by their bans. They had the opportunity to get rid of it. And a Twitch!
Wow. Woo. The 10-ban system, Jack. Gotta love it. This is awesome. Twitch gets locked in. That's going to be a fast Ori as well. So Golden Glue is going to be dancing around a little bit. Aurelion Soul, that wheelhouse for Huhi. Loves to fly around with the stars, make an impact on the game.
Well, CLG forced Team Liquid's hand to go away from the utility AD carries, and Piglet goes right back at him and says, all right, Twitch hyper carry. We're going to go Orianna Karma for shielding and just beat you in lane last time despite not prioritizing picks. They think they can get him enough farm. And we got the Aurelion Sol for Huhi as well, so all right.
I mean, that was one of the questions, right? That we Dash just asked Steve. Are you confident that if that utility meta breaks, he's back in it? Well, we'll find out.
Well, the thing is, Piglet has historically not been a guy who would love the utility meta.
Exactly.
He loves playing Lucian, Ezreal, Kalista, the stuff he was playing like Ezreal back when he won a world championship. And even when Kalista was really in the meta, Piglet would dominate people in lane on that champion. But Twitch not known as a lane dominant pick, especially against Ashe Zyra, so he's going to have to do his best to survive. And really feels like Team Liquid put together a cohesive team composition.
Yeah, even had that run on Corki for a while when Corki was the thing. We'll have to see what they do. The Aurelion Sol, like we said, picked up for Counter Logic Gaming. Jace in the top lane, so they've gone away from the tanks. A little bit more power to punch against Team Liquid with here with this composition. And they do have that Ashe arrow. We talked about it quite a bit. Like Chad said, it may not be the thing you see in solo queue, but in professional play, that is the bread and butter to initiate from a bot position.
Yeah.
The coaches once again walking off stage as they have given their players the final words of wisdom as they head onto the Rift.
Yeah, and you always wonder how much these guys are thinking ahead in the draft versus being reactive. But we thought it was weird that Lorlo picked Nautilus over Maokai. It's possible that it's because they wanted to get Piglet on Twitch somehow. And if you're talking about tanks that are great against Twitch, Nautilus is better than Maokai against Twitch, in my opinion, because as soon as Twitch opens up from stealth, you press your ultimate on him and Twitch dies. So making sure they control the Nautilus stops that. So we'll see if Team Liquid can pull this off.
All right, we are on to the Rift. TL side on the blue. CLG switches over to red for this one. And Smithy and Rainover staying on the same junglers. We'll see if they have the same priorities this time. As we heard the Desk talking about, that early pressure for Lorlo, a flash from Darshan was taken, and that gave him the lane. The rest of Rainover's presence was known in the bottom lane. We'll see if TL changes that up. Counter Logic Gaming has seen their playbook once here in Game 1. We'll see how they change it up as well with this new comp.
Yeah, and we also get the Aurelion Sol Huhi factor, which was their main way of beating teams on the world stage when we saw them most recently. And while other teams don't prioritize this pick, CLG still sees a lot of strength on it. And one of the reasons CLG likes this pick so much is because of how well Huhi can shove the lane early and open up options to make plays extremely early in the game. Last game, the big fight in the bottom lane happened when people were hitting level 6. Huhi wants to affect the map long before then, and CLG would look to snowball.
Storm Raider Surge for him. One we don't usually see all too often. Focus on the bot lane a bit. It's going to be pretty hefty in that level 2 here. If Stixxay and Aphromoo can get what they want. They tried to go aggressive with the Malzahar Varus lane last time. A little more CC for that level 2.
Can't quite get him. Oh,
step in.
Yep.
Dance it out. Clockwork wind up. Get those auto attacks going. Get those auto attacks going. Yeah, that's what.
Double Ghost Burn. But meanwhile, they're going for a blue invade. I think Xfinity can get it. Nice. Wow.
All right, Rainover instantly heads to the other side of the jungle. And he's like, all right, we need to change the path up a little bit here.
Well, now Rainover would want to go red buff enemy blue, but Xmithy can actually beat him there if he runs for it. And Rainover doesn't know if he will or not, so it's actually a guessing game now in the jungle since it's been a slight edge early. Huhi out of mana. Just trying to shove the wave. Great job by Golden Glue to get these trades off. Most people just concede the shove to Aurelion Sol.
Love it. Both of them already blew their ghost in that early, and they're still going at it toe-to-toe. A back actually here for Huhi as he's going to zoom back in. Rainover clears up. Which is seen as well.
Yeah,
nicely hit.
Yeah, Rainover didn't want to take a risk of trying to invade blue very early. He takes a conservative early recall since he had to take so much damage from the Raptors, which he was forced into doing early. Not something Kha'Zix wants to do. So trying to make the best of a bad situation.
Aphromoo trying to gain brush control. A lot more aggression here by CLG in the early level 2. They were being backed up by their turret as they were hitting 3. So it's looking a little bit better. Doesn't mean the lane, but they're in a better position for Xmithy to help them out.
Oh yeah, and last game where we saw Team Liquid pushing Stixxay into an early recall is unlikely to happen this game. Ashe and Zyra just have so much reach
keep pushing
in lane, as long as they're not getting hit by those empowered Qs from Karma.
Makes it nice. Piglet should know, though. They just played it. They pushed in CLG. So they'll know that the push-in is coming. Good damage onto Darshan as him and Lorlo trade a bit. Rainover already looking to get himself a little bit.
This is really clever by Rainover. And that takes a lot of communication right there because they saw Darshan feint to put the ward down. Rainover didn't go into that brush. He pinged that he was going to come around the back in the tri-brush. And that's what he's doing. He's kind of hoping to see Xmithy at some point. He's going to just take Krugs for now. Is he going to get spotted by that minion wave, though? That's always the trick.
Xmithy actually just pinged.
Yeah, I saw ping. So Xmithy didn't see it, but he's expecting him to.
Right. They have the inkling. It's going to take him a while to take the next Krugs that pop out. Now they will see each other, but he has the jump. Yeah. Oh.
But he'd popped the plant to get over in the first place, so he had to flash away.
Darshan low on mana here. Actually, still hasn't gone back to buy either for that top lane.
Ooh. Rainover actually in a bad spot.
Good hit. Lorlo's brought into this one as well. He tries to get on the other side of Lorlo. If they can get the auto attacks into Rainover, a few more hits. Huki with the roam very, very early picks up that kill. You said there was a good amount of communication going on between CLG, and they make it come together.
Exactly, and that's before the level 6 spike. That's what Huki does and what CLG does with Rally and Sol is they orchestrate these early plays. Rainover had tried to go for the early invade. Xmithy caught him out. Now they're getting summoners from Golden Glue with an Afromu roam.
Oh, the autos. Ghost blown there as well by Golden Glue. Tries to get himself a little help, or give a little help, and gets himself into trouble on that.
And even though Brilliant Sol is not a meta pick, it just unlocks so much for CLG. Rainover level 3 gets a little greedy trying to stick around and take the crab. Darshan low on health and mana, which made Lorlo think he could go assist. Ends up burning Lorlo's flash as well. And then when they came back to the mid lane, Riv, Afromu went and roamed so that any advantage Golden Glue could have gained from the mid lane wouldn't have been gained.
That was really smart.
And he was able to do that because they prioritized their bottom lane. So like, CLG just focuses so well when they're in these scenarios and they can just play off a couple of advantages in lane to spread across the whole map.
Yeah, definitely clicking for the early game moves. And it was the instance of really putting Rainover off. A hawk shot, then seeing him. They've been able to track him a little bit. So making that move for CLG was that much easier by just a little. 6 minutes in here. Rainover still can come out of the jungle quite strong. Hits that bot lane. If he can get in there when Piglet goes in Viz, they still have a pretty good 6. If they can get there before CLG. That also looks like it won't happen. Culling for Piglet, so they're just going to sit back, breathe, and farm away.
And Team Liquid's going to need to farm away for a little while. You know, they have the call on the Twitch, as you mentioned. Golden Glue's going to need a few more items. They're not going to hit level 6 first in the bottom lane. Golden Glue trying to roam up top, but really, CLG potentially has 3 pushing lanes right now, which gives Xmithy absolute freedom. And since they already have the 1,300 gold lead in the first blood, they're really going to look to snowball this game, because if you think about team fighting, Team Liquid's team fighting is way better. So CLG needs to be able to take a big advantage of the early game.
46 to 55 here in the bot. So like we said, that 6 will happen early. Uhi is grabbing up some sustain. He's also trying to get some wards down. They made sure they have the river safe though. Uhi can fly up and down the river, utilize more of this first kill that he's got. He Swifties for his first buy as usual. So he can make those plays for the team. Sometimes fizzles out if they can't continue to go down mid. We saw the first time they used it would crush mid, crush the secondary, and then the third one didn't work. And once you can't get past that wall of the inhibitor turret, it seems that rush down mid kind of fizzles. So not on a timer, but Counter Logic Gaming can make those plays.
3-man dive here, and they may have gotten spotted off by that Scuttle Crab, but they're going to push him off turret at least. He's going to have to bail.
Continuing the pressure, not giving up anything here in the sense of time. If they have time, they're going to use it. They go top lane. Looks like Uhi's going to go ahead and back here. Actually, just take a safe path. Teleport from Lorlo picks him up a good amount of CS. 2 rings for him, trying to stay healthy as he is continually getting pressured this game.
Very true, and next roam, that turret's going to go down. So 2/3 of a turret already for CLG in that lane. He's been able to roam a lot on the Rally and Sol. Well, that's going to hurt Darshan's punch, though.
Nice little in and out. Darshan's teleport not up just yet, but he's still going to go ahead and back if he can. See Lorlo walking up. Let's go it slow. Looks like he'll get out in time. So ward set up now. CLG has a lot of control over that top side of the map. Last game, it was bottom side really for both teams here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Last time when the Rainover takes a bunch of damage. Last game in the bottom lane, it was a fairly even champion matchup, so the jungler intervention could swing it in one direction. Here, CLG just has a better champ select as far as shoving. After they clear this wave, they're only going to be up 4 or 5 CS, so credit to Piglet and Matt for keeping this CS up. But from a map pressure perspective, it's a hard lane for Smithy to gank because Piglet and Matt are sitting far back. And it's a tricky lane for Rainover to gank because he'd be worried about a counter gank, obviously. That's why they've been going top.
He has been super power farming though. Like Smithy roaming a bit more to find lanes. No ganks though, but 51 to 37 in that CS. Rainover was kind of tagged on a little bit in the early game, but he made sure to get himself back in.
The really tricky thing about jungle CS this season as well is there's like 700 Raptors and 1 Gromp, and they give the same amount of experience. So if we even just look at the gold, Smithy is still up gold over Rainover, even though it may look like Rainover has more farm. So he's trying his best to keep up, but after getting his blue stolen away and also getting first blooded, it's an uphill battle.
Ward through. Nice job by Counterlogic Gaming. Definitely going to pressure down on the bottom turret here. A bit more of a lead. No move from Huhi just yet, so this may not be too strong of a push. Slow move by Rainover. No, it's going to be the TP in. Is he in range? The flash hit. Death charge hits him. Darshan gets stopped. And they may hold off on this one. Now Huhi's come down over the walls. Golden Glue Rainover just off on the wing, ready to join the fight, and things taking a little bit too long, and it fizzles out.
Good disruption by Team Liquid there. Lorlo flashed for that depth charge, and that would have been the 5v4, but temporary 5v2 for CLG. Team Liquid just needs to keep holding on and stopping those plays from happening so they can get to that monster deathball teamfight composition they put together.
They're right now. Oh, he jumps into it like a moth to a flame, and he's gonna go down, kicks him back. He grabs the kill. Very heady by Smithy to make sure that didn't go to him. He said, here, on a platter, buddy. He picks at him. Oh, personal flash and command shockwave. Nicely done by Golden Glue.
Yeah, I think the term for that is the sombrero when they throw the Orianna ball on the top and flash with it. So gets one back as CLG roamed everyone else to the other side of the map. Golden Glue finally matching a roam. But who's going to get first turret? Could be right here for CLG.
I got my blood pumping. Let's see some more of that. 2-1. 12 minutes in, things start to pop off. And we're going to see mid-turret going down here. CLG works on the pressure around the map. One more. There it is. They're able to take it down. A 2K gold lead as they pressure on through the mid-turret.
Some exciting plays right there. We're going to get to see this. Check out the vision on this one. As Rainover wasn't actually on a ward, but he'd been through a ward before. And then he went to run away, sees CLG, and is like, I better run away from this.
Right, that split-second decision.
Little did he know there was an Ash arrow there, and they chain it. But, as we mentioned, Golden Glue, as Darshan had taken some damage to the turret. Pulls the ball. Nice play there by Golden Glue. That's the guaranteed Orianna ultimate. See a lot of players mess that up, but Golden Glue pulls it off.
That, and you can only do it in ARAM, LeBlanc and Orianna. If they write them in a game together, it's such a fun initiative. But you can do it yourself if you flash in.
Yeah. Very nice. Although, Tech GOP picked up by Huhi, his roaming has been very effective. It's keeping CLG up in this game. And they even got the mid lane turret because of the roams happening from the other lane. CLG just rotates so well when they're on these comfortable shoving champions. And their biggest strength, which is their map movements, are really being utilized in this game.
As well, Darshan now on more of that power champion. He can make an impact in his lane. Also draw respect. Possible just on the outside. Piglet's able to get himself in Viz, but stays for the fight knowing he has Matt for support. They're going to have to figure out what's going on in this bot side here, or I should say bottom of top. Lorlo wants to engage. Rainover coming in slow. Depth charge, and then Dredgeline miss. So it looks like they back off for a moment. CLG as well, giving up the pressure.
A couple of ults, though, with no real solution. I think they were hoping to be able to combo Orianna Kha'Zix's Nautilus and just kind of 100-0 Darshan, but he had enough assistance there. as the dual lane keeps roaming up. And even with 4 people top, all of their lanes are shoving. So CLG doing a very good job keeping the waves in check.
He back down to bot as well. Communication right now for CLG is we can pressure because we're stronger, and we just have to be safe as he cannot make it right away. And they are doing that perfectly, yo-yoing the fight in and out. Enough for this to be taken down. More map control for Counterlogic Gaming. What a switch from last game as well. They really turned this over. The break in between.
Ash arrow.
They needed. Golden Glue gets kicked back. That's not to safety. That's the death. Stixay's going to get out. He's really hurting this fight. Matt and Piglet trying to run off on this. The chase onto Rainover. Not having as good of a game. Gets taken down. Solo killed there by Huhi as he gets caught roaming through the river.
And with the outer ring of protection of 2 turrets being down for Team Liquid, CLG is just finding more picks on a more spacious map. Ash Arrow lands, also Huhi catches Rainover down in the river, and now they're going to look to push 5v3 on this next turret.
Matt trying to get the inner flames to the back, clear these minions. Very, very big damage. This could be a little overstayed welcome. Darshan's gonna go down, but I don't think too much more will come of this. Lorlo is in range. Slow just a bit, and they won't be able to catch up for now. So Team Liquid push back. Counterlogic Gaming a little ahead of themselves as they try to melee the turret down in face of TL.
Yeah, Darshan overstayed a little bit, but let's watch this. Stixay fires Ash Arrow from Fog of War. Lands on Golden. Golden tries to ult Stixay, but he's gonna flash out of it.
Nicely done.
Then when he kicks back, you can see if Stixay wouldn't have flashed out at ultimate, he actually would have died. So heady play of him to flash. Meanwhile, Huhi zoning Rainover. After we make sure that Huhi can secure that kill. TL gets a turn on the backside of the replay.
They push out. Sometimes that's all it takes. Is it enough ground for TL, though? That call very close to be finished for Piglet, so I'll have a bit more gold to spend on his power.
Woo! All right. CLG, a very turret-heavy team right here, looking to siege outside. Mountain Drake actually ideal Drake for them here. They have 4 ranged champions, kind of, if you consider Aurelion Sol range with the range of his orbs. Very good for turret sieging. Mountain Drake means they can kill the turrets much faster.
Now they get kind of the advantage here in top. Darshan is just off. He might give this one up, though, not having enough vision towards the river, and there's not many members on the map for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, though, if Team Liquid shows people up top, CLG has to rush down mid lane, and there would be no stopping them. So they actually pull off of that top lane turret, and CLG is able to get the bottom lane.
Huhi is 4-minute prep on the bot lane. Could be what they worked for. He finally gets that turret down with the help of minions. And they have cleaned up the outer line of turrets so fast they could fly through this jungle, and it's exactly what Huhi wanted from the beginning of the game. Very tricky. Matt looking to bait that out. He knew there was going to be some big danger. Huhi might be getting himself a little too overzealous there, but gets out soon.
Yeah. And the question is going to be, as this game continues for CLG, is it enough that they're up 3,500 gold at 17 minutes with 3 of the outer turrets taken down? Because if they get caught in the wrong team fight with an Orianna Twitch Nautilus combo, it could still be trouble.
That's true. We saw the power on Stixay. Imagine that to the rest of the health bars.
Yeah.
We have not seen it combined.
Because CLG doesn't have any tanks at all. Xmithy's probably going to build a little tanky, but he's probably going X-Drinker next, which is just a bruiser item. So really, a Shockwave, if they do stay grouped up, completely turn the tides of the game.
Black Cleaver completed up for Darshan. Definitely assist in the fights now and allow Stixay to just shred people down with Smithy. Looks like opting out of that tank, we were saying. Maokai left up through picks and bans, not something you see lately. It's the Jace picked up, along with that Aurelion Sol. Corki, and then Aurelion Sol for Huhi. So he is trying to show us that pool he's been talking about.
Yep, first Corki in the NALCS, first Aurelion Sol in the NALCS. Of course, his first game in the NALCS, so there's not many other people who played unique champions, but it's still a little bit different than what we've been seeing around the world. So interesting how he's kind of doing it when he's not even being target banned, though.
Right.
So that's still just him having a quirky champion pool more than a super large one, because he's not actually playing the meta picks. Will be interesting to see how that develops.
Oh, Piglet looking to do the tried and true flask attack. Give Stixay something else to think about. They haven't really gotten any of those stealth initiations down. A little too scary for that at this point. Coming up on 20 minutes, a repeat to the bot lane here for CLG. We'll see if it drops this time. Rain over the rest of the team get there. Mid's kind of evened out for them. Looks like top lane will push a little bit more before it starts to head out.
Yeah, CLG trying to just go back and forth and back and forth. Because they want to catch someone in an Ash Arrow. It's Rain over again!
Oh my word! Every single time! It's not even his fault. He's just in that position where it hits him. They figured out where he is. He thought he kind of had a play on Huki, and he was going back and forth with him. And he takes an arrow in the backside.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely on the short end of some of these arrows, but he has flash up, he has leap up. He's just not reacting fast enough. Obviously, Ash Arrows land on a ton of pro players all the time, but it's consistently hitting Rain over, and he's got to do a little bit better to dodge those.
Stixay, eagle-eyeing all the Ash Arrows right now. Nick Smithy coming in, flashes, Golden Glue gets hit immediately. We were looking for that last game, and now with CLG having the power, they don't hesitate to do so. Lorlo looks like they can come back. That was an exhaust fuse as well, so damage is going to come forward for the rest of the team. Afro move pops immediately. And CLG are kind of going towers for deaths at this point.
Yeah, really trying to push the tempo right there. Smithy getting in for the kick on Golden Glue, as well as building tank here with his last few items. Shows what his role is looking to be, is just be a disruptor so the rest of the team can kill the turret. But then they get a little overzealous on the backside and lose another. Nice kick on a Golden Glue right at the start. Here though, Smithy can't quite escape all the CC from Team Liquid. Yeah. But Hui, as well as Afro, go pretty far forward. They've already killed the turret. So mistaken positioning there by Afro, an unnecessary death. It could have been a 1-for-1 plus the turret. They give a little bit back. And their gold lead is not quite massive yet, but it's pretty big.
Gold lead at 20 for CLG. Pretty good number. Let's see if they can keep that stat or make it even better this season. First game definitely made them think a little differently. They came into game 2 here with a completely different type of composition, playing the game a little more aggressive. Like you said, with the focus for the bot lane, they have been able to open a few things up here. As well, that blue steal in the beginning kind of messed with Rain over quite a bit.
It really has. He's been set back from minute 1.
Yeah.
Then especially the failed invade on Smithy. And then the multitude of Ash Arrows. Not been his game.
Ash magnets cannot get away from these things.
Yeah.
They're going to be heading down mid now. Wards are placed a bit forward.
Timing by Piglet was perfect.
He tries to go on. He tries to get him down. The heal coming out from Piglet at the last second. I was wondering for a second. I was like, he might be able to zero out one of these fights and run himself away. They are able to take him down. The turret will follow. Team Liquid across the map now working in power of 2s with Lorlo and Piglet. I don't expect it, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, and that was a pretty perfect kill there as well for Team Liquid. That's 3 kills now onto Piglet, who is exactly who they want to be fed. There's no tanks, really, no true tanks to deal with a fed Twitch if they get later in this game.
Right.
To mention the shields Team Liquid can put on him.
Pickup uncontested as the waves just needed to be cleaned up here by Team Liquid. CLG kind of give them a taste of their own medicine. We saw this happening around 28 minutes for Team Liquid last game, so Logic Gaming with this power pushing forward and not hesitating whatsoever.
Yeah. Huhi's still looking quite strong, but they've made just enough missteps to keep this game quite interesting, because last game when Team Liquid had a similar lead at this point of the game, they had the Maokai, Cassiopeia, Ashe, like good team fighting, sustained damage composition, whereas CLG here has good roaming. They do have the Ashe and Zyra, but you compare it to the team fighting with the true tank and then the mid laner who can also lend shields as well as the shielding support and the hyper carry AD. The team fighting is just that much better for Team Liquid, and because they've been able to sneak these kills here and there while otherwise getting kind of mauled on the map by CLG's rotation and early game strength, they're still leaving the door open for a comeback and a 2-0 victory.
Really does. I'm kind of, whoa.
Going for him again.
Darshan quite far. Dredge line hits. He does get the courage shield on that. The distance was clean. And Piglet, oh, whoopsies.
Yep, and he didn't get the kill. That's the one that hurts Piglet a little bit. So nice job by Darshan to fight back there. Just the assist gold for Piglet. But you can see that's the strat. They're trying to set up Lorlo as a tanky enough dude that can't be soloed out by Darshan. And then they're just roaming Piglet around. The question is, can Ori, Kha'Zix, and Karma deal with the rest of CLG while that's happening? Because they're essentially sending 2 for 1 on the side of a map, and CLG should be able to take an advantage like Baron.
Right.
But they just haven't been able to set it up.
I feel like you almost can hold that off. Like you said, the shields you have, double speed up there. If somebody really does get into a bad situation, everybody dodges on that one. Rain over, nowhere to be seen. Safe and sound.
Yeah, good for them. See what the cooldown is on that Ash Arrow at this stage in the game.
Yeah. CLG also giving Team Liquid a little bit of a breather here. I think they are measuring their aggression now, saying, we've gone a little hard. Yeah, the turrets are there and we can take them down fast, but we've gone a little too far on each turret. Now they're waiting for Team Liquid to make a move. But we're playing very patient, like you said. Power with Lorlo or this squad roaming around here. That's now added a Piglet.
And with Ludens on Orianna, that's a whole bunch of pain with no magic resist being built up on anyone except for X-Smithy. So Golden Glue, despite just being 1-2 and 2, is packing a really big punch at this phase in the game.
Looking like we could get a game 3 out of this one, and it would be a fantastic one. Both teams have kind of taken themselves to their top strategies out of this, of what they brought into week 1, going with the different picks for CLG here. Definitely blew off Liquid. What do we have for a game 3? That's all up to CLG if they can continue to push. It's been a while. This turret's been very low, and they finally come back down to the bottom.
Exactly. They have to make something work. This is the last place they were really trying to set up a play. They said the top side wasn't working. Darshan was getting picked off too much. Let's start doing this back and forth in the jungle again. The 63-second cooldown on Stixxay's Ash Arrow is back up again. Can they catch someone and push it into a turret? Because that seems to be what was working for them.
Top lane in a very nice position for TL. They have time to dance around here in the bot. CLG breaks apart once again. You get the wards around the map. They don't have too much pushed up towards that top side if they do want to get it towards the inhibitor turret. But they do want bottom tier turret. And Team Liquid is putting all 5 members there exactly each time. This could be slight catch out, at least enough maybe to send Lorlo back and then leave the turret open.
Good stun.
Yeah. He's going to have 1 shield, gets the Courage Colossus shield as well. He should be safe.
Piglet's waiting to open. Here we go.
There's the Infinity Edge. Can he get the procs on it? Not enough shots to be in range. Changing forms, giving himself a bit of speed, and the flash from Darshan as he is very low. This is giving Counterlogic Gaming on the other side of the map time, but there's roam here from Golden Glue.
Yeah, it's not enough time. They can try and take the Baron with Zyra plants, but it's just not enough because Orianna was coming in and he could have killed all of them. Here we go, though.
Arrow's coming down. That could be all right on that. It already hit. That's going to be Golden Glue getting taken out. Rainover hits the ult, flies away.
Into Jace.
Guards into Jace. Shock Blast immediately trying to get instant damage. And now it looks like Rainover's still going to go down, even though he tries to void himself to safety. Piglet getting hit by stars. He needs to get out into safety as well. But what a scattered fight as CLG broke from that bottom turret. Liquid followed.
Yeah, well, Team Liquid has this team fighting composition, so if CLG spreads it out, they can start going for that. And yes, they went to stop the Baron, they peeled back, the Ash Arrow hit, and then everything started happening once. Now, they can easily take this Baron. Nice play by CLG.
Much different Baron from game 1. The members all walk away with it this time, and we'll see what happens here once again.
Yep, playing through fog. No! Oh! The Ash Arrow travels in a straight line. Your flash should not. He gets hit by the arrow. Rainover then also trying to make the great escape. Darshan had TP'd in. He's able to flash out of the shock blast, but Huhi is also on the chase. And watch this giant stun that also catches Piglet.
Blam!
So, forces him into a tricky situation, but he's still able to get away. Now, Baron buff, giant galaxy moving towards the mid lane turret, gonna try and push him off.
Nice. Clear the waves. Darshan can stand off on the edge here and just fire in shock blasts. And they're gonna nicely be able to grab this turret. CLG with drag control throughout the game as well. different game here in number 2. And her inhibitor goes down. And we're kind of on the timeline of last game. 28 minutes, the base is broken, and they actually have top wave pouring in as well.
Yep, Leandri's Torment completed for Huhi. He's doing big damage right now.
Yeah.
This would be the moment for Team Liquid to try and make a stand. If they could get a good initiation with the Nautilus. Piglet has Flash, so it gives him that little bit of outplay potential if they get a team fight. But a Baron buff and 7,000 gold is a lot to fight.
Whoa! Huge shockwave from Golden Glue on 3. They're going on to Stixay. Hui low. They're going to get the heal onto him. That's Stixay taking down Rainover. That's the pop that they need. If Rainover can't get back and zero these guys out, it's Piglet, and he's too far behind. That was the chance.
I was directing everyone's eyes to Lorlo and Piglet, and then Golden Glue just had that Orianna ball chilling in the lane, hits 3, but miraculously, nobody dies from CLG. They have just enough health on some of these guys. Look at this. He just chills that Orianna ball in the minion, so they weren't looking at it. Full combo, but they had flashes and heals up. They use them all. Rainover's trying to pop in for resets, doesn't quite get it.
Got way too excited as an Orianna player. I apologize, but that was great.
Well, he seemed to hide it in the minion
That's
right there.
That's what you do. If there's no reason to move it around and fight. Usually at a dragon, you can put it off by the wall or hang it out somewhere, and you'll notice the AD carry walks by it because he's looking at the fight. Very easy to play with that ball and get in your opponent's head. 10-6. Unfortunately, not being able to come out on that. CLG playing great and also reacting great to bad situations. They now finally get this bottom turret down. Another dragon in their favor, which makes the turrets fall even easier.
Yep, second Mountain Drake. They still have the Baron.
Yeah.
They just need a few hits on this. They Ash Arrow, call that a zoning arrow. Look at that turret, it's gone.
All the arrows have been pretty great today. Had some awesome ones yesterday as well. Ashes are on point. Looking at a 10,000 gold lead just about as they start to head into the base for inhibitor number 2. Piglet staying very close to his support. Rainover looking for any stragglers that he can get to, but he'll pop just as fast as he goes in, so he's got to be careful.
Yeah, CLG trying to go in.
It's a good grab. Voice of Light goes out. That's the shockwave into Dissonance. So you see the damage for Huhi actually not filing through that HP he's built up on himself just now.
Well, that's the thing. Even though he doesn't have MR, his build is very tanky. 2,800 health. All of his AP items double his health items. Gotta mention, though, Piglet's starting to hit that point. Infinity Edge,
Phantom
Dancer, Hurricane, 70% crit. He's got to put a little bit of attack damage in there, and he's going to start crushing people as long as he's not getting caught by Ash Arrows or Rogue Lee Sins.
I mean, they all have to be careful. 2 Rylai's as well around the map is going to slow you down for that Ash Arrow to hit if it doesn't do it first. So a lot of things to keep an eye on right now. As we say, Lorlo's that initiator. Watching Huhi and Xmithy now on split sides. And it should just be the inhibitor. Lorlo's trying to go. Big shield on. Not able to get it. There's a big throwdown by Matt, but nobody could use the speed.
Yeah, losing 2 inhibitors against a team that's as exquisite at CLG and map rotations is usually the game. So expect Team Liquid, with the Nautilus ult now up and the shockwave up in 5 seconds, to try and fight on this wave.
A huge...
Watch the Orianna ball. He's trying to hide it.
Yep. Sitting right next to the plant. Nice minion wave.
It's
to the
now
top
revealed.
side. Here we go. Pops it out. Has the command protect onto Lorlo. That's Xmithy going down. Way too close. That's not going to be too good of a Zyra ult. Everybody pops off. There's the hit. Shockwave into Dredgeline. A 1-2. Is there a 3? Yes, there is. They're going to find Stixay, and he goes down. As we said, minions are pouring in. They have a lot of janitorial duty to do, but great kills by Team Liquid.
And they don't lose the Nexus turrets. Those things gain back health over time. A perfect hold for Team Liquid. 3 kills. They didn't lose the inhibitor. They didn't lose the Nexus turret. And they keep themselves in the game.
Interesting way here. The way they're splitting almost allowed the back line to be completely open here.
Yeah, I mean, just watch for Piglet. That's all he's trying to do is get the right open. He goes straight on Xmithy. That's the tankiest dude on CLG. Yeah. He died in about 1.5 seconds. Huhi then does get a lot of damage on a Piglet with the Voice of Light, but it's not enough. He still has the shielding potential from Matt, and they can quickly chase down Stixay. That should change the way CLG approaches those moves in the future.
That changes things.
Even with the 10,000 gold lead, they can't stand toe-to-toe with that Team Liquid 5v5, so they have to find ways to get picks.
Hopefully it doesn't cause any hesitation in those picks. They still have that Ash Arrow. Stixay has been tried and true with it so far. Just looking for the right targets now. Team Liquid is able to get these people hit with an Ash Arrow out of the situation, whereas Counter Logic Gaming was picking up a lot of ground before with a member of TL, be it Rainover, and a turret. A member of TL and a turret. They don't really have too many turrets to take down anymore, so TL's been able to hide in their base, and it makes the fight much harder.
Absolutely.
He with the roam still. Looks like he's going to join with the team. A 5v5, or I'm sorry, a 5v4 would be detrimental.
It really would be. It's all about finding the Ash Arrow on the right person and then not funneling through the wrong spot because it's the Shockwave and the Twitch ultimate they have to deal with. Although Baron up in 28 seconds.
Let's do it.
Elder Drake up in 130. CLG also able to catch Team Liquid in choke points if they get a good Zyra combo into Aurelion Sol, but Lorlo sees Aurelion Sol top.
Yep. Banshee's Veil from McSmithy stops that one down right in its tracks.
That could have been, it would have been a big risk for Team Liquid, but that's the fear. Could have been a 5v4 for Team Liquid, as long as they can keep their waves pushing. It's all on Piglet here. And Team Liquid's ability to protect him with their front line and the positioning of Golden Blue's Orianna.
He's actually hanging back very far. Comes out now once he sees the team, and they're able to join him. But look at him, he knows that range so well. They open up onto Huhi, that's the distraction. Huhi's focused now, and he could go down. Piglet was staying there, flashed into the stun, but they are able to drop Huhi. What a risky move. He's just walking forward. Stixxay shouldn't burn down on that one. They should get out safely, and CLG is forced to run from this. So patient. Piglet was waiting, understood that range to a T, and caught Huhi.
Yeah, and if he hadn't flashed straight into a stun, that could have been much worse for CLG. Now, though, both summoner spells are gone. Stixxay was forced back to base. Team Liquid going for Baron. Xmithy would want to steal.
It's on the board. I can't see him not going in for this one. Good dodge by Aftermood. They know the dredge line is down. A bit of CC that won't stop him from getting in. They're hit onto Rainover. They want to give him a focus. In. It's the hit. It actually goes to Golden Glue. They're still able to get it. Xmithy's flash is out. Take a breather, set it up. Liquid is going to be able to stop these pushes a little bit better now, but CLG still has a lot to work with.
They have...
It's going away.
Yeah, they have the turrets down, but their win conditions are dwindling. The Elder Drake could be a big thing if they get it now. They're just rushing it because they know Team Liquid has gone back to base.
Seems like they're pulling off just a little bit.
All right.
So yeah, we have Baron. No reason to waste that. We can wait out an Elder.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Here's the question COD's got to answer very quickly, though, because they have 2.5 minutes of Elder Drake, is whether or not they can fight against a Baron team. Watching this fight once again, a lot of shields and heals on Piglet make it not so disastrous that Aurelion Sol got to combo him. The Nautilus Assault onto Stixxay takes him out of the fight. Piglet immediately focuses, eats an exhaust, as well as a flash heal from Stixxay, nearly kills him. And then they're able to win that. But if we're thinking about the power curves of this game, the next time the Elder Drake's up 10 minutes from now, CLG's most likely not going to be able to get it.
Right.
But they're also at this point where they don't have the Baron buff to set up really powerful pushes. Are they just trying to stall out this 2.5 minutes to reduce the duration of Team Liquid's Baron? Or, while they have the triple Elemental Drake empowered Elder, do they just try and fight now as almost a last-ditch effort to prevent the TL snowball that is coming into the late game?
If you can get that fight somewhere out, kind of in the middle of the map, make sure waves are in a good spot. If you do lose it, so much risk. But I do agree. Try and throw themselves in there and make sure that TL can't get too much stronger.
Piglet wants to find that window.
Guardian Angel finished up on Darshan now, as well as looking like one's coming from Xmithy.
Yeah, likewise, if we're thinking about Team Liquid right now, knowing COD has that Elder Drake, Team Liquid can't be impatient. They've made it this far, and they're starting to get those endgame builds on their carries that can't be tanked through by CLG's relatively squishy composition. So CLG now being like, yeah, we have 3 Elemental Drakes, let's push.
A little bit of pressure. Just tossing it out there. Very tense right now. That gold lead has shrunk now to 5, 10 to 10 on that scoreboard.
Roughly 30 seconds left on CLG's buff.
Yep.
So it would be the next wave if they want to go for it.
Pretty smart play by Liquid to kind of just give that one up. CLG's only been able to cover the map with vision here. And this is where we question now, how will it end? How does it end? It's going to be hard for these guys to get in. They have the Ash Arrow, but they have to commit after that.
Yeah. Piglet now has a QSS. He is the only one who can cleanse CC on his team right now. Although substantial shielding is available to anyone who gets hit by an Ash Arrow. Locket, Redemption, Karma, Orianna. All those things can get thrown on whoever CLG tries to focus.
Who's coming up 40 minutes in. Quite a bit of items on Afromu. Not maxed though. Lore low.
Good luck.
Yeah. I'm going to say we'll see if they can burn him down. He get that dredge line out so he can get out of the grasping root. All right there.
Now that Ash Arrow's down, Hero's low.
Karma's in. They actually go the depth charge through, which breaks that Banshee's veil as well. They're still going to the fight. Looks on Piglet here. Piglet flashes away to try to get the shots in. Now they're looking for Darshan. He's low, which means the rest of the team has to run. That's a lot of damage. And Afromu goes down first. Team Liquid comes out on top of that fight. Arrow fired, and they fire back.
Yeah, and Golden Glue actually completely whiffed his Orianna ult there, but you just saw how much stronger Team Liquid is in these team fights. Let's see how long they want to keep this push rolling.
That protection is there. We talked about the Maokai, or I'm sorry, the Nautilus over the Maokai, and Lorlo has stood next to Piglet and engages like that, making sure he has the crowd control and making sure he can continue to deliver DPS. They are coming up on that inhibitor turret with a little bit of damage, but are forced off.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about the ability to protect Piglet with shields, but shields are actually even more efficient on tanks because the armored magic resist increase the effective health value of the shield. So when Lorlo gets hit by that Ash Arrow, he doesn't even take damage as long as Team Liquid's in range to heal. But CLG trying to rush and pressure Team Liquid back to base thanks to the giant minion wave that took another turret in the top lane. So even though Team Liquid is looking like they're winning team fights, one wrong move and CLG will win.
There's that initiation again, a great depth charge.
Yep. So Golden Glue had his Orianna ball on Lorlo, but it exceeded the range and snapped back right before he cast the ultimate. Otherwise, it would have been devastating. It was about a quarter second, it felt like, before the cast of the ult did that ball fly back on a Golden Glue.
Sometimes I've always wondered if it could just stay there.
Forever. Just trust the map.
Forever. I can't move it anymore.
You got this mid lane Orianna, and meanwhile, Kaz in the top lane, just Orianna ulting people.
That would be great. It needs to be a mode. Global ults and skills for everyone. All right, slowly walking around. There's the big guy of the team. Everybody behind Lorlo, and they're able to come out on top of these fights with the follow-up damage. And again, he leads the train up mid lane. Matt, good on itemization as well. We were just talking about Afromu filling up. They have their power, they have their redemption. Looking to get what they can in before they go down in these fights. We've seen Afromu go down quite quickly as a focus. Darshan, as we said, not a tank, taking a lot of that damage and was one of the big reasons, along with the initiation, they had to back out of that fight. He went down so quick.
Absolutely. Blade of the Rune King was finished by Piglet as well, just increasing his threat. Team Liquid trying to keep themselves together. If they get spread out, they become vulnerable to the Ash Arrow. But if they stick in the same spot, and Lorlo stays in front of them with that huge Nautilus, they'll be fine.
Oh! You say, what? Stixay gets destroyed there. Piglet's going to be the next one. He tries to get a little too close, and Darshan comes in. Teleports right into the middle of the fight. Thought maybe Team Liquid would back off of it under turret. Rain over now goes in. Ooh, he's very low. That's going to be Darshan falling. Team Liquid look to clean up Counter Logic Gaming in their own base, and it is the command move. The hit coming in from Golden Glue, and they link it all together to take down CLG's inhibitors.
And such a patient performance by Team Liquid to withstand the bombardment of CLG's early and mid game and push 43 minutes in for the win.
Absolutely ridiculous. Never tempering themselves, always holding strong, and knowing there was a point they could scale. Again, Piglet, very excited, clapping the team to victory as they continue to hit the Nexus. Well played to Team Liquid, a very clean win over Counter Logic Gaming.
And wins like this are a great early sign for the strength and cohesion of Team Liquid, being down heavily in the early and mid game, but understanding the way the team composition is supposed to work. making sure Piglet is sneaking around for those kills, and then sticking together in the late game fights to pull out the final victory in a 2 over CLG is an impressive start for this squad.
I loved it as well that CLG brought out power in this game too. Not in the champions, but they played well, they played their composition. They were running Team Liquid ragged around the map, and then it came to scaling. That happens sometimes.
Yeah.
The first game, it was Team Liquid doing that. So we've seen both of these teams now adapt and then able to switch it up for the next game and play better. Fortunately, in the end, for CLG, Team Liquid took the win.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough loss for CLG because they had their Aurelion Sol. They went back to kind of their bread and butter. They said,
doing so well.
We're going to rotate around the map. We're going to beat you fast. You're not going to be able to hold your turrets. But we kept mentioning, Riv, those little kills the Team Liquid is picking up here and there.
Turret for kill.
Not letting the gold lead get above 5,000, making sure Piglet was keeping pace with items. And eventually they just outscaled.
Absolutely. The bot lane as well, not too hit up by a level 6 Ashe and Zyra. They really avoided that, which was something Team Liquid themselves, not with Ashe Zyra, were able to use in their composition. The Ashe for Piglet was so good. The Ashe for Stixxay was awesome as well. His arrows were so on point, and that is terrifying to play against this guy. He's trying to say, yeah, I'm the best, and we saw arrows that could prove it.
Yeah, exactly. It is a 2-0 on paper, but that second game, this game was very competitive. We were thinking that it was going to be going to a third game, but just the resiliency of Team Liquid with Reignover, who was 0-6, I believe, at one point in that game, but the team didn't tilt. They didn't throw him under the bus. He picked up a double kill in the last team fight. They knew what they had to do when they did it.
It's just one thing. It's like, Reignover, it's okay. Just don't get hit by arrows. And it's so simple, right?
He stayed really far away from everyone.
He's like, Piglet, I'll play where you're playing. You seem to have good positioning right now. An absolutely amazing game. Awesome to see that team coming together. A lot of people had high expectations, as well as Steve, the manager, to say, hey, we grabbed Reignover. We're putting Piglet back in the lineup. That's something that caused turmoil before, but that was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, especially after they released that documentary Breaking Point, people were like, what is going on with this team? They had to come in to kind of win some of the reputation back early in the split. They made big splashes in the offseason with Reignover, and then little baby splashes being like, oh yeah, we're going to throw Golden Glue in the mid lane. It'll be fine. Yeah. But it was fine.
And he played well.
In this game. He played well. He had some great shockwaves. He had some not as great shot waves, but he still played with the team, and hopefully it's a great start to the season for Team Liquid.
Absolutely. Again, they said it last year. I think it was Dardock who tweeted it. No, we're doing good, I know. Temper your expectations, though. I don't know if they have to do that this time. Reignover played really well. We kind of had the answers, a few answers of would it be Lorlo, would it be the bottom lane? And there was a little love for Lorlo. We're going to have an interview with TL in just a few minutes. And then a lot of love for the bot lane. And again, Piglet was a priority for them, so they went right back to it.
Yeah, I mean, Lorlo didn't die in that entire game. When you consider the fact that CLG was just everywhere on the map, running back and forth, to never get picked off and die is a feat in itself.
Yeah.
So Lorlo, 1 death in his entire series against CLG. Great start. Piglet and Matt, I have to say, like, you're thinking about the bot lanes that they're going to be playing against, and I know you're not supposed to overreact, but Stixxay and Aphromoo are the best, and they beat them.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So that's really, really promising for Piglet and Matt.
We'll see how it goes. They have chances to redeem themselves. As we always say, it is a long split. So for more on that win, let's hand it to Zyrene, who is side stage with Liquid's top laner.
Thank you very much, Rivington. Great cast on the day as well. I'm here with Liquid top laner, tank extraordinaire, Samson Lorlo Jackson. Now, Samson, I do want to ask you right off the bat, because we heard you talk about how there's low expectations for you this split, because there's all these import top laners like Flame, Looper, and Someday. But what is your impression of the NALCS top lane as a whole right now?
Yeah, I think overall the NA top lane talent is crazy with all the imports coming in. So I'm just looking to get as much as I can of like Someday, Looper, Flame, all the like veterans. Like Looper won Worlds. Someday's been on KTs, like performed really well. So like I'm gonna improve a lot faster than I did any other split because there's so much more talent. So I'm really excited for that.
You're talking about improvement for yourself. Like last year, you came in as a rookie. You just finished your first year in the NALCS, but there was marked improvement. You kicked butt at IEM Gyeonggi. You were solo killing people in the top lane nonstop. Now we're seeing you destroy on tanks. What are you going to attribute as the biggest factor in your development as a player? Because you seem to have grown so much so quickly.
Yeah, I think with this new iteration of the roster, like our environment's really good, and also like it's just really nice to have like an open mind, like talking to Rainover about matchups, just like having that, I guess, backing in terms of, his veteranship and just being able to learn on a faster pace. But also I just want to stay humble, work hard, and make sure I can get better and better going forward.
Well, you're doing really well so far, getting player of the game in the first game, and I don't know who it is in the second game, but we'll see later. But I do want to ask you about your matchup tomorrow, because you will be going up against a former champion in the top lane, multi-time champion with Balls on FlyQuest. What is your impression of Balls now that he's returned to the NALCS, and what are your thoughts on that matchup you're going to be having against him tomorrow?
Yeah, so Balls had a really good performance when he played in LCS back with the OG C9. So it's just like if he can get back into form, pretty much. Like I'm always looking to play versus new top lane talent, so I'm really excited to play versus him. And for the iteration of the new, I guess, challenger roster, I don't really know because we haven't been scrimming that much. So it's just like up in there, and I think we'll do well though.
All right, well, good luck tomorrow in your matchup, and congratulations today on the victory against CounterLogic Gaming. And now we're going to send it over to the guys at the desk to close out that matchup.
Thank you very much, Zyrene. That was a very impressive scoreline for a tank player in the top lane. 10, 1, and 18 over the 2 games.
Too many kills. Taking too many kills from him.
Exactly, yeah. Piglet's going to have some words for that at the end of the series. But, no, I mean, a fantastic way for Team Liquid to start the season. Another 2-0. We've had a lot of 2-0s so far here in the North American LCS. But, funnily enough, we were breaking down the FlyQuest Envy game, and when we returned, we were in the midst of the Team Liquid game-winning team fight. So let's just go ahead and take another look at that game-winning team fight. 42-50 into the game, all the way over on the other side of the map, CLG's mid-inhib turret. We'll take a look at it and see how this game kind of all came together.
Right, and I mean, this was basically after TL had mostly turned the game around, and we see that it just starts with them right in front of CLG's base. The TP from Darshan comes in, and you see the weakness of like a Jace top lane TP, the problems that can happen. A great hook from Lorlo, snags Tuhi, pulls him in, giving Rainover the chance to get the kill, starts getting the resets, doing Kha'Zix things, hopping all over the place. And from there, they clean the rest of the fight up, ace, and they can go and push down the game. You see Piglet is pretty thrilled with that comeback. And I mean, the fact is, I think like you've heard, he's always been on teams like a couple struggles, like internal struggles, attitude problems, and to be like in a roster that can rally and actually come back in difficult games, you can see how just excited he is about that.
Right, that's going to be a feel-good win, not just to have secured the victory, but to have secured it in the way that they did. They've now got a game where they were out in front and closed it. They have a game where they got out to a deficit and were able to pull it back. And I love this idea that you're talking about with the mentality of this team, because as we know, it has been a team that's had ups and downs with their rosters, with the way that they operate with each other. But here so far, we heard it from Steve earlier when I was talking to him. He says, this is the clearest communication I've ever heard from Team Liquid. This environment is very healthy for these guys.
Right, and I hate to keep going back to this Dardoch, Rainover comparison, but we saw in Breaking Point, just like Dardoch, if the game was going bad, would straight up say, let's lose this game, go next game, forget it. Whereas here, we see them rallying really hard, especially when Rainover is the one arguably playing the worst in the early game where he's constantly getting picked off. Mm-hmm. And I think having that kind of veteran presence who wants to rally, not just get into a better situation where he says, well, let's play this game as hard as we can. We have a great team comp, and they're able to actually turn it all around.
Right, so one aspect of it all was the communication and the mental fortitude that they displayed here in this game. There you go. That's the word I'm looking for. The other aspect of this, though, is the way that the team compositions match up against each other. And I want to have a quick discussion around this because we saw a very aggressive team composition out of CLG with that Jace in the top lane up against the Nautilus, but a very solid team fight coming out of Team Liquid.
Right. It looks like CLG tried to switch things up, and I think TL, when they took the Nautilus pick, were expecting to go tank versus tank matchup again, and CLG flips it on them. They go the Jace, then they take the early snowballing pick in the Aurelion Sol. They want to blow this map wide open, and it looks like that's going to happen. Right. But TL has an assassin in the jungle, a tank, a control mage, a hyper scaling AD carry. They have great range, and when you're up against all that, it's extremely hard to actually close the game out. And as much of a lead as CLG had, if you can't actually start a fight against this team comp and they're constantly peeling back and sucking you further and further in, they still have turrets to hide behind. It's so hard to end the game.
But it does raise, we have the Aurelion Sol pick, which was part of what made it so easy for CLG to get out to those early leads with the roams. And of course, this is a champion that Huhi is no stranger to. What is this going to do for pick ban for every team now when they come up against CLG? Because we've talked about with the addition of more bans, you have more options for strategic targets. Well, Huhi now has this pesky Aurelian Soul that you got to consider in every single series.
Right. It's a really interesting debate to have because you think with more bans, you can easily throw one away and just cover this, one pocket pick. But at the same time, you actually want to use those extra bans to aggressively gain yourself advantages somewhere on the map. And if you're using one of those to cover a pocket pick as opposed to exploit some position on the map, it actually might hurt worse in this kind of draft format when you, as CLG, are able to exploit a position like a top lane matchup or something.
Right.
And they have to deal with just covering some annoying mid pick that doesn't really advance their game plan.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how teams prioritize those bans and where they go as the season evolves. Are they going to value getting someone off a pocket pick, higher than they do targeting someone and creating a large disparity in lane matchup? We'll have to see. Player of the game. We're going to a post-game breakdown just so you guys get a little look at how things went. I mean, look at the goal.
The graph is
goal
off.
difference is entirely red. So again, even when we tuned back into this game, Team Liquid was not winning, and yet they won.
Yeah, and the crazy part is the graph can't even handle how hard they were losing that game at some point. It just goes totally off the grid, down over 10K, I assume, because it just stops there. But yeah, the whole game, the fact that you see how important having a really good team comp is, that you can win in situations like that, combined with, like we said, that mentality.
And the numbers that jump out to me here is the discrepancy between damage dealt by both ADCs. Look at that, because the mid laners relatively equal, right? But in basically 20K.
Right. And the thing I think it's important to know is you can't just say, oh, Stixxay played this game bad.
Right.
Where's his front line? Who does he hit? Piglet is peeling back with an Orianna helping and a Nautilus to hit behind, and the team has to dive them to close the game. He's happy just free hitting people, whereas Ashe, what are you going to do, flash in to follow up? You don't want to do that. So I think it's the kind of thing where numbers can be a little deceptive, and you need to keep in mind the exact context that they come from.
Right, yeah, not a commentary on Stixxay's ability to play the role or the champion, more so a commentary on the way that the team comps play out and the fact that Piglet had free roam. Player of the game, going to Piglet. And here's the thing, he got targeted in Champ Select. Most people are considering Ashe, Varus, and Jhin to be the top 3 ADCs. The CLG first picks Ashe, double bans ADCs, and then, hey, Team Liquid, Piglet says, I can play Twitch.
Yeah, we were talking about the Aurelian Soul being a scary pocket pick. Twitch on the other side, if you're going to pick Ashe Zyra, a very strong lane, they go Karma Twitch and they make it out of the lane mostly unscathed. He was doing pretty good in CS this whole time. That's really scary because you tried to target Piglet and he just bounced back totally fine. So that's another thing teams are going to have to consider when looking at Team Liquid.
Yeah, definitely a big win condition for them, getting to that late game, being able to put out big AoE teamfight damage alongside that Orianna. Secures Team Liquid their first victory of the split. We've got more league action on the way. After the break, Echo Fox takes on the new faces of Immortals. Don't go anywhere. The NALCS will be right back.
Shut up, dude.
Jason, don't tilt. Smile. Don't tilt, dude. No tilt.
They're
Whoa!
right now.
Oh, he jumps into it like a moth to a flame, and he's gonna go down, kicks him back.
I'm coming.
You guys got it. I flash. Can I kick? Yeah. Exhausted Twitch? Yep. Nice. Back him. You got it.
I got him.
Alright, I'm the base.
Can we go mid?
Yeah, we go mid.
That was an exhaust use as well, so damage is going to come from the rest of the team. Afro move pops immediately.
I can look soul here? Yeah. I'm soul in the back line. Nice. We can chase. Yeah. Nice.
Darshan comes in, teleports right into the middle of the fight. Thought maybe Team Liquid would back off of it under turret. Right over now goes in. Ruhi's very low. That's going to be Darshan falling. Team Liquid look to clean up Counter Logic Gaming in their own base, and it is the command move. Well played to Team Liquid, a very clean win over.
A little bit of the action that's about to take place between these 4 teams up here behind us. And I want to kind of jump back into that ADC discussion that we were hitting before the break. But now I want to distill it down to the bot lanes itself, and in particular, this matchup here between CLG and Team Liquid. We've got Piglet, who you would place in the B tier. We've got Stixxay, who you would place in the A tier. But then if you look at the bot lanes respectively, Stixxay, Afromu. Probably at this point, with the loss of Doublelift, a lot of people would say, hands down, that's probably the best bot lane duo coming into the split. How do you think Piglet, Matt 1 will stack up against them, and what do you need to see tangibly from them in this series here today that will inspire some confidence, about Piglet moving forward?
Well, I think this might be a little surprising here, but I actually don't want to see Piglet crush them in lane. I think like we know if you give Piglet a mechanically intensive AD carry who's lane dominant, he'll crush a lane. I want to see him be able to play the utility AD carries. I want to see them take an Ashe early and he does his job within the team, not go and draw way too much attention to bot lane, over trading when he doesn't need to. I want him to see him play his role, because I think even expanding beyond just utility AD carries, we see things like Ziggs popping up. Like, what if that really becomes a meta pick in the bot lane? Will he be able to pick that up? It's not really what you would think a safe sit back and throw Qs and laning phase. Like, will Piglet play that? Like, those are the kinds of things I want to see. Less so than is his skill good enough to compete? Because I think everyone here should know that Piglet's a really good AD carry.
Yeah, and do you think that's a goal for today or a goal for the season? Because Piglet, we know utility, he struggles a little bit and he's good on those carries. So as a coach, this early on in the split, I would personally want to put him on something that he can carry on and then work in scrims and work off stage to actually get him up to speed on those utility. Is that like a goal for today?
Well, I don't think you want to put Piglet on these things to test him, in a LAN environment. I think this is something he should have been practicing for a long time now, because utility AD carries have been around since summer. They were the main thing. Worlds, they're still the main thing. And if you haven't picked them up yet, then you start getting concerned, because if you can't play them now, like what, you need another 3 weeks? Is that really going to be the thing?
By then the meta shifted back the other way anyway.
Who knows? Like, you need to be able to play them now. And if you can't play them now and you spend 3 weeks playing suboptimal picks in the bot lane, that's a big concern for me.
Okay, but then, of course, we have to talk about Stixxay Aframo on the other side being, as a complete duo, have a lot of built-in synergy. Of course, Matt and Piglet have experience playing together, but Piglet has gone through a number of supports. He's moving from the main team back down to the challenger team and then back up to the main team. Now, together, how would you like to see Matt and Piglet maybe work together to improve their bot lane synergy?
I mean, I think a big thing would be being able to set things up with the rest of the team. Team Liquid is a team that often plays through bot lane, and you want to be able to see them coordinate with Rainover. So when you have the Ashe and whatever support you're pairing up with the Varus, you want to combo that all with like a TP and Rainover coming in and making sure Matt's following up on all that. So I want to see the whole kind of team come together around bot lane, as opposed to like, oh my god, Piglet solo killed someone.
Yeah, and that was a little bit more of what happened in spring for Liquid. And then in summer, Matt kind of disappeared. Like, I was looking through people who had gotten players of the game, and there was only like 6 people who didn't have one, and one of them was Matt, which was rather surprising to me because he had like standout Bard performances in spring. He was actually wrecking people in the bottom lane and making plays, and it seemed like he lost his confidence a little bit. And I know that when Piglet was coming back to the roster, he was like, I want to play with Matt. I got to play with Matt. I'm not on the team unless I'm playing with Matt. And so he actually probably gives Matt a little bit of confidence there, because sure, they might give each other like a little bit of crap every now and then, but it's like, I do want to play with this guy. It's like, it's a different kind of love,
You want to see them succeed.
It's going to feel good when a former world champion is saying he wants to play with you, and it's going to inspire some confidence, especially from Matt as a shot caller. Hopefully it'll kind of bleed over. Let's talk about another interesting matchup here, is the fact that Rainover has made this transition over to Team Liquid. A lot of people are wondering, will he be just as successful as he was when he had that duo in Huni? Will he be able to establish the same kind of synergy with Lorlo? Because we do know that Lorlo worked very well with Dardoch, so that, if the pairing of top lane jungler can work, it could be successful with Rainover as well.
Right. It's so funny when you look at both Team Liquid and Immortals, where they swap these junglers that are known for snowballing their top side of the map, and then one's still Lorlo, and now you have Flame on the top side. Like, it's just going to be so crazy to watch this, because it seems like the same style that they were playing last year, just on different teams that they're going to do it now.
All right. Well, we have resolved the issue on NALCS 1 with CLG and Team Liquid, so we're going to go ahead and throw it back over there to get us into the game. NALCS 2 with Envy and FlyQuest. You're going to stay with us for a little bit. We got to continue to break stuff down while we fix some stuff that's happening over there. So see you at NALCS 1, NALCS 2. Let's go ahead and now then transition our conversation over to Envy and FlyQuest. We've already kind of hit the topic that, hey, Lyra is, I've got Riv in my ears right now. And he is loud.
He's an excited guy.
So if you want to get excited about League of Legends, go over to NALCS 1 where he's screaming his head off. If you want cool, calm, and collected analysis, you stick here with us. All right, so we talked about the fact that Lyra is out for the current moment, and of course that's going to hinder our ability to fully assess Envy's power level. But I do want to ask a similar question to you that I asked to Mark earlier, is that this trifecta of players now on the top side for Envy, when they do receive Lyra back in, Seraph, a strong performer, Ninja, and now with a strong jungler behind them, do you think that that trio will be enough to compete here in the NALCS and maybe make a bid for top 5 for this team?
I'm honestly unsure, because Lyra, I know that he was kind of up and down. Like, he had some really good performances, and then it was some really bad performances. So if he finds consistency on this team, that could be a very good thing for them. But when I think of Envy and I think of Seraph and Ninja, I think of guys who you don't know what you're going to get champion-wise. And also, we've heard the saying before, like, just because you can play a lot of champions doesn't mean they're in your champion pool. So we've seen things like Pantheon mid from Ninja. It's like, is that really in his champion pool? Because he pulls it out blind, not as a counter pick, and then he feeds like the most kills that we've ever seen. It's like, what is going on, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing, is it's like a double-edged sword for them in champion pools, but consistency is the big thing. Like, I don't care how many champions they play. I just want to see Envy play well. I want to see these guys play well consistently.
Right. And kind of tying in with what you said about Lyra, the scary thing is you had this jungler who was a little inconsistent previously with these two inconsistent solo laners. You get this weird mix-up where like sometimes, they're probably going to dominate and look really, really good, even against some good teams. And then you're going to have some performances where they look really, really bad. And it's going to be like, can they find the middle ground and be consistent?
All right, well, we've been on bated breath for long enough. It looks like we've resolved the issues in the battle theater, so we're going to send you back out to our casters to get us into the game. Guys, take it away.
Woo! Thank you, Dash. The teams are ready. They're on stage, and let's jump right into Champion Select. Finally, Kobe, it's time to get started.
Back again. Champion Select. Yes, we would love that. Here we go. Some volume in my ears as well. Love that as well. All right. Yeah. I mean, these guys, we have been able to work out most of the kinks. Everybody's ready to go here. Just to recap, this is Envy versus FlyQuest now.
Yes.
We do have a lot of returning Cloud9 members. We have a lot of returning Envy members. That guy right there, Seraph. I mean, Seraph is a veteran of the North American LCS. He originally came over to play in CLG, and had a lot of hard work working with different substitutes, different visa issues, people coming in. So he's had to deal with substitute players, and the team doesn't work out right as you want at the beginning of the split before. So he's actually rolling with the punches really well. I talked to him a little bit during the pause here, and he's not fazed by it at all. He has full confidence in Ninja. Like I said, a lot of mid laners have to fill jungle roles in solo queue because mid lane is such a highly prized role. Well, here we go though.
I'm glad to see he's got that confidence in his mid laner / jungler / all around teammate, as we're already jumping in now to the ban phase. We've got Kha'Zix and LeBlanc banned away first and foremost.
All right, a jungler focus already here. Team Envy, we talked about it. They may have a different look at the bans. Right now, FlyQuest are going with the standard though. They are the red side, so probably follow up with some Camille. I'd rather let Rengar through than I would let Camille through, so save that one. And maybe there's an off chance something else goes through, but I would just expect Team Envy to continue with these target bans. Kha'Zix is the first one, and then switching over to support role here.
It looks like it's actually going to be Team Envy that decides to take Rengar off the table. They want to make sure that they don't give FlyQuest the opportunity to put that around.
And it happens. Remember we talk about, the expected is the Rengar, Camille, LeBlanc from red side, but remember, Envy are playing a mid laner as their jungler, so he might not have a lot of games on Rengar, right? And as good as Rengar is, if you don't play the champion, if you don't have that history or anything, then maybe you don't feel comfortable first picking it. This is a first pick that I definitely expected from them. Flexible. They love flex picks. They always have loved flex picks, this team, and Malzahar can go mid or bottom.
Previously wasn't a flex pick, but now in this new day, this new age of League of Legends, we've been seeing a rise of him in the support role. He's going to be interesting depending on where they play him. And Rise, of course, is that last ban as well.
Yeah, and the other thing about Malzahar and why I really love him as a flex pick, because one of the supports that you really like to pick into Malzahar, if you think it's going to be that support Malzahar, which is the majority of the Malzahars are played in support role, you would want to pick up your Zyra, right? She's amazing support. She can harass him from long range. She can get past the Voidlings. So she's quite good against him. However, if you flex him to mid, you can then counter pick the Zyra with an MF support, which has to be, picked after a Zyra and is only used as counter pick. So it's this tricky mind games here. Those are the 1, 2, 3 step process that we're talking about here with the multi-phase bans. But meanwhile, we're going to move along here. We'll revisit the Malzahar after those second ban phase and after Envy decides exactly what role is going to go into.
In the meantime, it's FlyQuest going to go ahead and decide to go towards that top part of the map first and foremost with their rotations. Balls will be locking in the Maokai for himself as Moon picks up the lead.
And then meanwhile, we're already jumping ahead to Envy on the Jace going into the Malzahar, or into the Maokai, as well as one of those top tier AD carries. We talked about it before the break at the very beginning, but the Ashe and Varus are the top two, and then slightly below them, the Jhin, and then Ezreal starts to come in, and there's those types of things. But if on one of these AD carries, Ashe or Varus is picked up early, I feel like the other team just has to at least answer that role, because there are no other AD carries that get pushed up onto that tier, and FlyQuest aren't going to let that happen, so they immediately answer. The Ashe and the Varus are going to go head-to-head. I think we'll be seeing that matchup quite a lot on this patch.
And you have to expect that answer, considering now, for those of you who might not be used to this new system, might not be used to how 10 bans works, after those first 6 picks, now we're going to be entering into the second 4 bans, and expect these to be heavily targeted towards the roles that the enemy team has not yet selected for themselves.
All right, so that is looking at jungle there for Envy, still yet to be picked up. Actually, since I'm throwing out all the curveballs here for Envy, we can prep the jungle Malzahar. Still a possibility.
Okay.
It was definitely much more popular a couple months ago.
Right.
But if you're definitely thinking about, oh yeah, Envy really want to throw these curveballs, Jace's possibility of going mid and Malzahar's possibility of jungling is yet another little wrinkle. The reason we prep these kind of really far out there flexible picks is because Envy have actually done them, and they did them last year. A lot of those, very less popular ones, let's say. Meanwhile, though, we have finished up the second ban phase. You can see there at the bottom of the screen. It was the mid lane target from Envy, and as we expected, the jungle targets from FlyQuest, resulting in that Corki pickup here for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest going to be grabbing that for themselves, and those specific bans in phase number 2, in case you didn't pick them up on your own, it's going to be Rek'Sai and Elise banned away by FlyQuest, Syndra and TF taken off the table, as Team Envy now has to think about what they're going to be doing for their final pick, locking in Orianna as number 4.
Yeah, so this Corki, because there's already a Varus on the table, you're thinking that is probably going too high. Very strong mid laner at the moment right now, pushing and can get a little bit of a health and wave advantage. Once you get that package, you can try and make plays across the map. Hai is one of those guys. Yeah, his shot calling has always been highlighted, but he's also super aggressive in the mid lane, just laning phase, and then loves to roam around. He doesn't stay in that lane to dominate usually. He likes to take his presence and move elsewhere. The package for Corki would let him do that. Meanwhile, a very standard pickup there, and he'll be into the Orianna. And we have completed everything. The Malzahar will be standard support here, and Karma was picked instead of the... Zyra was already banned. That's why...
yeah, the Zyra got taken out
triple thing
way back at the start. So Zyra's out. Karma is in. Lemon Nation going to be playing that one. And, of course, the last pick that we didn't comment on, the one for Envy, Olaf there in the jungle. Ninja's going to be rocking that in his off role.
All right, so the Olaf, one of those reign over specials, is going to be in the hands of Ninja. And he has a decent amount of games on the Olaf there in solo queue at least, so... some practice there, and we'll see how Moon can perform on this Lee Sin, because a lot of eyes, as we said, are going to be on him to step up right back in the LCS. He's the newest member of that FlyQuest team that did play through Challenger with contracts, and now making their LCS debut.
For the first time in 2017, these two teams are going to be taking to the field. They both have something to prove. They're both looking to walk away with a win today, go up to that juicy 100% win rate that you can claim after your first game. We'll have to see which one of the two is actually capable of making that dream a reality. As you can see, the coaches shake hands, and we're just about to load into Summoner's Rift.
All right, so we need to catch up a little bit on this champ select because it went fairly quickly here. Seraph is running the Jace in the top side, and that is the champion. Remember, he is the shot caller up there. He's going to be split pushing, and he's always the one been managing that. So he's going to try and keep tabs there. Place Ninja in the correct places so that he can actually apply pressure up on the top side without getting collapsed upon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We are on to Summoner's Rift for the first time for both Team Envy and FlyQuest in 2017. Make some noise as these teams make their way out here and show us what they've got in their opening game of the split.
All right, let's see here. Fanning out across to the river, defensive openings. Doesn't look like we're going to have an early level one. Maybe possibility of a delayed invade. I also like to watch bottom usually if it's just fanning out like this because the mind games of who's sneaking into the brush first definitely do apply. You don't want to face check a Malzahar level 1 because Voidlings dropped on you can kill them, can kill you pretty much all by themselves as they spawn their brethren. Not going to happen here though. Lemon Nation does check that brush with his Q.
We actually saw some of the consequences of that yesterday in the EU LCS with the face check into the Malzahar and the Voidlings blowing the flash so early. It was really scary.
Definitely true. Lemonation does get his ward, and he's claimed the bush. Also gets that first attack, as well as gold in the bottom lane.
Just going to find a single auto attack there in terms of the damage. Of course, Hakuo's shield going to be blocking out the first part of that inner flame.
Meanwhile, while there was action technically on the bottom side, we did have Ninja sneak over, get that ward into the red buff. So he'll be alerted that Moon is starting red, but FlyQuest, aren't going to be caught unawares as he had to walk over a ward to place that one. So Moon knows that Ninja knows that he's starting on the red side, and both junglers on the top side. Olaf very clearly definitely needs to start blue. There are some strategies where you can start on a red buff and do something a bit risky early on, but blue is so much safer, much higher percentage start for him because he really does gain so much clear speed for it. But here we go, that's that aggressive mid lane style we're talking about.
Hai and Alex each already trading blow for blow back and forth here in the mid lane, even at level 1. They're looking to get that early edge over their opponents, just find any kind of an advantage they can take.
Meanwhile, as we track Ninja, Olaf does get low in the jungle, and Moon looking to take advantage of him already as he has slipped in Lee Sin and stealing the red buff right now. You can't see it, but he's just been able to get it and gets out in time.
Blast Cone, baby, gets himself out over the wall, gonna be perfectly safe. Moon makes his escape, grabs that buff, and he's heading right back into his own jungle, just a little bit better off.
Yeah, straight buff to buff there. Wanted to get that just in time. There's two options there. You can try and go for the kill as well. Olaf, as you said, does get low, and we have a trade in the mid lane. Does burn his summoner very early there for Hai to get some extra damage. And yeah, he did, win that trade, but down the exhaust now if he does get ganked.
Hakuo going to be eating a little bit of damage down here in the bottom part of the map. Elimination now backing himself away as Apollo and Hakuo doing a pretty good job for themselves so far. They've got, of course, a slight CS advantage for the time being very early on in this lane. Going to be shoving that one up and taking control of this bottom part of the map.
Yep, Hakuo and Apollo have a wave advantage. Malzahar getting that harassment down now. We have seen, I'd say the majority of Malzahars are maxing the Voidlings first, but you can also max the E. And a couple of players have done that as well for the guaranteed harass, especially if it is range versus range and you're not expecting super close all-ins, but we'll see here. I'm still expecting Voidling max as they are incredibly powerful, and that's where most of the support Malzahar power does come from.
See the ping coming out now in the top part of the river from the blue side. Going to be pinging Ninja towards that Scuttle Crab. Moon's already hanging around there though too. Might see a little bit of a contest back and forth between these two over this area. Moon's going to be the one who gets the jump on Ninja. There comes your Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike. Not quite going to be doing it just yet. Jumping back in. Ninja trying to get himself away. If Moon can find the damage here, not quite going to be there just yet. Hai's going to be jumped on. Get ready, Phosphorus Bomb being turned around. FlyQuest looks to get their guys out of trouble. Alex Each again, this time to be forced to flash away. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, Phosphorus Bomb.
One more Q.
Fly needs one more. Can he find it? Answer's going to be no. FlyQuest misses their chance, and somehow Alex is alive.
Chaos there as Olaf, if he gets caught by Lee Sin down a level with Lee Sin having double buffs, very, very scary. And you could see he was so close to death there because Olaf does not run a flash. But man, he was able to escape using that blast cone. That was the only thing that was going to save his life there, is just able to not only get the jump, but he also had to knock away Moon as well with that. Just getting the jump makes it very easy for Lee Sin to land his Sonic Wave, and he actually was able to knock him away at the same time, so that follow-up wasn't there. But man, Alex almost ended up paying the price for that little mayhem that we had going up the river. In the end, first blood's still available though.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes into this game, and we have already seen 2 clutch blast cones. One for each side. One got Moon away after the steal, one got Ninja away after that tussle in the top part of the river. So the Season 7 plans really making their impact so far in this game as Hakuo continues to shove this bottom lane wave up into Elimination and the rest of FlyQuest's faces.
All right, let's see how Ninja gets back on track here on Olaf. Remember, he is a level down versus Lee Sin, and Lee Sin is actually quite good in that matchup. If Olaf is low, you can catch him with the execute damage. Meanwhile, it's all about, extra vision though, because Olaf is no slouch in the 1 versus 1. And if he's heading into it with full health, he can fend for himself just nicely.
Ninja going to be grabbing this bottom lane Scuttle Crab, bottom side of the map, I should say, Scuttle Crab, to help his team. Because, if you've got your bottom lane constantly shoving up, like we've seen Apollo and seen Hakuo doing, grabbing the Scuttle Crab keeps him safe.
And look at that vision game, as we're talking about it. We've got a lot of vision down there. Pink wards included around that mid lane, because Alex had to burn both summoners in this game already because of all the chaos. So a lot of extra support here around that mid lane to make sure that they can get him through this phase until his escape summoners come back up and he can try to play a little bit more aggressive.
Team working together nicely just to make sure that they don't put him in any sort of a hot spot that he does not want to be in. Alex East also now has the ultimate up and running, going to be exhausted. There comes your play. Moon's looking to make it happen. Can they do it? Yes, they can. First blood for High.
Not safe enough. Getting hugged down on the bottom side. Didn't hug by his pink wards, and right in the middle of the lane. Really good heads-up play there by Moon. Revisits the summonerless mid laner. Orianna gets taken out pretty easily as High uses his exhaust for that extra slow as well. And FlyQuest grab that first blood.
Great job from Moon. He had the ultimate in time, and now it's going to be Balls in some trouble. Axes cut down trees, and Ninja's going to be finding kill number 2 this game. Ties it all up.
There it is. Ninja answers very quickly here right off the bat. Meanwhile, Moon does have extra information. He just saw Ninja up on the top side, immediately invades down here on the bottom. It was past a couple of wards though, so don't think he'll be able to get much done as Envy do collapse and defend Ninja's jungle.
Envy says, you fool us once, that's our fault, but you try to do it again, this is not going to end up happening, as now Elimination going to be on the wrong receiving end of some of those Voidlings, running himself away as the Malefic Visions tick away. Gets himself back, another Blast Cone usage, not necessarily imperative this time, but sometimes they're just fun to use.
Voidlings, super dangerous, tongues wagging, able to get away right there though. And Ninja still just trying to catch back up in experience. Now he is equalized. Still a little bit of a lead for Moon, but not a full level, so at least he has access to that ultimate and a bit more ability to escape situations where he is surrounded. High being handed over that blue buff, and the skin here with some extra shiny missiles for Corki in this version.
Skin is so cool looking. I really like that Corki skin, and now that he's got the blue buff, now that he's got level 6 as well, those rockets are just going to be pouring into mid.
Mid lane definitely still going to be, hotbed for action. However, Alex's summoners are coming back up, so maybe it is Envy who gets to turn something around. As you can see, the vision is still split with FlyQuest top side double pink and Envy bottom side that High's trying to clear out now. As we said, High does like to roam around quite a lot and wants to use that package. Those shining missiles there for Corki, but it looks like it's going to time out. And he isn't able to make use of that one.
It's the problem with the package. Sometimes you just can't find a good delivery spot for it. You gotta wait for the next one to come up. But meanwhile, it's actually gonna be Moon who looks towards his first Drake. Trying to make that happen solo. Alex each absorbing some of the burst from High here in this mid lane, showing exactly what he can do with that blue buff. And it looks like Envy's gonna be none the wiser as Moon picks up a free objective for his team.
Yeah, big pickup there with the first Drake. And High, that aggressive mid lane style we're talking about, is able to abuse it with Corki, jumping in continuously onto Alex. Knowing that he now has his flash back up for High, he's going for these little bit riskier plays. And man, that's a lot.
Oh, there we go. High, very brave, very audacious. His Elimination going to be bound up. Ninja looking to turn things around. Flash away from the shockwave. High's going to turn that one right back in their faces. Envy drops their jungler.
Beautiful bait there by High. Catches Ninja unawares, and that's that execute damage we talk about. High got him with the Phosphorus Bomb as well as auto attack combo, and then Moon gets to reactivate Q for a bunch of extra damage. They take him out before he can even react, and that means this mid lane pressure is rolling straight through the mid turret.
FlyQuest doing an awesome job himself so far, but it's going to be Balls jumped on yet again topside. Does not matter though. High's going to grab turret first blood.
They are surrounding him. Hako is headed up. He just uses ultimate in the bottom lane though, so not really much you're going to be able to get there. And High is actually safe, not blowing any summoners, and pick up the last minion wave as well. All right, so let's take another look at this semi-risky play, but as I said, Flash just came back up, so that's why Hai's playing so aggressively yet again. And he baits Ninja in here, even though they have the Orianna Shockwave, easily flashes it, and then the turnaround combo there. Again, Olaf, main weakness, not a Flash jungle champion, so once he gets baited in, pretty easy to land those, and Moon does land his Q, so able to follow up there and get the extra kill. FlyQuest with a nice early lead for themselves here versus Envy.
Hai and Moon showing some awesome teamwork there too, always being able to make these plays happen, seeing what they can do, getting themselves ahead, 18.1 to 16.5 thousand gold, so a modest lead, 11 and a half minutes in.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, there is still that CS lead. We visited early the pushing power there of the Ashe and Malzahar that Apollo and Hakuo are using. Slight CS lead for themselves down there, and those are two of the guys. Uh-oh, he does get snared up, though.
As Apollo's going to find himself caught out. Chain of Corruption lands 100%. There comes the counter. Hakuo will not be there in time to keep that 80 carry alive. Seraph looking to make his way in. Not going to find elimination just yet, as that ends up being a 1 for 0 so far. Hai in the back lines trying to snipe somebody else off if he can, but that's going to be it for now. Moon. Nope. Gonna go ahead and bail.
And that's actually a really good position for FlyQuest to use the teleports here. Both teleports are burned, but the wave up top pushing into the turret of Envy, so they're not going to lose out there. That wave is going to bounce off the turret, plus FlyQuest have pressure in mid, and they get to push in on the bottom side as well. That being said, Seraph on Jace, as you would expect, he's grinding down this Maokai, he's earning this CS lead, and this is a bit bigger of a CS lead than I would expect even with a Jace vs Maokai matchup, though you do expect the Jace to get that extra damage and extra CS bullying him pretty early on. But let's take another look at this as the 80 carries do drain ultimates after Levination already caught him. And Levination is able to finish the kill. But with that flash, able to avoid the damage, able to escape with his life, and a pretty big pickup right there. Envy trying to fight back, but Moon's already moving into their jungle and laying down these deep wards to see any of those comeback plays that Envy are trying to come up with.
I really like these aggressive moves coming out from FlyQuest, looking to use this advantage they've built for themselves so far. And the biggest thing standing out to me right now, if you look across the bottom part of your screen at those item builds, the first big item we see coming online is Trinity Force for Hai, and that is a huge power spike.
Yes, sir. Yeah, classic Trinity Force power spike coming in. He's also almost level 11. Moon gets hit with the arrow.
Gonna be finding himself caught out, tries to jump away to safety, but Ninja is just rampaging. Gonna be finding one. Not quite gonna be able to make it two just yet. Fly High trying to mount some kind of a counterattack, but not gonna get it just yet. Ninja gets himself away alive, but it's gonna be a 1 for 0. Moon going down, and Envy punishing some of that aggro with a nice snipe from Altec. From downtown, he secures that blue buff.
Yep, able to secure the blue buff. Going for some harassment on Apollo as well, but I'm able to land that one. I mean, Hai does have his package yet again, and he actually didn't use it going into the jungle there because they don't have too much deep vision, but then made a half roam down bottom. Wanted to see if Seraph would stay extended, but Seraph also recognizes and backs off in the bottom lane. Now he's going aggressive with his red buff and chunking down balls once again.
Also thought he was in kind of a troublesome spot earlier. Now that Seraph's got the red buff up and running, it's going to be that much harder. Altec going to be using that Chain of Corruption top side, forces Apollo to flash away from it, so a little bit less safety for him now.
Yeah, always great value there. Nicely aimed and does force the flash. Ashe now a very vulnerable target. Only has the heal to rely upon as Malzahar is also out of exhaust summoner. Could get spicy up here.
See what the junglers decide to do about that. Both of these junglers have opted into a tracker's knife as well. Going to be prioritizing a lot of that vision, which you can see a lot of now in the northern part of the Envy jungle.
And we have to keep, reiterating here. Seraph, he's going super aggressive. He's bullying this Maokai and getting a CS lead, but then he keeps backing off as soon as Hai starts to roam. Because Seraph knows Hai's playstyle. As soon as he leaves mid lane, looking to make a play on the other side of the map, and Seraph's sort of tempered aggression has been able to keep it safe so far, but now the Drake is spawning, and he's outnumbered heavily on this bottom side of the map. So Envy, I think, 100% give away this Drake, And it's going to have to be Seraph escaping here where there's, oh, he's not going to be able to escape. Cancel the recall, and I might be able to grab it.
Oh, this is not going to be good news. Seraph tries to fling himself up into the air, at least take somebody with him, but it is not happening. FlyQuest, they're going to take the kill and the dragon.
Stays a little bit too long that time. Tried to recall in the brush, but Balls went to go check, found him out, and not only are they going to give up that dragon, which they pretty much 100% already had to give up, but they are going to be trading the turrets as well here. So mid lane push developing for FlyQuest as they want to get even more pressure, and Envy are forced to recall.
It's going to take the FlyQuest gold advantage up to about 2,500 now with a 4-2 kill advantage, 2-1 turret advantage, and of course, 2-0 on the Drakes.
And especially if you look at the team comp here for FlyQuest, they have such an early sieging power spike that Trinity Force you talk about with Corki is a huge part of it. But Varus, very good early siege as well. You know, he's got this Essence Reaver for a lot of extra mana, and he will be going with the Q-Max build in this iteration, so he's already got that piercing arrow up to level 5, and they can group very early on, use this early gold advantage to try and snowball. Infernal Drake spawning next is huge for FlyQuest in continuing to snowball this game.
Between the piercing arrows and the rockets from Corki and the inner flames from the Karma, it's a lot of stuff to have firing at yourself, and it's going to be very difficult for Envy to weather that storm.
Very true. And we got to look at it from Envy's point of view here. Apollo is the man to make the play. They have to get some pick here. You know, Hakuo, yeah, he does have Malzahar ultimate, but that requires a member of Fly face checking. So most reliable thing, nab somebody with the Ash Arrow and try and get some picks to get back into this game. They're trying to get that first step done with the Vision, so you can fire your Ash Arrow from the Fog of War, increasing your chances of hitting so they don't have as much time to react. But Envy now definitely getting a little bit more desperate as they look for one of these numbers advantage picks so they can try and get some gold back in their pockets.
Coming this far into enemy territory, though, just got to make sure they're careful about doing that. Every chance they push up, they're again putting themselves in danger for maybe Moon or Balls or even Altec with his ulti to make some kind of a play.
Definitely true. They have to be very careful right now because, yes, FlyQuest have a pretty good lead right now, but it hasn't snowballed really out of control yet. Once this next Drake does spawn and the Infernal comes up, if Envy contest it and die plus giving it away, that becomes, and Ninja actually might be right.
Real close. Not going to be done, though. The heal from Apollo thrown out clutch to keep that jungler alive. They will lose the tier 2.
That's some more gold, and it continues to grow here for FlyQuest. Very quick game here. As we talk about the returning members, this is a classic of High and the classic of Cloud9 when he was on the team. When they get an early lead, it's constant objective to objective to objective right across the map. Boom. Mid lane secondary turrets down. They meet up with the second push down bottom. This one almost goes down. Huge amount of damage on it, and they are not letting up.
Absolutely not. FlyQuest has no intention of allowing their opponents any sort of breathing room. They're not going to be going back until they're forced back. And right now, that responsibility is on Envy to try to find some kind of a way to force them out. Shock Blast finds its way there, but it's not doing a lot.
Yeah, exactly. The problem for Envy is that they kind of need FlyQuest to lose track of the Orianna ball because the only initiation for Envy is the bottom lane, right? The Olaf running straight at this team will just get melted. So it has to be Ash Arrow and Malzahar ultimate used as, you know, sort of offensive tanking there where you use that crowd control to deny the incoming damage. Not able to find a spot where they can get an arrow past Maokai, so they just try and hold on here, farm up some minions, and we fully expect FlyQuest to push the tempo again.
And as this game is going on, we're starting to see a couple of more items come online. A lot of armor penetration for Seraph. The Black Cleaver into the last Whisper going to be looking to break through that front line, break through that Maokai, and see if he can make any kind of a dent in these guys.
Definitely think that Seraph and Apollo are the two guys here for Envy that do have a chance to try and turn this game around. Those are the two. There's a lot of pressure on them because Seraph has a lot of the gold, and then Apollo has to make the crucial pick there to try and get them right back. But FlyQuest, immediately, they turn their sights towards the last outer turret. Should be the easiest one to knock over for them. And again, we mentioned the siege, you mentioned all those poke abilities that they're going to use. using, and they're coming through here as they focus up on the top side. High, doing most of it by himself, actually, and Arrow misses.
Arrow's not going to be finding anybody. High has to back himself up just a little bit. You saw his package expire there just a moment ago, so that's not going to be available for this fight as Moon looks for some kind of an angle, but isn't going to be finding it just yet. The push continues. This turret, so very close to death.
Yeah, Seraph down in the bottom lane is actually going to trade turrets. I would opt for, because when you're down like this, the best call you can make is actually just to trade objectives. You can't really take that heads-up fight, especially if you're getting poked out beforehand by all of these missiles and arrows that are coming through. This is something that you do have to go contest, though. And luckily for Envy, they've got a ward here, so they can call through the teleport of Seraph. They're waiting a while, though.
They got to make some kind of a move on this one. TP's going to be channeled. All tech bound up. Ultimate use. Hakuo looking to stop him. Ninja looking to get in there if he can. It's going to be Hakuo exploded first. Why? Winning this fight. Alex Each exploded. Ninja's going to be exploded almost. One more rocket's got him. A killing spree for High. The last shock blast not going to be finding anyone. They might not, but they got 3 for nothing.
Oh man, yeah, this is definitely a High shot calling at its finest, right? They don't hesitate. Yeah, it's only 21.5 minutes, right? But they force this because they need to keep the tempo up, and they're just expanding on their lead here. They force the teleport out of Seraph. They pull this Jace back over to the Baron pit. They immediately turn on them as well. Key is that you don't stay DPSing the Baron when you see this. Immediate call there. They get off the Baron. Volunteer on the Maokai, playing that front line, is able to zone off a lot of the damage while they take down Hakuo for the first kill. And even though that was a great ultimate from Alex, he got 3 in the shockwave. Super good kick there from Moon, by the way, on Lee Sin to finish up this team fight. And FlyQuest don't lose a single person in that fight, using the Baron just to bait in Envy to try and have one of those gold advantage 5-on-5s for themselves, and then finally pick up the Infernal Drake.
Infernal Drake going the way of FlyQuest, and like you've mentioned so many times already, no flash for the Olaf. He's got no way to get in there, no way to try to contest that except maybe throwing an axe over the wall, but I'm pretty sure Moon's Smite is going to be keeping that nice and safe.
Yeah, it definitely would be a suicide steal. So many times, too, we've seen Olaf pop the Ragnarok just to run through, because you can pop it and you'd be immune to CC, but you can't go immune to damage, and he just gets burned down. In fact, you take more damage when you pop it, so it would be super duper risky. Yeah, their only option was to go for the fight. They tried to make the call to go for the fight, but well played by FlyQuest, and they are able to keep this ball rolling.
And we talked during the Champion Select, and even before the Champion Select about this game, about how these guys are LCS veterans, even if the team itself is not an LCS staple name. And High is showcasing this team's ability to be decisive and pull that trigger time and time and time again, and I'm really liking how cutthroat this team looks.
That's why this is one of the guys that just keeps coming back. Roll after roll, you know, team after team. He's able to play through Challenger, back to LCS once again. Here's the double pink-warded Baron, starting it up. They do get hawk-shotted.
Are discovered. FlyQuest got to be careful about this one. High's going to be peeling out, providing some kind of an escape. Alex Each eating a couple of rockets, and FlyQuest decides it's not worth it, not right now. Going to be backing themselves away.
That's right. And Envy fans, you know, don't despair. This is definitely you guys playing with a sub. So, you know, not the ideal situation, but some things have gone well for them. You know, Seraph was able to abuse this Jace matchup as expected. And the bottom lane also able to abuse their matchup a little bit in the early game before the rest of FlyQuest did collapse. But aside from that, they have not been able to keep up with the tempo here of FlyQuest. Right after the early invades, they have rolled right through, starting with that mid lane and High pushing, and they've just kept it going ever since. Now we have a moment of respite where they go back to purchase, and QSSs will start to come in. Even that, you know, Ash Arrow and Malzahar ultimate seem less and less likely to turn this game around as High got his eye on the enemy win conditions and starts to eliminate them.
It's a great itemization pickup. I mean, honestly, if the enemy team's win condition is stun out High, and High can no longer be stunned out, got a little bit of an issue there for Envy trying to find some way to win this. Moon, Dead Man's Plate up and running, means he's going to have a lot more ability to close distance and position himself properly to make a big kick. The next fight starts, but now it's going to be Baron yet again.
I like how they're just leaving the scrying orb trinket there as well. It's turned off by the control ward, so you don't even need to kill it. And it gives 0 warning to the enemy. Even if they had warning, it would still be super dangerous, as we've already seen, for them to go contest. So they give it up, and I actually go for the pick.
Package gonna be delivered, QSS used, Hakuo deleted, and FlyQuest, third time is the charm. They've got the Baron, they've got the pick onto one of the enemy players. Envy running their AD carry and their top laner away for dear life. Moon's looking to follow this, but he's gotta be careful. Rest of the team not exactly nearby if he overextends into this one, but Envy has no response.
Yeah, not even defensive use there. Hai immediately picks up the QSS, maybe 30 seconds later activates it as he goes in with the package. This man definitely still has it. And it looks like FlyQuest marching their way to a very strong victory in game 1. They're looking for another pick, and Seraph gets himself out.
Running away yet again, Apollo again going to be using that heal to keep an ally alive. That time might not have needed it 100%, but wanted to be safe rather than sorry. FlyQuest continues mounting the pressure in this bottom part of the map. Going to be split pushing with Hai mid lane. One more auto attack from the minion takes down that inhibitor turret, and now the inhib itself wide open.
All right, they've got bottom lane pushing as well. Baron empowered cannon minions are doing their work. FlyQuest taking down 2 points at once as the inhibitor starting to take some damage from Hai's Trinity Force as well.
Hai's got balls there right with him, making sure he keeps them protected. There comes your enchanted crystal arrow. QSS or not, he's gonna be safe. Alex Each has to flash himself away, just trying to stay alive. Moon's gonna be taken low. Ninja, Guardian Angel is up and running, but he doesn't want to lose it for free. Inhibitor's gonna fall, and FlyQuest finds their mark and gets the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, a little bit low on HP after that one, so they're gonna go purchase after everything that they've just claimed. Remember, they were able to weaken a little bit that bottom lane inhibitor turret, and the super minions going up the mid lane will help them out a lot with revisiting that objective. 1 minute on this Cloud Drake, which they should also be able to add to their collection.
And they have a really nice collection so far. 3 Drakes compared to 0 for FlyQuest. 3 different ones, of course. They're not exactly stacking the same bonuses of any kind, but after the Baron, after that massive push into the enemy base, FlyQuest enjoys not only a dragon advantage, but an over 7,000 gold advantage. They got 4 more turrets than their opponents. Any metric you want to measure the state of this game by, FlyQuest is doing it, and they're doing it big.
Yes, sir. Definitely a good start for them. Remember that it is against a substitute team, but man, really like the opening here. Hai is 4-0-2 on this Corki. He's been pushing all game long, has had control for the entirety of the game. Moon's been, bullying out Ninja as his early wards placed have helped him make some counter plays onto Ninja and take away a lot of the jungle threat, enabling Hai to play that aggressive style. It's really come together quite nicely for them. And that mid and jungle really carrying them thus far.
Here we go again with the 4-1 split push. It's going to be Hai in the bottom lane, being the one who has to fare on his own. See if he can take care of this. And it's not even going to be a question anymore. We're not seeing it will. We're watching him do it. We're bearing witness to Hai's amazing ability to take over and completely take control of a game. Inhibitor number 2 now under pressure as the top lane tier 2 is going to be completely surrendered. Envy will give that one away, no contest, as now it's their final standing inhibitor turret that will be under pressure top lane as the inhibitor takes blow after blow bottom side. Seraph can't fight for this.
Yeah, it's going to go down in front of his face. Balls gets ulted.
They're going to blow a lot on balls, including the Orianna ball itself, but he's still going to blow it away. Alex H deleted. Now can they find anything else? Moon's going to be popped. They're going to take down balls as well. 2 for 1. They grab the GA on Ninja, though, and Fly's coming into the backside. He's going to grab Seraph. Looking to make even more happen. All-Tech not going to get the piercing arrow. Who needs it? Double kill for Hai and FlyQuest. Ladies and gentlemen, they're on to the Nexus turret. They're going to be on to the Nexus. And that is going to be game 1 in this series. Going to the old school Cloud9 squad, the new age FlyQuest boys. This is a team.
Yes, they are. And the Nexus turret going down. What an explosive victory here for FlyQuest. Just barely over 30 minutes. And they're going to take game number 1.
FlyQuest has got to be feeling ecstatic about that. There was no point in the game where it looked like they were losing control. There was no point in the game where you were like, I wonder if FlyQuest is going to end up doing something wrong with this. It was just one after the other, after the other, after the other. Good calls into good plays.
Definitely so. Kept up the tempo all game long, and a lot of it did, come from the mid lane and from the jungle. There were a couple good plays there from Envy. Visit to the top lane. Seraph was pulling balls. They had Ninja come in. They were able to get a kill there, but not able to put a stop to the momentum that FlyQuest built so early on.
FlyQuest has definitely shown themselves to be the team to look out for in this series, at least. They showed Envy what they were made of in game number 1. And going into game number 2, Envy's going to have to kind of revamp the strategy a little bit.
Yeah, definitely true. We'll see what else Ninja does have in his bag of jungle champion pool, because this one was definitely a little bit risky, and Moon abused him with the Lee Sin, a lot more mobility. Went in there with an early counter jungle, buff to buff. He goes, saw you ward on my red buff, so he knew that the Olaf would be unsuspecting. Red buff to red buff is a very long distance to traverse, the longest for a jungler in the early game, so it's one of the least expected moves. Because Moon did have that ward, though, and saw the entry, he knew that it would be unexpected and a high percentage play, and he was able to pull it off.
Talking about big moves here, we've got a replay of the 22-minute 3-0 Baron fight that Fly managed to pull off.
All right, let's take a look again. This was the Baron play where they just wanted to get out the teleport and then immediately turn. You can see Maokai's tanking the Baron, so they didn't even get anyone low before the fight. Hakuo goes in and he does ult Altec and had a bunch of Void Leagues on him, but no follow-up damage, and he's pretty much by himself, so he goes down first. Good shockwave from Alex, but Hai is putting out so much AoE damage on this Corki, and no one can really get past Maokai after that. Moon had that pretty good kick there for the knockout. And even though they actually got a couple low there, some good shockwaves on the end from Seraph to hit backline members, nobody was able to get the execute. So pretty big snowball there for Cloud9. And as you said, the shot calling really complemented their early game lead as they were able to take objectives very quickly right after that.
And every time they went to the Baron, even though we didn't see them take it until the 3rd attempt, those first 2 attempts, it never looked like they were in any real danger. They always made the plays happen. They always did what they needed to do. And right now, we're going to be taking a quick break while FlyQuest and Envy strategize for round 2. But before we go, Cyrene gave us a look at some of the preseason changes hitting the Rift.
Who will make the most of the changes coming in the North American LCS 2017 Spring Split, and why? Let's start at the top. Top lane tanks are all the rage with the addition of Courage of the Colossus, the mastery that gives a 4-second shield and scales with the number of enemies around you has made champions like Poppy, Nautilus, and Maokai absolute monsters. Big tanks bring extended team fights, so long-standing teams with strong competitive synergy like TSM, Cloud9, and Counterlogic Gaming should benefit from their team fighting experience. But tanks aren't all we'll see up top. With 10 bans on the table, it's only a matter of time before champion pools get tested. Hard carry champions like Fiora, Kled, and the new backline diver Camille offer both precision and destruction, with import veterans like Looper and Someday bringing over their deep champion pools. They'll challenge the newly stacked group of top laners in the NALCS. In the jungle, with more gold per camp and longer respawns, champions with quick clears and early gank potential like Rek'Sai, Lee Sin, and Rengar are top-tier picks. High damage, item-dependent champions like Kha'Zix, Nocturne, and Hecarim are also tearing it up across the Rift. So, NALCS junglers with aggressive mindsets like Dardoch or Svenskeren can spring ahead early with these explosive champions and carry their teams to victory. Whereas mechanically gifted up-and-comers like Inori and Contracts can use them to earn their place at the top. Over in the mid lane, it's all about control. Mages like Cassiopeia, Victor, Ryze, and Syndra create lots of pressure through their wave control, and skilled mid laners like Bjergsen, Pobelter, and Jensen will use them to translate that pressure into distinct advantages around other parts of the map. It's likely a lot of these strong control mages will get locked out in the new 10-man system, and then we'll see the hard-hitting assassins. Katarina and Fizz may have a weak early game, but they quickly become powerful enough to pose a real threat. Some assassins, like LeBlanc and Echo, have both ample wave clear and the raw power to obliterate enemy champions. It'll be fun to see the mid laners like Ninja, Keen,
and Hai utilize assassins and other unconventional champion picks to gain an edge against the elite control mages. In the bot lane, nerfs to early game builds have changed the landscape for marksmen. There's a heavy emphasis on utility carries like Ashe, Jhin, and Varus, as they contribute great initiation tools while ramping up. Sneaky and LCK Import Arrow have a leg up on these utility ADCs, while veterans Wild Turtle and Piglet could be challenged with the move away from lane-dominant marksmen. As for supports, they've got more options than ever. The introduction of Redemption brought major benefits to healing and shielding supports, like Nami and Karma, whereas the new Rylai's changes have popularized some unlikely mage supports, like Malzahar, and bolstered others, like Zyra and Brand. Seasoned support Aphromoo has already proven his prowess and ability to carry a game. Now, rising stars like Smoothie, Matt, and Biofrost have the opportunity and the tools to join Afro center stage and skyrocket their teams to victory. More bans, more strategy, more diversity. It all starts here at the 2017 NALCS Spring Split.
Welcome back, League fans. We're gearing up for Game 2 between FlyQuest and Envy. And FlyQuest came out strong in Game number 1 to put up a commanding win. And of course, when it comes to player of the game, there's one man that came to everybody's mind that game, and it's definitely got to be Hai.
Yeah, I think there's no surprise that we're giving player of the game to Hai. That Corki was massive in this game. He had mid lane pressure. They were able to snowball right through that turret. Multiple kills all over the map. He was able to even snowball into a very early QSS to be able to negate really any comeback potential for Envy, resulting from any sort of picks that they would try to attempt. But man, such a snowball. Honorable mention though, we do have to talk about Moon. That jungle was something we're going to highlight because Envy have to use a sub here, and they only have a mid lane sub, so they've got a mid laner playing their jungle role. Knew it was going to be a weak point for them, but FlyQuest there, Moon was able to pressure, and that definitely helped out Hai in getting to the point that he did.
And we wanted to see Moon step up. He obviously had a good game number 1. Hai had a great game number 1. But now, Envy, they got to reset. Get themselves in the right state of mind and be ready to come back strong here in game number 2.
Exactly. We've got best of 3s here in the North American LCS. Definitely not over after game 1. And if we look at the pick bans from the last time around, there are definitely things that we can change here for Envy, especially knowing how deep the champion pools are. The only thing that we don't really know is how constricted the jungle pool is, because the Olaf here, we're not exactly sure how confident they feel, with having Ninja play the high tiers like Rengar, since they were the ones that had to ban it out. They also had to ban out Kha'Zix. So to me that says, he just hasn't had enough time playing jungle because he's obviously a mid laner. So it might really hurt them in the pick bans again. And that's a really big advantage considering the new format.
And that's not something that you normally think about is, what do we have to ban away because our jungler doesn't actually play jungle, because we don't want to allow them to have it, right? Yeah. Because normally you think, if this is left up, they have a chance at it, we have a chance at it, we'll trade a power pick for a different power pick. But if the power pick you'd be getting in the trade is one that your guy can't play, then you're up the creek.
Yeah, it's just how much are you really going to lose? The difference between Moon on Lee Sin and Moon on Kha'Zix, not too big, right? Because he's going to be great on both of them. His Lee Sin was amazing. Didn't get too much value out of that one. I would definitely ban the Rengar if you don't play Rengar, you're not willing to first pick it, because that could get really scary. And I guess they were also super scared about Kha'Zix snowballing and getting a bunch of kills and resetting all over them. But yeah, it does leave you with very few options. So we'll see what creative solution they can try and come up with for game number 2 here, as FlyQuest are headed right back out, getting back into their seats, and they just want to repeat. That was a very smooth game for them. Only little hiccups were, Balls was on Maokai and he had to play against Jace. So obviously that was going to be difficult for him, but he got bullied a little bit and then he got dove under his turret. Maybe a little, if they're looking for areas to improve, and you're always looking to improve no matter how well the game goes, even on your victories. These LCS guys are always complaining. Even when they win, they're like, I made so many mistakes. I need to clean up this, and this. That's going to be one of them that they will try and improve on. But look at that. They got smiles on their faces and definitely deserve so.
Yeah, you've got to be happy about the performance. We talked about it at the end of the last game. just slightly over 30 minutes. And there it is, the Elimination Notebook. Obviously planning on some sort of awesome ideas that he's going to be hatching here in game number 2. But just slightly over a 30-minute victory in game number 1 means FlyQuest didn't only do this really clean, they didn't only do it very effectively, they did it fast.
And that's one of the things that, we were talking about a little bit. It's always fun to watch a team piloted by High. This guy is one of the most experienced shot callers. There's been a shot caller through so many different metas as well. When we see them transition from mid lane turret to bottom lane turret to back to another turret, and picking up these Drakes, they really don't waste time, and that's how they get to those very quick and early snowball victories. When they have a lead, it's very difficult. The most funny ones are when they actually don't have a lead, though, and you see Cloud9, previous Cloud9, now FlyQuest. I'm probably going to do that a while just because I've been shoutcasting High and Balls and Lemon as Cloud9 for so many years. But when we used to see them on Cloud9 and they would try and make all these crazy, objective trades and sneaking around plays to try and get back into the game, and it would actually work quite a lot. Even if you do get that lead on them, you still have to really check off all your boxes and ward very heavily, or else they'll come at you with one of those sneak objective steals.
Sometimes those objective steals can be what the doctor ordered to get yourself back into a game from a losing position. And of course, we saw some objective trades from Envy in game number 1, trying to kind of eke their way back in however they could, but it just wasn't enough. They were too far behind.
As we said, Seraph is no slouch himself. Seraph is a veteran of the league, been here for a few years now. His English is great, his communication is great. Definitely one of the leaders that has developed very nicely here. And, they are not dissuaded by that early loss. They knew it was going to be an uphill battle coming into this one. And very excited to see, what they do concoct for game number 2.
And, looking at how quickly and effectively FlyQuest performed in game number 1, you got to kind of look at where these two teams are sitting overall in the league, in the North American LCS. Because going into this split, if you take a look at different analyst predictions, if you take a look at different power rankings, nobody's really looking at these two teams and saying, yeah, FlyQuest and Envy, they're going to be right there with TSM. They're going to be right there with Cloud9. These are teams that people aren't expecting as much of. And if you can make a showing like that, that says something.
Yeah, I think these two are two of the teams that are definitely projected towards the lower end of the pre-LCS power rankings. And FlyQuest trying to make a name for themselves here. In game number 2, they're actually going to be the ones banning out Kha'Zix this time on the blue side.
Yep, they're going to go ahead and take out the Kha'Zix, take out the Rise as their first and second bans. Meanwhile, Team Envy kind of just playing the hand that they're dealt as the red side banning phase number 1. The LeBlanc, the Rengar both going to be banned away. And I'd be willing to bet my bottom dollar that if Camille is not banned off by FlyQuest for whatever reason, Envy's going to be taking that one out.
Most definitely. I would expect FlyQuest to go for another target ban and Envy have to do the Camille duty and ban her out as well, because I kind of want to see balls on that champion. And Jace is going to be the FlyQuest answer, as they want to make a small adjustment. As we talked about, that one point of weakness there for them in the last game was that Seraph was bullying pretty hard and getting a fairly substantial CS lead. So pretty much all going to expect it here so far.
Yeah, take out the Jace, get rid of the thing that was causing you trouble, that thorn in your side, just pluck it out. Be good going forward. Camille is going to be banned away by Envy, and FlyQuest goes ahead and picks up that highly contested top-tier support that was banned away last time.
Good pickup here for Envy and Answer as well. Yeah, that Zyra did go over to FlyQuest very early on and is a huge bully, and Lemon is one of the players that kind of pioneered the champion along with Sneaky on the Ashe back in his Cloud9 days. But Team Envy, I really like their answers so far in the pick ban. Stealing away the Maokai from balls, grabbing that tank after the Jace is already banned, and then getting one of the top tier AD carries, getting that Varus just so they know they can dictate the role. They can pretty much make FlyQuest pick this Ashe, because if you don't answer again, remember, the AD carry role is one of those ones that's a little bit thinner at the top, and the second ban phase, you can really start to whittle it down.
And it's interesting how you can force your opponents into these kind of avenues that you want them to play to with the way that the new pick and ban works, with the way that you now have more banning opportunities in the middle of the draft. So it means you don't go in with a concrete plan and say, all right, we're going to do this. You don't cookie cutter it, right? You adapt more so to every single pick and ban phase. Moon's going to be locking in that Ashe, and High, once again, going to be soaring through the skies on that Corki he did so well with in game number 1.
He was definitely flying high with Corki last game, and he's blind picking it again, so still confident there. The Elise, we haven't seen a tremendous amount of it. However, she's so good on the current patch. So many, especially in solo queue, highest rated challengers, a lot of very high play rates on Elise, especially over in Korea. There were adjustments to Leandri's Torment, where guys in Torment are very good early pickups on her. I'm really loving early magic penetration builds for her. That definitely has huge potential to snowball a game. So this is a promising, start here for Team Envy. If Ninja does play Elise well, which is, it's a champion that you need to put some time in on. There are a lot of small mechanics that can make the difference between a great Elise and just a good Elise. That is a champion where Ninja can really have a good impact.
And that's what we want to see out of him, even in the off role. Like we talked about last game, it's an expected weakness coming into this series, coming into this game. But if they can shore that up, then they might have a good shot at coming back here in game number 2. Now, that second banning phase that we were talking about earlier, in case you missed it in game number 1, that does occur after the first 6 picks have been completed. And those second round of bans are going to be taken care of with Syndra and Misfortune removed by FlyQuest, taking out a power mid laner and that counter pick to the Zyra support. And then Rek'Sai and Lee Sin taken off the table by Envy, just getting rid of a couple of those good junglers.
Exactly. This is what happened when you have those desynced roles in the first pick phase. Envy here are trying to flip the table here on Moon and target him because he's now getting pushed pretty far down the list. Now maybe he even delves deep into his champion pool where he's a guy who's super comfortable and known for things like Evelynn that are not high tier champions for jungle, right? But if most of them are getting banned out and the Elise is already picked away, maybe he gets pushed down onto something like that. Graves is definitely one of the farmer junglers, so the lanes might have to do a lot more of the setup work. Nautilus can do that just fine. Ashe Zyra can definitely do that. But we might expect a little bit less presence from a Graves around a mid lane that is Corki because there's no CC from either of those players, coming into effect. So that actually might relieve some pressure on Alex this time around and allow Alex to have a bit better of a game.
And that could be exactly what these guys want to see on the side of Envy. Maybe not make it so High can get off to such a phenomenal start. Even if they're still ganking opportunities in other places, it's not for High, right? Meanwhile, Envy, they're going to be finishing off that draft, grabbing themselves the Malzahar. This time, though, we're going to be seeing a mid lane.
Yep, Alex going to take that one up, and that is a tremendous amount of crowd control here on Team Envy. They have huge pick potential with this setup here, as well as a little bit of that siege with the Varus Karma duo lane in the bottom side. We'll see about this early game, though. Balls this time is going to be piloting the Nautilus. Now, Nautilus versus Maokai is probably going to be a matchup that we do see a lot with these tanks up in the top side. Nautilus can pressure him early, get the shove, try and get some harassment down on Maokai, but Maokai is really just, I think, all around just most solid tank there for the top lane right now and does outscale him and doesn't even get pushed around too heavily in the early game. So probably won't be able to get too much of an advantage there. We'll see. It's really going to come down to the team fighting this time around, I think, as well as timings on those early teleports. So much crowd control in the bottom lane as the new meta is. It's a lot about how much can you gank the bottom lane, how much can you teleport into the bottom lane, because if you get the enemy AD carry behind, they're very useless except for their CC ultimates, and you can get a lot of kills and a lot of Drakes off of focusing that area.
Here we go. We're going to be loading on to Summoner's Rift in just a couple of moments for game number 2. The big question, of course, can Envy rally? Can Envy do what Envy needs to do, come back, tie this up, and send us into game number 3? Or is FlyQuest going to make as much of a statement in this second game as they did in game number 1?
Yeah, definitely have to watch out for it. We'll see about these early moves and keep our eyes on the junglers.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go, jumping on to Summoner's Rift for the second time today for FlyQuest versus Envy round 2. This time, it's going to be FlyQuest in the blue trunks, Envy swinging with the red. And we'll have to see how this ends up playing out as once again, the level 1 looking pretty tame.
Interesting. So first thing, I am gonna, even though Ninja, we're gonna give him some breathing room because he's a mid laner. I'm gonna, critique a lot because he is new to the jungle. A lot of Elise players will start with the machete instead of the talisman, even though talisman is recommended in the shop by Riot as the game. Because you can get your W start, you get an auto attack reset, you get a bunch of extra attack speed, and if you start on your blue side, or even if you don't start on your blue side and you move over there quickly, you ensure that your blue doesn't get countered, she's just fine. She doesn't need the extra mana regen. She'll get a blue buff and it'll be just fine anyways, and it does increase your clear speed if you have the machete, and you really don't have to worry about life or HP regen either. That's just a small thing, a little bit nitpicky, and of course, he isn't a full-time jungler, so let him off the hook a little bit.
Speaking of worrying about life, bottom side, both supports going to be taking a nasty chunk of damage. You saw Elimination actually fall below half very early on there. Needing to go ahead and gobble up one of those biscuits. Hakulo is going to do the same thing, and these guys are not looking to pull any punches early on, even level 1, just vying for that control.
Yep, trading very heavily there, then kiting those minions back. Able to secure most of the last hits, actually did miss one there, and FlyQuest again get the push on the level 2 here. Should be able to hit that one first. High immediately moving over to that important blue buff that we talked about, gets the ward down, and he'll see Ninja as he transitions over. You can tell that FlyQuest are targeting Ninja because he is a sub, and they're trying to get extra vision on him so that they can... High actually has to watch out for those Voidling damage.
This is an interesting development. Flash forward, Alex needs one more! First blood, Envy's mid laner.
6 Voidlings right there. I mean, the one thing about Malzahar is you have to really respect the early Voidling damage, and High does not.
He did not at all.
Right there. Just runs head first into Alex, which is exactly what Malzahar wants early. Otherwise, Malzahar is kind of struggling a little bit to CS. He's one of the more famously difficult to CS on mid laners in the early stages before you really get enough points in your E to bounce around and get the executes that way. But man, he goes heads up with the Corki, tanks all the Voidlings, flashes late, and Alex has Ghost. Perfect follow-up and completely different story from game number 1.
And without those summoner spells, now both mid laners are going to be a little bit more vulnerable. Of course, Alex each doubly more vulnerable because no built-in escape mechanism.
Definitely true, and worth keeping your eyes on. We'll see if High continues to play aggressively because he was using his W last game to go for constant harassment. As you said, though, nobody has summoners in the mid lane, so lots of wards coming out and probably a lot more farming as Alex was able to get a very nice purchase here. Dark Seal coming in as well, so potential for snowball even.
Alex each feeling confident. Elimination going to be forced to flash back. Envy going to grab themselves another summoner spell, this time in the bottom lane. Really flexing those muscles. Elimination's got to be respecting that damage.
Yeah, great check there from Hakuo. Empowered Q there from Karma. Right into another snipe from Apollo, and they got a big chunk right there out of Lemon. On top of this CS lead that they've been able to get on the backswing, they will now have some pressure at the turret and try to 2v1, land that poke. Karma and Varus are very annoying, throwing those skill shots at you while you're trying to CS under your turret. Makes life very difficult for the Ashe player.
Meanwhile, between scrying orbs and hawk shots coming out from Fly, Ninja is having an eye kept on him very thoroughly. They're keeping track of this guy very, very well, making it hard for him to get off to a good start.
And that's the main thing here. In Elise versus Graves matchup, Graves wants to outscale this Elise. As if they keep track of her early on and she doesn't get off these early ganks, she'll lose steam as the game does progress. And Moon right now, he's grinding the jungle, he's farming up, and he's trying to get some of those multipliers going.
Moon hanging around in this top side, seeing if he can make any kind of anything happen with a lane gank, but I'm guessing the answer is going to be no. Gets himself right past that ward and goes back into the jungle.
Yeah, a lot of the early moves from Graves will be clearing most of your jungle and then going for counter gank positioning, right? Not necessarily, expecting something to happen, but being in position for counter ganks is huge because he doesn't really have a lot of initiation, but if you face check him or if you overcommit, he does have a lot of damage that he can bring to try and combat someone who does overextend, especially if it's in a lane that does have CC like a Nautilus.
Altec going to be forced back in bottom lane now as Apollo and Hakuo continue maintaining control over this, constantly shoving their opponents back, constantly shoving them under. Seraph's going to go ahead and use that TP to get himself back into top lane. Balls recently did the same, so both of these top laners' teleports not going to be available as we get close to this level 6 point.
Right, they're probably going to aim to sync those up with those ultimates for the bottom lane. As we talked about, man, those bottom lane champions will be explosive at level 6. Have to worry about jungle ganks at that point. Someone can die in the CC duration of either the Ash Arrow or the Varus ultimate. So once those do hit and the AD carriers are closing in on that experience level, we'll transition down there. For the moment though, Ninja is going to hover around mid lane, and some more wards being placed down for both junglers as once again, each mid lane has a pink ward, one side to rely upon.
And notice how High is just letting Alex shove in now and then hanging out under his turret. He learned his lesson against those voidlings. He does not want to take a bite out of that again.
Yeah, definitely don't want to experience that one more time. We'll have to track as well how early he gets a QSS this game, because now he's actually laning against the Malzahar.
Right.
And getting an early QSS really cuts into your damage. So it'll be an interesting choice to see if he actually does go for it super early on. Trinity Force is so important, and getting it before Trinity Force really delays your power spike.
Speaking of early items, I actually want to point out something that is interesting. Moon went ahead and grabbed Hex Drinker before any other items whatsoever. No Red Smite, no Warriors or anything like that. Really respecting the amount of AP damage on the enemy team.
Yeah, definitely makes a ton of sense against this team. All of the members do AP damage. Even the AD carry, Apollo here on Varus, packs a decent amount of magic damage that he is going to be doing. Ooh, will he push it out? Nope, push it out of the brush. Able to get the steal once again, and just like last game, escapes with the Blast Cone.
History repeats itself as Moon takes the Blast Cone Express over the wall, this time the Baron wall instead of the Dragon wall, and gets himself out, stealing away that red buff.
That Graves grind is taking its toll. Even though CS numbers are very disingenuous, let's say, this time around this season, because some of the camps are overloaded, like the Raptors and Krugs. He is at a experience lead and a gold lead over Ninja currently. Now, this could change if Elise is able to snipe him here, but so much time Elise is trying to create some action, trying to make something happen. This is what Graves does. Hard farms, eventually gets that experience and gold lead. Now he's 2 levels up. So much more damage. Plus, as you said, he already got that early Hex Drinker, so he's already getting fairly tanky. And has to use some of it here as he's in the mid lane farming up minions.
Yeah, definitely a very scary proposition dealing with that Graves that has the ultimate available. Of course, Elise not exactly having that same wallop when she hits level 6 like a lot of other champions do, so Ninja's going to have to be careful to watch out and think about these counter jungling opportunities and where Moon is going to be when he tries to make a play of his own.
Yeah, and it's actually already at that point where it's very difficult for him to really even answer if Moon goes in and he tries to bully for the 1v1. Meanwhile, Moon also has this Corki with package to rely on. Whenever your mid laner roams first, and High has been roaming very quickly, now that he's got an extra mobility spell, he'll get there very, very soon. And there's a lot of damage packed in that duo, even though they don't have a ton of crowd control.
Now, one thing that's worth pointing out, in game number 1, remember the early packages from High were not necessarily extremely successful.
Looking for a chunk here as he goes for the blue. Does get the chunk.
Alex Beach.
It forced Ninja to also take the blue there. You see he didn't want to get it stolen. So Alex, not only did he get chunked out there and have to use a potion, but doesn't get the blue hand off. High didn't get his either because he was chased out of lane and Moon just went ahead and took it, as Graves will do. I'm on my farm path. You're going to mess with my farming efficiency, then too bad for you. You're not here, then you don't get it.
Ball's getting kind of smacked around a little bit by Seraph right now, but considering this is Maokai versus Nautilus, he's not in the same kind of danger he was in last time, as High looks to get himself up here if he can, but the flash away from Seraph is enough to keep him alive.
Yep, gonna flash there. As soon as he sees that, High goes right back to mid lane, doesn't want to lose any minions. And so he's getting value out of his roams, even if he actually didn't get to convert on that gank. Does miss one there as he's trying to head back, but should be able to CS under turret. All right, Ninja back at it. He's down. Oh, he's face checking.
Oh, it's going to be both junglers. Here comes the play in bottom lane. Arrow finds its way onto Apollo. Stranglethorn's going to be cast as well. Ninja versus Moon. Still the 1v1 off the side. Altec killed first. Apollo's able to grab that kill. It's going to be Moon number 2. Lemon number 3. 3 for 0. Envy.
And Ninja actually outplays Moon in that exchange in the brush, dodging the Graves damage there. What a good repel. That's one of those things you really have to get used to and time it correctly. He was able to get to the other side. Plus then he sidestepped the ultimate as well. And Ninja, even though he's down experience, able to come out ahead in that one. Plus he had the roaming mid laner. Alex came through. Bottom lane victory there for Envy. And it actually is the complete opposite story this time around in this game. High going aggressive in mid lane though.
This is such a different game from game number 1. 4-0 and over 3,000 gold lead. The first Drake gonna be going their way. Yeah, it's still early on in the game. Yeah, we're only 11 minutes in, but everything is coming up Envy, left, right, and center. They have got their heads on straight coming into game number 2.
And actually, for Team Envy, you talk about, low expectations a lot of people had coming in. The bottom lane was one of the really overlooked parts of this matchup. So this is Altec landing the arrow and flashed in from Lemonation, but Hakuho and Apollo fire right back, landing their own combo, and they get the 2v2 kills while all that dodging I was talking about from Ninja occurred on the top side. Both plays happening simultaneously, and Envy won both confrontations. Good roam there by Alex each. We've been highlighting High's roams all game long, but this time around, Alex is having the time of his life.
2-0-0 on that Malzahar. 2-0-1 now on Apollo, having technically the best score on the team, but Ninja's repel really was dirty. He dodged the second part of the end of the line, walked out of the way of collateral damage, and now he's doing a good job for himself, just farming up this top part of the map, trying to stay close to Graves in terms of the economy department, but it's going to be Moon and Balls setting up some kind of a trap in here, stealing away the red buff. They might end up being able to find Ninja as well, but they're just going to get themselves out.
Yep, they've also got the roaming support of Lemonation here to come, and he's dropping extra wards in this red quadrant of the jungle. Meanwhile, High's made the call. He's moving down bottom lane to go catch this minion wave. He pushed out mid lane first, so High's going to get quite a lot of minions while the rest of Fly are up here on the top side, and Seraph is taking a beating.
They unload
they
so much into him! You gotta be kidding me! Seraph taken down by FlyQuest. An awesome shot from Altec.
All right, they commit there with 4 people on the top side. While, as we said, High transitioned from the mid lane farm to bottom lane. Now he's back, and they're teleporting in for another pick.
Balls activating that TP, looking to make something happen this time onto Apollo. Exhaust comes down. Ball's going to be stunned up. Exhaust backwards onto High. Dredgeline finds its way there. No way out. Adios. Apollo falls, and High's going to find himself his first kill of the game.
Looks like Hakuo is able to escape off the bottom side, and some reinforcements for Envy coming down the mid lane. Alex definitely fed as well on the team, and he is coming to try and push down mid. Ninja makes his visit, but there's a lot of wards scattered around that they're going to have to do some cleaning here. Now Envy actually getting their deep wards now as Ninja moves into the red quadrant of FlyQuest jungle. It's going to mess up Cloud9 FlyQuest so many times.
It just feels different.
Yeah.
It feels different to talk about High or Balls or Elimination on not Cloud9. But hey, man, it's FlyQuest now. They're getting themselves back into the game here. Envy's lead now reduced down to about 1,500 gold. FlyQuest tying them up in terms of turrets as well, as Envy this time looks to hopefully set that mid laner up with the blue buff, get him going the way he wants to be with that, enable some of that spell spam, and put him in a good spot for the next couple of minutes.
All right, so game still pretty close here as FlyQuest were able to get back some gold with that top side play. We'll see who evens it up now, though. 1-1 in the turrets, and Envy still holding on to a decent gold lead due to those early kills. Let's see if the top lane teleports come into play, because Balls is on cooldown right now, whereas Seraph could make a play on the bottom side where there's no turret. High currently sneaking into the brush, but just is going to hold off there as the rest of Envy look like they're collapsing on mid to make a play.
As Envy sets up for this play, I want to go ahead and point out we're seeing a second Hex Drinker on the side of FlyQuest. High going to go ahead and purchase that before even completing the Trinity Force. but Seraph is the one who completes the first big item this game. Going to be going for Spirit Visage first and foremost. As the turret falls in mid lane, Ninja's going to be found by the arrow. Fly looking to grab some follow-up damage. Dredge line right back into the fight. Balls looking to make it happen. Ulti from Alex each going to be used on that big tank. Seraph soaking as well. Both top laners so incredibly durable as no one's going to be killed and both teams disengage.
Yeah, those tanks are hitting their mid-game peak right now, and they take a lot of damage, but nobody going down.
Colossus, man.
Yeah, exactly. That plus they've got a lot of their flat HP items already. Meanwhile, Envy did get that turret, so their goal was accomplished for that move. They were able to get the extra turret, and currently that is going to increase their extra lead here as they go back to purchase. For the time, holding FlyQuest down.
Moon just farming up some of his own jungle here, continuing down that path you were talking about with Graves. Always just trying to maximize the economy, making sure you're getting as much gold and experience into your pockets as possible. Scale up as quickly as you can into that mid and late game monster that Graves is capable of being. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, with Runic Echoes and his challenging smite and a haunting guys completed, Ninja's not exactly going to be a slouch from the jungle either. Like, when he finds somebody, if he can land that cocoon and get that burst, he's going to put a lot of pain on.
Yeah, I really like the early pickup of magic penetration, but as you pointed out earlier, Hex Drinkers are being built super early on FlyQuest, so it does reduce a little bit of that effectiveness. Luckily for all of the early magic penetration users, the Locket of the Iron Solari was changed, so you don't get that aura that you have to deal with anymore. Meanwhile, though, Envy, since they're so heavily stacked on magic damage, there's a lot of MR being built on FlyQuest independently by each of the members.
Hive trying to be careful down here in the bottom lane, looking to run away from Ninja if he can. Going to be forced to flash that cocoon. Ninja tries to make a play, but
he does
get it.
I mean, getting the flash, that is a play.
Yeah, okay, it's still a play. He doesn't get the kill. He doesn't get the play he was looking for. He still gets a good play.
True enough. Not quite the ending he was looking for, but does get the flash, and they immediately transition into this dragon. It looks like it's going to be a little bit hard. Oh, teleport is coming in. FlyQuest contest.
FlyQuest want to make this happen if they can. Drake down very low. Moon's going to be bursted. Has to run away. Going to be killed first. Alex each killing spree. Fly high right in the middle. Having to fly away. Alltech now jumped on Apollo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shoots him down. 2 dead on the side of FlyQuest, and Envy take the fight.
Meanwhile, they're surviving on 50 HP. Multiple members there. They're able to take the Drake afterwards as well. Couple of extra kills, and Envy are looking to make this a 3-game series.
Good stuff from Team Envy. They are not willing to roll over and die in game number 2, Kobe. These guys are really stepping up. They grabbed Drake number 2 for themselves. Not only Drake number 2, but last game we saw a garage sale of Drakes. This time it's double mount.
Exactly. Mountain Drakes will be important later on. But let's revisit this dragon fight. As Moon was going in for the steal, he gets ulted mid-dash right there and taken out immediately. So this is basically a 4v5 from that point. Hakuo almost got taken out in answer, but FlyQuest, the main problem here is desynced teamfight. They had people coming up at different times. Their main tank, not only was Balls teleporting in, so you have to wait for the channel to complete, but he was also on the other side of the Dragon Pit. This is not the correct way to go about a teamfight when you've got 3 AD carries on your team. They have to have this Nautilus right on the front lines and soaking up the skill shots there from Envy. Now they're getting teleported on, and Seraph is looking to pick high off.
This should be an easy pickup for Envy. They grab the enemy mid laner totally free of charge. Fly, of course, trying to allow their mid laner to make some kind of a play. High wants to grab Hakuo on the way out, but he doesn't have the damage. As Balls is going to be pushing up down here in the bottom part of the map, trying to make something happen, just put down some pressure, make Envy have to answer something else. But Envy instead going to be deciding to rotate towards the top side, take down that tier 1 that's still standing over there, and continue to pile that global gold into their pockets.
Yep, take out the last top outer turret here. As you said, increasing the lead now 3-1 in the turrets, and they get a lot more map control with this. The wards are slowly moving up. They've been able to clear out all of FlyQuest wards on their side of the map, so the options are dwindling pretty quickly for FlyQuest. As we said, they need to make moves where Nautilus is on the front line, protecting those triple DPS from the backline. Even quadruple, actually, as Lemon on the Zyra, definitely a DPS as well that needs protecting. So if they don't have that point man, the front man, they just get annihilated there on the back line, as all the crowd control we talked about from Envy will shine against squishy targets without Nautilus in front.
And that is a lot of weight on Balls' shoulders. He's got to make sure he's always putting himself between these two teams to make sure they don't get run over like that. Spirit Visage now completed on both of these top laners, both of them almost at the 200 farm mark. Morello Namicon plus Void Staff done on Alex each means that he's going to be doing a lot of damage whenever he catches out, as now it's going to be Balls, the one who's jumped on Alex each, now under pressure. High looking to make the moves. Exhaust is used. One more rocket might be able to find him, but High is silenced up. Ninja goes up into the air, repels down, flashes over, and he's still going to be killed. Strangle Thorns as a zoning tool. Seraph going to be tanking up everyone. Hakuo and Apollo trying to come in from the side. High's going to be fighting. Has to jump back over the wall. Seraph still tanking. Are you kidding me? There comes your ulti from the Nautilus. Going to be forcing him away. End of the day. 1-for-0.
What a Maokai highlight right there. Seraph was literally 1v3ing the FlyQuest members and chasing them off, as the rest of his DPS was all cut off by Zyra, the Stranglethorns, the zoning from Lemonation and High there. And Seraph was almost able to make a play all by himself, but ends up they do have to abort mission, and it's only the one kill after all of that action in the Envy jungle. Let's take a look at how it started. Now, Malzahar ultimate, as you know, does percentage health damage, so it is very good to ult tank. Definitely viable. Yeah, ulting switches is great, but ulting tank's also an option. The thing is, High, instant response to go interrupt the ultimate. Jumps in there with the package, and it looks very good for FlyQuest, as this time they're all grouped up. Moon hits the ultimate over the wall as Lemonation uses that zoning. On the left here you can see, and High trying to lay down some cover fire to force Apollo off, but there is Seraph. He gets out the summoner spell in the 1v3 and is able to flash away at the end as well.
That was absolutely incredible. The amount of damage soaked by that Maokai. Damage in the last team
and
fight.
damage done.
Showing on your screen right now, yeah. So much damage put out by High in that fight. 2,000 also done by Moon. Those two, the two big swingers coming out from the side of FlyQuest. You didn't actually see a lot of damage come from the bottom lane of FlyQuest. Weren't able to get themselves in there the way they wanted to, but with how many health bars were blinking at the end of that fight, just a little bit more damage from either side could have told a very different story.
Definitely true. And we talked about, we actually prefaced, what will FlyQuest look like when they're behind? You know, the classic High shot calling from behind. Are they going to be able to maneuver and get these outer turrets? Yes, they're behind in gold, but they're standing gold in these turrets that Envy have on the outer rim, and those actually will topple pretty easily. The mid quite low at the moment. The problem is their 5-on-5 team fight is being attacked from all sides with this Envy squad, and Envy have performed pretty well in the last couple team fights. Plus, that double mountain that you mentioned earlier really puts pressure on sneaking Baron. So vision control around Baron pays off very big for Team Envy, because they can burn that thing down.
Team Envy now, you are going to see them putting down some wards around that top part of the map in the upper side of the jungle on the side of FlyQuest. Want to make sure they're at least keeping an eye over that entire area, so if they ever do get the chance to pull that trigger, boom, they're right on it.
All right, and Alex, one of the guys we're highlighting this game, right along with Apollo. You know, these two carries for Envy on the backside that have a lot of damage. Alex is on a pretty good spike here, you know, with the double completed items. Went for the super early Void Staff due to all these rushed Hex Drinkers and Spirit Visage from the members of FlyQuest. And he's also got 5 stacks for himself, since he has yet to go down in this game.
Both 80 carries also starting to get there in terms of their strength. 4, 1, and 2 compared to 0, 2, and 2. A lot stronger Apollo is when you compare him to Alltech. Elimination's going to be bursted. Can't get himself away from anything. Seraph's going to be jumping in. Alltech 2 falls bound up. The suppress keeps him locked down. Seraph will not stop. He is a force of nature at this point. High having to get himself away. It's going to be Moon killed next. Balls still alive. High running. Tries to get away using the blast cone. Gonna be aggroing the red buff for some reason. Another blast cone may just take him out of there. Can't quite find his way out just yet. Looking to take one with him. No, sir. 4 dead on the side of FlyQuest. Envy again finds success.
He doesn't quite get the right angle on that blast gun, so not been able to make it over the dragon wall. It would have just been a delay, and he would have been able to kind of run them on a bit longer of a race, but does end up going down there. And man, Envy, full steam ahead. They just run straight over FlyQuest. Seraph's actually not done here as he tries to chase balls down.
Seraph is just totally fearless on this Maokai. And what do you have to be afraid of when you cannot die? His build, too, he's got the Spirit Visage, but instead of that traditional Sunfire cape that we usually see on Maokai's, Frozen Heart has kind of been the item of choice for him.
Yeah, I mean, Frozen Heart is super popular, super good on Maokai. Gives him all the stats that he does need. You know, cooldown reduction is amazing on him. The aura is so good against triple AD carries on the enemy team, so definitely expected and definitely good pickup for him. He's super duper tanky at this moment, and that's just what they need. That snare on the front line, they can't get past him. Siege here actually going a little bit awry for FlyQuest as Balls takes most of his health.
Balls in some trouble. Ninja in even more. Altec going to be credited with that kill. FlyQuest, although they do not find that tier 1 they were wanting, instead they're going to be finding the enemy jungler as Hai has got the package locked in and raring to go. Enemy tier 1 turret down to about 10% HP. It's only going to take potentially 2 auto attacks here if one's enchanted with the Trinity Force, and they can bring that down.
Yeah, you know, rough for the 1v3 to pull out that tower kill, but the momentum now swinging a little back in favor. They got that kill. They do have a lot of vision here for FlyQuest set up, but Envy still holding on to this gold lead, still very ready to pull the trigger. As you talk about, Seraph has, you know, no worries about running straight into this squad. Full tank build from him, and it's definitely paying off.
Aegis of the Legion going to be built next on Balls, likely going towards that locket so we can have that extra shielding potential for the rest of the team. But it's Hai who's caught out in bottom lane, the ulti into the Twisted Embrace, and Seraph picks up kill number 2.
Nice little trade there from NVS. Their mid lane was super low already, so they kind of expected it to go down in the near future, and instead go for the extra kill here to pick up on Hai, grabbing another one for themselves. See if they can actually move into fight that vision fight around Baron here, though, because FlyQuest are weak.
FlyQuest being very, very stealthy, looking for Hawk with a face check. They're going to be finding him. Balls will soak the damage on the front line. TP is going to be used. Seraph wants in. Ninja's going to be bursted, runs away. Apollo almost dies, not quite yet. Ninja goes next, 2 dead for Envy. Hai is still dead from before, but he's about to come back to life. Seraph soaks so much damage, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Barely getting himself away. Envy loses the fight. A great trap set up by FlyQuest.
And he's not the only one that barely got away. A couple of members from Envy also sent back to the fountain, in addition to the ones that actually were sent to the graveyard. So that means FlyQuest, they move in with the redemption heal. Actually, that was the wrong redemption to go take this Baron, as Envy actually are fighting it, and Hai gets a kill.
What in the heck is going on with that one? Alex Each getting himself popped. Can't do anything to stop this just yet. Apollo might be hanging around looking to make a miracle steal. Nope, not gonna be happening. Instead, it's Altec who grabs FlyQuest.
Vision always pays off here. FlyQuest, they spent, 3 pink wards to get this Fog of War. Look how scary it is for Envy to face check this, and their squishy members are the ones face checking. Immediately delete one, and even though the teleport comes in from Seraph, those longer teleport times, look at Moon on the top side. He's chasing off 3 members right now, gets the burn damage so he knows that Ninja's gonna go down, doesn't overcommit, and then can turn onto Seraph and take down that super tanky Maokai. 4 versus 1, not gonna like those odds, and he's gonna have to flash out and recall. Plus, he teleported into that fight, so he couldn't get back to the Baron. That was a good follow-up call to then force Baron, and it also gave them more kills. So FlyQuest are able to really turn it around here in the mid-game. We're gonna have to track, though, what they get out of this Baron power play, because Envy are now lying in wait themselves.
Envy gonna be setting the same trap FlyQuest did, but it's Balls and Seraph on the front lines. Alex Each thrown up into the air, juggled around like the sideshow at the circus, man. Seraph's gonna be next. So much damage poured into that Maokai. Just a little bit more takes down the Guardian Angel. Hai's gonna be looking for more off to the side. Seraph comes back to life, but it is not going to matter. 2 for 0. FlyQuest marching down the mid lane.
Oh, it's a tragedy for Envy there. Yeah, they did try and counter there and set up another vision play, but Balls, the tank is the one who's face checking for FlyQuest. That's the one who you want to be taking the damage, and it just went all according to plan. They had the Baron buff, so much extra damage there, and Envy, not only did they lose the team fight, GA was just purchased on Seraph, immediately goes on cooldown, so they lost a tremendous amount in the last 5 minutes here. And FlyQuest, even though they got behind early, pulling it back around with vision control and strong team fighting.
And they take the inhib for it. Here's how it all went down one more time.
All right, so as we said, this is the man you want to face check. Plus, they have a hawk shot going over anyways. FlyQuest fully expecting this one. Even running straight into that Stranglethorns. Both tanks try and kite back a little bit. Altec flashes into the rest of his team. Good escape there, and too much focus fire there. They're able to burn down the tank first, and Seraph gets abandoned because there's no way you recover the team fight at that point. They are forced to recall in enemy territory and give up that inhibitor.
And look at the damage in that last team fight. Again, it's going to be high at the top of the charts. Apollo, a very close second, though, and it's Zyra, the second biggest damage side on the side of FlyQuest.
And the standout bar from that little graph that we just showed, Alex, 160-something damage you got to see from the Malzahar, the mid laner, because he got blasted so early on. And FlyQuest now really getting a lot out of this Baron buff as they siege again.
It's going to be Seraph starting this fight off. Balls underneath the turret. Not tanky enough to soak that for very long. Seraph's going to be bursted down yet again, though. A rampage for High. Ninja goes in, has to repel himself out, and High is flying all over the place. Killing spree, double kill. FlyQuest has found a triple kill for Moon.
Oh, and he stays alive too because his teammates kill the turret before it can get that last shot off. FlyQuest, this is going to be them into the base, getting another inhibitor turret down.
This game was looking so good for so long for Envy, but FlyQuest have turned things around.
Nice.
Moon gets taken out. Apollo doing what he can to defend. Falls so very low, but High jumps in and grabs the kill as Lemon, Balls, and High, the 3 age-old members of the NALCS, will end game number 2 unless Hakuo and Seraph can somehow stop them. It looks like they will. Balls is going to be jumped on, activates the shield, and he is just spider food, man. No, he's got another.
He takes a while. He's just playing with his food a little bit.
He's got another one. He's got another one. All right. So
I feel bad for you. Envy put a stop to your little 3 amigos ending there.
I had the perfect ending. All right. Anyway, here's the fight. Here's how they did it.
All right. Well, this is the siege with the Baron buff, and actually, really nice focus here from Envy. They get a lot of damage onto Balls, and they force him out. He does flash, though, and then it's a turnaround right onto Seraph. All of this range DPS here from Fly. They do trade Seraph and actually get the kill onto Altec, but man, High saves the team fight here with his package, just annihilating the squishy members of Envy after Maokai got burned down. And then, yeah, there's a zoom in there on Moon as they were able to just barely kill that last turret before it executed him. So that was a much closer team fight than the resulting base from Envy now would tell the story of. But man, FlyQuest have been able to just pry their way right back into this game, and they've got now a pretty sizable lead.
5,500 gold. The advantage for FlyQuest over their opponents, and one more big fight loss like that, one more team fight where you go 1 for 4, it's game over, and Envy's going to be taken down. They've got to realize they are on the last leg. If there's any time for a miracle defense, it's going to be right now, as Baron will be live in just a little bit over a minute, and Elder Drake is going to be the next one on the board as well.
Exactly. If you're FlyQuest, you have a lot of tools at your disposal at this moment. Balls does have his teleport available. He's feeling very confident on the Nautilus, but since he's so important with the squishy members of this team, he's sticking with the 4-man squad instead of being the split pusher, and they're using High to control both of the other lanes. He pushes up on the bottom side, and then he goes over to usher along these super minions and then converge on Envy. Envy, yeah, they have to, pull out some sort of vision play or something. They're hoping that High runs by that brush and they can snag him and get a free kill.
We've seen the trap work 2 different times for 2 different teams so far this game. Envy's hoping they can be magic number 3. High walks by, but he's walking by on the other side of the wall. Seraph wants to catch this, but instead going to be rotating back with the rest of the team towards top. This is the last standing inhibitor turret, but High is bottom. He's going to be working on this inhibitor itself. Those Trinity Force procs will do a lot of work on this. Alex Each going to go ahead and drop some of the Voidlings. High's going to take care of those very quickly on his own as the push continues in top side. Red inhibitor respawning mid lane. Drops on the bottom part of the map.
And time is not working in Envy's favor. It's a really difficult situation to be in where you have these super minions flooding in, and FlyQuest have all the time in the world to take another inhibitor and get both. So Envy pulled a trigger.
Here goes the fight. Ball's going to be jumped on. Seraph's in the front lines as well. Ninja off to the side, going to be gunned down by High. Seraph dropping very quickly. Alex Each first. It's going to be Apollo second. Altek's got the kill. Goodbye, Seraph. Goodbye, Envy. That's what I'm talking about. FlyQuest, they got the double. They've got the game. I will not be denied my ending this time, and they are going to take it 2-0.
Ninja has something to say about it at the end, but a little bit too late. Nexus does go down, and congratulations to FlyQuest. First series victory for that team. You know, it is a rough go for Envy. You have to feel for the team. Again, they come into the season and they have to deal with a substitute. But, you know, their things in the second game definitely looked up from the first game for them. So moving forward, they will be able to, you know, count on some improvements.
Absolutely. Going in with a substitute, especially one that also displaces one of your main roster players, it's a very difficult situation for anyone to have to play through. Envy's going to have a lot more to work with in future weeks. And FlyQuest, though, made a good impression week number 1.
They definitely did. You know, high shot calling is still there. The gameplay is still definitely there from a lot of these members. And really admirable series from them, able to have a stomp in game 1 and then a comeback victory in game 2, dealing with adversity, you know, through that vision control. It was all about the vision play around Baron. That's where Envy lost control of the game, face checking with the squishies, and Cloud9 really took that and ran with it.
And we were even talking about between the games, right? What about High? What about that comeback potential? How does he play from behind?
I keep saying Cloud9!
Yeah!
FlyQuest.
But FlyQuest, yeah. FlyQuest and High. How can they play from behind? How can they do this when they're not off to that phenomenal start? And High just said, you guys want to know? Here it is. That was beautiful. Phenomenal.
Oh, I thought you were throwing to an interview or something.
No, we're not going to an interview. We're presenting it to the camera and to the audience because High just showed all of us in sparkling style exactly how you come back.
Wait in this bush.
Yeah.
Vision control.
Everybody
fog of war.
Sit here.
Uh-huh.
Don't move. And get them.
That's actually what I tell like when I'm playing with lower ELO friends and they get really discouraged when you're down in gold. You're just like, don't worry, the enemy team will make a mistake here, right? Because so many times, you know, people will. You have to be so diligent about controlling vision and the risks that you take. If you don't have your tank, meaning the one face checking, then things like this can happen and it can turn right around on you. We could see even when Envy tried to pull the same trick, you know, and they're waiting in the bush. FlyQuest, they've got their tank on the front line, they've got their hawk shot flying over, so they're fully prepared for it. And they took back-to-back team fights. That's all that they needed to get back into the game and take this one.
It was a phenomenal comeback to watch. It really was. FlyQuest showcased that they know not just what to do to win a game outright, but to take a losing game, not get discouraged, not get tilted, because sometimes you can see those kind of mental factors play into a game, especially in a series, right? You can see players kind of have a little bit of a rough time when things go sour. They didn't. They stayed strong, they stayed the course, and they ended up finding what turned out to be a spectacular victory.
And that's what comes with these veteran players. So definitely congratulations to them. Now, for more on that series, we're going to head to the stage where Freak is standing by with FlyQuest's victorious mid laner.
Thank you very much. I am here with High. You've got yourself an audience cheering for you. Welcome back to the LCS. First of all, how's it feel to be back? And just like always, crushing noobs.
I feel like I'm old, man. I don't know. It's been like my teammate's like 19 or something like that. My old teammate is 17. I'm not super old, but compared to them, I feel ancient. I don't know. But we're still winning, so.
I'm pretty sure Afro's the oldest player in the NALCS. You know, until he retires, you're. Oh, you're right. I'm stupid. What is Lemon? You're right. You're the older guy on your team, and you say you feel old. I feel. Anyway, sorry. I'll move on to another topic. coming into the split, I feel like a lot of fans doubted you guys. It's a bunch of old, washed-up people, partially your words. And you come in and get a 2-0 victory. And I want to know, how does it feel to start really strong in the split?
Well, it's kind of a weird juxtapose. When I used to be on Cloud 9, everyone always expected us to be first, second, third. Now people are just saying we're going to be 10th. Nice. So, like, I play for myself, and now I don't have any expectations to live up to. People in the past were saying, like, we're NA's only hope at Worlds and things like that. And now that people expect nothing out of us, it's relaxing, you know? I don't have to, like, do good for people. I can just do good for myself, so.
Are you worried about the pressure of doing really poorly, though, and disappointing your fans, or is that not, like, one of the pieces of pressure here?
Well, we can't really disappoint them if they expect us to be 10th, you know? So I'm not too concerned about that. I don't think we'll be 10th. I think we're actually a pretty good team. We just started practice, you know, like a week or two ago, just barely. We just got our computers and everything, so we're a bit behind on things. But I'm confident as time goes on, we'll become better and better.
I'm glad to hear that. I got the chance to hear you because this is a much smaller studio. I was getting back there for the interview, and I hear you yelling to your team during the team fights, and you're just as vocal as ever and just as communicative, and that's great. You feel like your skill set is just as strong as ever. You're still just as sharp a player as back in the old C9 crushing everyone days?
Right. So the level 2 game, the Malzahar thing kind of happens sometimes, you know? I didn't really expect to die. The minions did like 700 damage to me or something like that. So that was kind of my mistake, but I feel like I've worked on my laning phase a lot, and that's what a lot of people gave me crap about. And I think I've kept my shot calling skills, you know, and I think I've gotten better as a player. So, you know, if I can improve upon those two things as a whole and the team works together, I think we'll just be a really good team, actually.
That's good to hear. As you said, it's only been a couple weeks together. You think you will climb up high. Thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on the win. We'll see more of you throughout the week. Let's toss it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Freak. High, no stranger to victories, but finding a victory on a brand new team here for FlyQuest. They're starting off their season with a 2-0 victory. And as High mentioned there in that interview, the expectations for this roster coming in, very little. Most people saying they will be the 9th or 10th place team in the league. Of course, Envy, without the full roster, is not the most formidable of opponents, but to have that solid 2-0 under their belt to kick off the season will feel good.
Yeah, it's really important that they came out and showed that they can beat a weakened Envy, which they did, and they addressed some concerns and not some others. The game 2, they had a relatively weak early game, losing some lanes, but you did see a lot of good shot calling, like High said. They had a couple good rotations to the top side to get a kill on the tank and start trading objectives. They came back in the game from down, which is something that old C9 was always great at, and so you see that they do have the shot calling. There's still those concerns about individual skill matching up well.
Well, let's talk about how they got into a bit of a hole there at the beginning of game 2, starting in Champion Select. I mean, we saw target bans going towards the jungle here out of Envy, relegating Moon down to the Graves as his pick.
Yeah, it's a little weird to think about where you have your mid laner playing jungle and then you heavily target the other jungle.
Right.
It doesn't seem like the most obvious strategy on paper, but Moon did have a really good game 1, and I think they were looking to just stabilize in the early game and hope that they can maybe snowball off lanes, which they kind of did. So in that sense, I did like that strategy where they are forcing Moon off an early game playmaking champion and going on to the Graves eventually. I think that does make sense. You're out of early game options to compete with the Elise, really, so you go for something that scales a little bit harder.
Right, yeah, with the 2 bans and the pick in the first phase of Junglers Fall by 2 more bans coming from Envy towards the jungle, that essentially is saying, Moon, who do you think is the 6th best jungler? He goes with Graves. As you mentioned, you now have Elise up against Graves, which is a very big disparity in early game pressure, and it went in favor of Envy. Our first replay is going to be in the bot lane, 3-for-0 for Envy here, and a lot of this comes from that early skirmishing power of the Elise.
Right, and you see that basically 2 fights break out at the same time. Moon's going to have to fight Ninja while the bot lanes get fighting, and really good outplay by Ninja actually on Moon to dodge the Q damage, and then Alexish, nice roam, able to follow up, clean the kill up on top of Moon, and then the bot lane won their 2v2, so you get a quick 3-for-0 out of nowhere, and that starts snowballing the game, and like I said, out of nowhere, huge CS lead for Apollo during this game.
Exactly, yeah. Apollo had a bunch of kills stacking up early on that Varus, and this is where, you know, the test came for FlyQuest, and in a sense, specifically High. When it comes to Phoenix logo popping up behind us, but you
Ignore
know,
that.
yeah, with High and his shot calling too, this is where it's like, okay, if he's really going to live up to the name of this shot caller, this great shot caller that he once was, when you're playing from behind is when it's even more important. And we saw the classic decisive Baron call from High come 27-50 into the game off of just a single kill. Boom, let's get to the Baron. Let's make this happen.
Right, and I think that's really the most important thing is that a lot of teams can play from ahead. It's not as hard, but when you're able to win fights like this from behind and then know how to like not just win that fight but get the next objective is super important. And they're able to do that here where they sit in the brush, they get a fight that starts off pretty well for them, they clean up a couple kills, and they're able to just get, Seraph. They kill him off too.
This takes forever, first of all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, getting the kill on the Elise, we saw Moon getting into the back line while the Altec hit the arrow on Ashe on the back line, which was pretty clutch in that fight to kind of
sneak
stop
it through.
the damage.
Yeah. So once they got that and they turned to the Baron, I mean, that's the kind of call that you need to really come back in the game, because winning that fight doesn't win you the game. Getting the Baron does. And understanding that is something that High does extremely well, knowing exactly what they need and getting that done. And he even played team fights pretty well. Past that point, he had a really nice, package play into the bot lane. So all around, like a really good game by them after that initial problem in the early game where they give up the kills and they're falling behind in lane and all that.
So let's talk about that, though, because that has to be a concern. Yes, it is great that they demonstrated the fact that they can dig their way, or rather climb their way out of a deficit and come out with a win. But the fact that they were in a deficit is a concern in and of itself, which is that, okay, if our early games aren't strong and we hand those same 3 kills over to Cloud9, to CLG, to Team Liquid, they might actually be able to close out the game without that Baron fight that Envy lost.
Right, and you think that maybe even the early game could go worse. I mean, you don't want to look too much into a single one bad early game play, because it wasn't that bad in the first game, their early game. So you don't want to read too into it, but that was the concern with this team coming in, and I wouldn't say that this series really cleared up those concerns.
Right, absolutely. Let's move on to player of the game. It's going to go to Moon this time around. Specifically for the fact that 5 junglers are taken off the table, you're relegated to Graves. And although, yes, the early game didn't go super swimmingly for FlyQuest, he, as an individual, after he established a couple items, actually started to step up here.
Yeah, I mean, he was put in a tough spot given how the draft went, and he did really well for that. He farmed up early game. Once a play went wrong, he didn't keep trying to force things. They made a couple smart plays, and then that team fight at the Baron that turned it all around, he was basically 1v3ing the backline of Envy and just not being too afraid, willing to put the damage out and following up on that arrow that we talked about that managed to get through the team. So all of that combined with how he finished the game, once again, that bot lane fight, he picked up a couple kills as well. So just a great performance all around, given how heavily he was targeted in the draft.
Granted, it's only 2 games, but it's great to see Moon as a player come out here and put up 2 relatively solid performances. I mean, he had pretty good early control with the Lee Sin game in game 1, and then here in game 2, knowing that I have to play a completely different style and farm up to the late game. Nice to see a player that was kind of the target of a lot of criticism last year open up his season here with a much more solid start.
Yeah, and it's the kind of thing where I don't think he's ever been in a great situation for his team. I think, Energy, there were obvious problems in the synergy with them. What happened with Liquid, he was basically just shoved into that role out of nowhere because the team was falling apart, basically.
Right.
So I don't think it's ever been this kind of thing where he's on a team where everyone understands each other and they get along. And you see that maybe with FlyQuest and great leadership coming from High and the rest of the veterans on that team, that he's able to finally transition and reach his full potential.
All right, well, FlyQuest off to a great start here in the NALCS with their first series of victory of the season. We're going to reset for our next series with the revamped Team Dignitas taking on Phoenix 1. Don't go anywhere. The NALCS returns in just a few minutes.
Wait, 11, is this true?
Wait, what?
Wait. Did Sneaky sneeze on you? Like,
yeah, he sneezed on him like 4 times and his living just like exploded.
I mean, legit the first 4 times I'm like, can you come here? And he just never does.
Ooh, I actually have to watch out for those void link damage. This is an interesting development. Flash forward, Alex needs one more! First blood, Envy's mid laner. Still the 1v1 off the side. Altec killed first. Apollo's able to grab that kill. It's going to be Moon number 2. Lemon number 3. Fly high right in the middle, having to fly away. Altec now jumped on Apollo. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shoots him down.
Malzar, dead. We're fighting. Fight.
It's going to be Apollo second. Altec's got the kill. Goodbye, Sarah. Goodbye, Envy. That's what I'm talking about. And they are going to take it 2-0.